East, online Jamaica, Trafalgar, St. Andrew. And we do have some guests from another division with us today, as it is the most convenient time for them to do the training. And so I'm going to ask our guests to stand and tell us which division you're from and give us your name and the position you are going into come the new administrative year 2023-2024.
Young professional St. Catherine.
And I'm going to ask you to do back all of that so those online can hear us.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm President Sidoni, and with me I have Secretary Treasurer Candice. We are from Young Professional St. Catherine from Division 23 West.
And for those who don't know, that is current sitting LG, Pauline.
Currently LG Pauline.
Samuels.
LGD run it, yes.
Great, thank you. And we welcome you to our training today.
Thank you.
Back to you. And online, I do apologize for our online participants. Will you open your mics, please, and just tell us the club you're from and the position you're going into for the new administrative year?
Morning, everyone. I hope everyone is hearing me fine. I'm not able to show camera. My name is Dale Bedesi. I'm going to be the secretary for my club, and I'm from the club of Montego Freeport.
Thank you, our guest, for being here this morning. And could you say who your LG is from that division, for those who don't know?
My LG is Anthony Cameron.
Sitting LG. Thank you, sir.
Sitting LG.
Next person online.
DP, is this for the guests or for, do I need to say something?
Which club are you from, please? Because
Oh,
most often when we do the introduction, we're thinking you're in person. So just say who you are. Thank you.
good morning, everyone. I'm DP Tadmar. I'm the incoming treasurer for 23 East Online.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online? I think that would be it. All right. Thank you so very much. Have yourself a great training. Over to you, LGD Stefan.
Thank you, DP Sue. All right, we also have online LGD Francois from Division 24. Francois, welcome.
Well, thank you, sir. And it's Division 25. Thank you.
Sorry about that. All right, so now I'm going to introduce our trainers briefly. Our first trainer, DLGE Bev Thompson. Sorry, DLG Bev Thompson. First, DLG Bev has a heart of gold. I don't know if you are familiar with DLG Bev, but you will be in a few minutes. You won't find a more sincere and hardworking Kiwanian. DLG Bev has been in Kiwanis, I think, since I've been in Key Club. And I was in Key Club in 1989. So that tells you the caliber of expertise that you're dealing with. So can we have a round of applause for DLG Bev? And DP Suzette Sylvester has been in Kiwanis for 5 years, 7 years. But it's been, almost 17 in terms of her growth and learning about Kiwanis. And she has held several positions, including president, divisional chair, and she will be our divisional secretary, as I said. They're both certified CLE trainers, and well, I should speak about that for about 2 seconds. CLE training is a specific type of training designed by Kiwanis International that is geared towards delivering the same message across all the divisions across the world. So this training, okay, in principle, should be the same training that all the incoming presidents, all the Super Five are receiving across the world. So, it has a specific format so that they can achieve the goals for KI. Now, there are some specific hands-on things that I'd love us to cover, but we're not going to be able to cover it in this training, right? So look out for some other sessions, probably not as formal, maybe online, that will deal with that sort of thing. But this is the CLE training designed by Kiwanis International and delivered by our trained CLE trainers for this specific purpose. All right. Okay, so can we have a round of applause for DP Sue, who will be training shortly. Okay, DP Sue, I am to hand over to you. Oops, she's on. Let me hand over to DLG Bev so that we can get the first thing on our agenda for her, which is before we get started. So DLG Bev, over to you.
All right, good morning again, everyone. So we are here this morning, welcome again, and we want you to feel comfortable because we are just going to go through and talk, and we want you to ask questions. Now, if you're not seeing something, if you don't have your leadership guide with you, the who should have, don't have, we will bring it up, but we don't want you to feel out of place if you don't have, because what has happened is that we did not get enough leadership guides for everyone from international. So we are going to be asking you to use the e-version and to also share if you can. And so that's it. So before we get started, what I want you to do is a very important item that you have to do is I want you to, those who have their leadership guide, if not, you just get your notebook or something. I want you to list your goal, or if you have goals for today's session, you need to just indicate what are you expecting from this session when we're through this afternoon. I know that our president-designate did send out a survey, and he also asked that very same question. So we want you to jot that down, and we're going to go back to it later on. Okay, so that's it from me, very short and very spicy. All right, so get going with your expectations of this session. Okay, any questions? I see some persons looking a bit. Okay, so you can give it to someone. All right. Yes, and some persons have from last year. Somebody just telling me they have about 2 from last year. You may want to share with somebody else because it's very important that you have this guide with you. I know having it online, yes, you can have it online, but the physical copy, for me, it feels good. You feel it and you can turn the pages and whatever. But if you don't, just make sure you go to the e-version. Okay. Any further questions? Any more questions? How many have done their goals already? Let me see the hands. Can't write. Yes. Okay, no? For the, sorry? Oh, there's too much talking? Okay, so a participant is saying there's a little bit too much chatter. Okay, so I'm now understanding that you're trying to find writing material to jot your goals down. We have pencils to hand. Who don't, you don't have any writing gadgets? You all have pencils, pens, and you have paper. But remember to put it somewhere where you can refer to it later on. Okay, that's it for me. LG?
Okay. Right. So we are to do an icebreaker. The icebreaker is actually in the folder. So let's just do that part first. Get all your information, and then we'll be able to carry on. All right.
President, we are not going to ask for you to collect anything for anyone. The president will get a folder with your name and embroidery on it, as well as secretary. Membership chair, you will get a folder with some things in there that are okay. Treasurer, you will get so let us take our time and you get your house and then we start the ready. Yes, there's a present opening of the Southern professional online. Journalist and Kingston and long time online.
Okay, online, we're just distributing the material. So what we have for our presidents and our secretaries is a personalized folder. Now, some of you who may have changed your secretary this week may have an inscribed folder with somebody else's name. So if you change your secretary this week, we'll have to get this adjusted for you. All right. And I'd also like to make the point. Can I get everybody's ear, please? Right. If you did change the well, any of your Super 5 this week, the dash or last week, the dashboard needs to be updated today. So before you leave here, we need to make sure that the dashboard reflects exactly who is being trained. And I think I said it in the chat, but the reason is that KI has a different form for the trainers that says, that brings in the data.
I think we need to come back to the center where we can hear each other. And so for today, the word, when you hear the word center, it means that you're to stop what you're doing and get right back to the center, which is the training and listening, right? Effective listening. Because we don't want you to start the 1st of October being confused and not organized because you waste all of the time not listening effectively. Okay? So we are back to the center now where we're going to give our CEO for today the chance to explain what's happening correctly. Okay, thank you so very much. I don't need that mic. I just need to
Second right.
So
Oh,
just
okay.
come right back. You only need to laugh because we had this field in university. It's all right.
Okay. All right. So another quick announcement. I didn't find it because I wasn't in the ladies' room, but there's a Honda key that was found in the ladies' room. So I'll leave that at the registration, and you can retrieve your car when you're ready. All right. Everybody with me now? All right. How many people are on the Super 5 WhatsApp chat? Or I should ask the other way, actually. How many people are not on the Super 5 WhatsApp chat? All right. So before you leave here, please get yourself added because it's a very, very effective way for us to communicate generally. As you can appreciate, we're talking about 100 people getting the same information, and we want to be able to streamline what's happening here. All right. Okay. So back to the point I was making about ensuring that by the time you leave here, your dashboard information is reflective of who is being trained. So KI uses your dashboard information as their check. So they have a separate form that they are sending to the trainers that says, please put a check mark beside this list of persons who should have been trained. So they don't ask me who has been trained because it's on the dashboard. So if the dashboard does not reflect you, one, the wrong person is being trained and it doesn't count. Two, when your club is reporting for distinguished status, you won't be eligible because the person who is being trained, and according to them, the person who was supposed to be trained was not trained. Okay, so that's why we want to get it right and get it aligned. If you are having trouble getting that registration done through your club, for whatever reason that, the administration is having issues, we can work it out here, but we need to work it out here before you leave. All right, very important. Okay. All right, so everybody got their folders now, I'm hoping. All right, so we had a couple people who registered late. All the folders should have had everybody's name on them because, I mean, you have to give it to the trainers. They did a lot of work, obviously, in preparing for today. And they've done a lot of work to individualize as much as possible what has happened. And as you can imagine, when you make the changes last minute, we are ironing out how those go. All right. Okay. Let me also take the opportunity to apologize for our sitting LG. She's running a bit behind, and she should have been managing the icebreaker at this time, but she did send an apology. DP Sue, you're going to run the icebreaker now, or what? Okay.
The privilege to do that.
Right.
And so she has asked for people until later down in the agenda.
Okay. All right. So let me hand over to DP Sue, and you guys are in charge.
You need to show me.
One sec.
All right, so now you would have had papers, yeah, but that was.
Oh, you have to use this.
Oh, Lord, I don't like it. When you're not cultured to train and stand at a lectern, that's a problem. You want to interact with the space, so it's going to be difficult for me today because I worked well in the midst and center of it all, because that's how you know if the participants are really getting the information. May I have the access to the PowerPoint, please? Yes, you will have to do that for me. Okay. When I get another break. Am I interfering so they can't see here, LG? Would you like to have them half of the persons online half? And are they seeing? They're not seeing. I am from where I am, because I need to do some interfacing with. So please go ahead.
You're not sharing? Yeah, right. That's fine. Hold on. Okay. Mhm.
We spoke, and it's also be her next. So you need to introduce her.
So before we get into the mix of the training, we have our incoming Kiwanis International President who have sent you a lovely message. And at this time, I want you to turn your attention on screen as you're going to pay attention and listen to the good wishes. Just double click.
Yeah, let me play the message we have from the incoming international president. Just click.
Click on. Click on. Yeah.
No, no, well,
Minimize and stop, go back. I have it, never mind. Minimize, stop sharing,
mhm.
go into the folder. Cle Training.
We're just ironing out Murphy. Oh, no, no, it fell.
Oh,
Mhm.
we don't have. Okay. Mm-mm. Still this one. And this is it. But you want online to see, so you need to share it online.
Mhm.
Time for Kiwanis International. And clubs are the heart and soul of our organization. We need enthusiastic, engaged leaders to motivate our existing members and bring new faces and ideas into our organization. As you take on new responsibilities and develop your own leadership style, we support you with the latest materials on the mission and activities that make Kiwanis stand out. Take advantage of not only the training, but the coaches. They are available to answer questions and encourage you to cultivate your ideas and put them into action. Lead by example to set the tone and expectations for your club members. They are your assets and ambassadors. You may want to prepare them for success, to result in membership growth, more opportunities for kids, and a bigger Kiwanis handprint in your communities. I look forward to serving with you as we continue to work through the challenges and opportunities that shape the future of Kiwanis.
Oh, they're requesting to start over. You want to start over? You're sure you can? We can play it at the end again. We can do it at the end. To maximize on time and the late start, we play it again for you at the end. Because when we are wrapping up, we'll have to do a wrap up with all of this. So we will wrap up playing again, all right? All right, so we did some introduction earlier on this morning, but of course we want to hear from you and we have to do things the Kiwanis way. This is to take a minute or two. So at this time, I'm going to ask President Josh, I'm not going to call you in any particular order. You know who you are, you know your president. I'm going to ask the president designate to stand. You're going to say your name, your club, and of course, introduce your Super 5 who are here today with us in the training. So we'll start with table 1 at the front, which is New Kingston. I think you might need a mic for those who are online listening to us. So let us get the mic going very quickly, please. So we will need a mic person to run through the space. Thank you.
Good morning, LG Stefan, LGD Stefan, trainers, participants. I am Erica Horton. I'm president designate from the Kiwanis Club of New Kingston, and I'm joined by 4 lovely ladies, or secretary designate, Bridget Husang, our PED, Sophia Bernard Fairman, our treasurer designate, Susie Lee McLean Chambers, DP, Susie Lee McLean Chambers, and our membership chair, our very own, please clap everybody, please clap, DLGE, Sharon Williams. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Maxine Faulkner of Eastern St. Andrew. With me are my secretary Rosemary Brown, Joan Brown, PE, Melissa MacArthur, membership chair, and Patrice Thomas Hines, my treasurer. Thank you.
Pleasant good morning, fellow Kiwanians and guests. I am President Designate Melanie Samuels from the Kiwanis Club of St. Andrew. And with me, I have my secretary, Ms. Susan Webb, and President-elect Marcia Cargill Curtis. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm President Designate Simone, Secretary Michelle Silvero, President-elect Sharika White Singh, and the membership chair, Lisa McDonald. And online is our treasurer, Claver Allen. Papine. Here.
Pioneers. Good morning, everyone. I am President-designate Karen Clark, and I have Treasurer Paula Blair and the membership chair Eden Palmer.
Hello, good morning. My name is Angela Blackwood Baker, President-elect. And here with me is the Secretary Chanel Lynn and Andrew Roberts, membership chair. I'm Southern Professional Online.
Southern Professional St. Andrew.
Representing Worthington, Kingston, Ricardo Bennett, Secretary Designate. Our president is absent, Kamika Jones. With me is our Treasurer Designate, Nadine Perron Ferguson, and also absent and maybe being late is our member chair, Elaine Hooper Donaldson.
Eileen.
Eileen, sorry.
Morning, everyone. Kiwanis Club of Meadowvale. I am Secretary Designate Nadine, and this is Membership Chair Claudine.
Good morning, everyone. I am Timo Ekar, President Designate of Kiwanis 23 East St. Andrew Professionals Online. With me, I have President-elect Hakeem Bendo, Treasurer-elect Ms. Peter Gay Sinclair, and my Secretary-elect Ms. Kimone Douglas.
Hi, everybody. My name is Melissa Dragon from Kiwanis Club of South St. Andrew. The team here, we have the PE, Annie K. Brown Sinclair, Treasurer-elect Shanna K. Burnett, my secretary, Rashane Malcolm, and our membership Claire, Harleen Stanberry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Johan Rampier from the Kiwanis Club of Downtown Kingston, and with me, I'm President Designate, and with me is my Secretary Designate, Dwight Ball, DP Dwight Ball.
Good morning, fellow Kiwanians. My name is Lamoy Wright. I am President Designate. Unfortunately, I'm the only one here today. However, we have spoken to LG, incoming LG, and the others will be trained based on the parish that they're located. Mona St. Andrew, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm President-elect Morgan Taylor, and with me I have Secretary-elect Zenia, and I have Treasurer-elect online, that's Tadmar, and my President-elect would be on his way. I'm President-designate, sorry, my mistake. Oh, 23 East online, Jamaica.
Second
Yes,
time,
current
Come
president, and
on,
I'm
give
going
her
in
a
again.
hand. Her bylaws, fix her two terms.
Thank you. Good morning, fellow Kiranians. I am President-designate Stacey Ann Suklal for Cyber Connect Jamaica. I have with me Renee Robinson, Secretary-designate, Membership Chair Adrian White.
Okay.
Morning, everyone. Andrew Foster, Kiwanis Global League and me. I'm the only one in attendance currently.
Actually, you have your president designate, Dave Michael. He's online.
Oh, he just logged in? Okay,
Yes,
thank you. Welcome,
he's
Dave.
joining us via Zoom.
And I think our secretary should be here shortly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I am President Designate for JFB Kingston. With me, I have our Treasurer, Sandra Davis, Secretary, Sandra Davis, our President-elect, Crazy Osborne, and Membership Chair, Michaelisha Banner is currently on her way. All right, thank you. I am Karine Francis.
Good morning, introducing the Fabulous Four from Trafalgar.
Yes.
With me to my right is my very own chairman of membership, the chairman, Shanice Watson, President-elect Sophia South, Secretary Erica Watson, and yours truly, President-designate Tansita Walker.
Wow, the Fabulous Four.
Morning.
Good morning.
Fellow Kiwanian. I am President-designate Paul, Eastern Kingston and Port Royal.
Right.
To my right is my Secretary-designate, Donald Grant, and to his right, my PED, President-elect designate Garfield Robinson. Thank you.
All right. So, and of course, I'm yours truly, trainer for today.
Excuse me, there's one more.
Okay, great. My apologies, Mr. Tech.
My name is Brian Fletcher. I'm President Designate. I'm from Eastern St. Andrew Professionals. And with me today is Patrick, who is the Secretary Designate.
Thank you so very much. And throughout the training today, you're going to refer to each other by name. Just that around and ensure that you know the persons you're going to work with come next year. And our LG wants to say something. LGD, come on.
No.
Okay, I'm back. Well, I just wanted to say that, it's one thing to have everybody on a list and on WhatsApp, but it is really, really much better to have everybody and match the faces and the names and say, oh, that is Timoy and that is, and we get that going. So really, really happy to meet you all in person, and we'll have a great day.
Thank you, LGD Stefan. And of course, today we have our own Lorraine Moses helping us out as registration. And want to say your club's name quick. Justin. Eastern St. Andrew. Come on. Give it up for her, right? Great. All right. So we are no more strangers in the room today. Please. And of course, we would have heard from our guests. Some are online, and of course, some are in person. We treat people well, right? Because that's one of our object of Kiwanis, right? Forging relationship and all of that. So we're no more stranger in the place today. All right, so let us move on quickly. Some persons will have to run. The icebreaker, we defer that in the agenda until some time to come. When we get tired of the talking, we have a lot of things to keep you going. You will never be bored. Maybe that too, President-designate Yuan. All right, so the purpose of the training today, and you will notice I kind of put up my little Zoom thing because I am one person who, when you're online, you're still a part of the class. And so I believe in calling you out. So I need to see the persons online. All right, so once you're in the training, you're going to be called out. So never mind, don't think you will escape because you're online. Purpose of the training, the purpose of today's training session, as you would have seen coming from Kiwanis International, to prepare you to lead your Kiwanis club in growth, retention, and service. And you notice some keywords are underlined. To lead. What does it mean to lead? To inspire? Come on, not bright people. Some have PhD, come on, some doing it. To motivate, excellent talk. You'll have to speak to me. Empowering, very good. And give directions and have a vision, yeah? So you're being prepared today as a Super 5 to lead your club into growth and effective growth, not just quantitative, but effective growth. So we are looking for members who fit the specs of Kiwanis, and most importantly, who can afford Kiwanis, which is to pay their dues. Retention and service. Retention, we want to also, while we grow, retain. We want to find creative ways to engage our members while we are looking for new ones to come in. Oftentimes, I don't think this is going to work. Right. Oftentimes, we say that our members are not interested in our activities, or they're not showing up or not turning up, but they are not engaged. They are lost interest because we keep doing the things the same old way. If you notice since COVID, Kiwanis realized that traditional club is not going to work for people. So, oh, LG is here. Put your hands together. Stand up and welcome our LG Captain McDonald Riley. On time and in the house. So, while she gets settled, I'm going to go back to the icebreaker, LG, but let me just finish up right here quickly with our trainees, sorry, while she gets herself settled. So, we were saying that back to the center, chairs don't talk. And you're going to see the classroom coming out in me, but that's all right. Okay, so in other words, we're saying that we need to find ways. It is hard to motivate people, even your secular jobs. Money is not the chief motivator, and we find out that the more money we earn is the more we want something to drive us to go to work in the morning. But we're still getting a decent compensation package. But we are still disengaged, yeah? Because you keep doing the same thing over and over. There is no growth. And so you want to find ways to retain your members and service, impactful projects to our service leadership programs and the communities in which we do our service work. To prepare you to guide the administrative operations of your club. It is very important that the Super 5 know the bylaws, know the policies, governance of Kiwanis International and Eastern Canada and the Caribbean. When you know your facts, nobody can tell you in a board meeting that you're wrong. There ought not to be a board meeting without your bylaws there, because you will need that bylaws when president wants to derail the thing as directors and when others want to do things on the other way, not in alignment with the bylaws. Kiwanis is not hard to do. What Kiwanis want us to do is to do it the Kiwanis way. But oftentimes and not, we don't do it the Kiwanis way because we think it is too structured. And for every business, you must have structured, and you must have structure, and you must have policies. You must have standard operating procedures, how we do things. Eh? And so as a supervisor, you're here today because we want you to not make the mistakes of your current administration. You must learn lessons, correct them, and move on. So, which is why you often ask, for some of you who are sitting on the board now, and you are seeing the pitfalls, and it's not looking good. And it's now time for you to ask yourself the question, I am back on the board, what can I do different? Grab your notebook, grab those little cards that you have, get up in the middle of the night and start right. I am placed to serve, what can I do different? Question. And at the end of it all, for those persons who are sitting on the board now, I will be calling you at some point in the training to just say for a minute what is going wrong and how you're planning on fixing it going forward. So if it's persons not coming to meeting, persons not engaged into the activities of the club, how can I get them to be engaged? That's membership chair. What are you doing currently that is not working and you're back as membership chair? How are you going to fix it? For those who are looking on, what suggestion, what are you coming with to enhance the growth of your club? It is important. Now, LG, are you ready, not ready? Okay, great. So I'll move on. Of course, just like everything else. So let us look at them quickly. I know persons are going to ask, may we get this PowerPoint presentation? Kiwani said no. So you're free to write as all that you want to write. You can go ahead and write. But DLG, Bev, and myself, we can't reach the instruction. We would be into problems. So let us go. So, of course, in order for this training to be meaningful and impactful and insightful, and you leave with all the information today, your participation is very important. So you're not all sponges, and you're not going to just take information like sponge taking up water. You are going to push back some of the water at us today. So you will understand in a little while the parking lot while we want you to ask questions. So the first one is increase your general knowledge about Kiwanis. I share with you just in a few seconds. Last year when I facilitate this training, we had quite a bit of DLGs and DLGE in the building, and I was kind of nervous because it was my first time. And I'm like, why are they here? They know everything. But, you know, strangely, when I start going through the content, I realized that some things they were questioning. And I'm like, interesting, very good. So you will think you know until we start to get into the real meat of the matter today. Increase effective community service and fundraising projects. Increase in membership and retention in your club. Increase in participation in club activities, including service leadership programs, which, you know, kids, it's all about kids. That is our governor designate tagline this year. It's all coming next year. It's all about the kids. So we do what we do for the children of this world. Achieve your club's year targets by September 2024. And we're going to help you how to do that successfully. Any question here as to any of the outcomes? I'll take it now, or I'll just move on. State your name and turn to the audience. And you are right. And in a little while, you will get those. All right. Someone is thinking critically, and I love that. I love challenges in the classroom. It makes me feel nice. So, of course, it's all about numbers. And so you the number. Yeah, with your president. That's why you have the conference coming up. So we're going to give you the machinery and you are going to produce. Right? Okay, so today's focus. Let us look at that. And there are some questions. And at the end of the training, at some point in time, I'm not going to say at the end because that might be diminishing return, so I'll not say the end. Those online, I have not forgotten you. These are things that I'll come back to ask you as well. So DP Tadmar, you were with me last year, and I think you said, oh my God, I have her this year again. She's going to badger me online. Yes, online, it doesn't mean because you're not in the physical space, you're not a part of the training. So therefore, I need to know you're not setting me up by just putting up a thing, say you're there and you're going to the kitchen, go and look after breakfast. Because you only are allowed to take the break to eat when you see break come on your screen. So please to pay attention because you will be called out. What do I have to do? So here are some questions that you must answer at the end of the day. What do I have to do in order to all those outcomes, what you need to do to achieve those? It's very important. What do I have to do? When do I have to do it? So what do I have to do? And the next question, when do I have to do it? I'll give you hints on how to answer this question. What assistance is available to help me do it? So there are three important questions. And I usually say to my student, when you see things highlighted in red, it means you're to pay attention. Okay? Because at some point in time, they're going to come back to you. So what do I have to do? You're in leadership. You're being trained. What do you need to do? Who were elected to serve in your club. It's an honor because not all persons can do this, sorry. But your members would have seen something to put you on the ballot and you come out with the numbers. Now, what do you have to do? In the position that you're going to serve in, what do you have to do? When do you have to do it? 2023, 2024, starting October 1st. But you can't start planning there. It's too late. A person don't build a house overnight. It takes a little brain power and pen and paper. What assistance is available to help me do it? Kiwanis International is a university. It is referred to as a university because there is a website called kiwanis.org. And when you go to these websites, there are myriads of information. For someone who has been in Kiwanis for 7 years, I just didn't learn everything overnight, but I'm a reader and I'm a researcher working at a university. So I am inquisitive for knowledge. So you'll catch me reading in my spare time and outside of my time when I think it's spare time, when I should be having fun, because I need to know what I'm into. If someone asks me a question about Kiwanis, I should be ready to sell Kiwanis and I should be ready to tell them about Kiwanis using the facts and not a third-party information. The only way you're going to know Kiwanis is by you starting today reading. So when you hear something, I've been in training and I've heard some things and I'm like, oh my God, that is not a part of Kiwanis. Where did they get that from? But they were very convincing, and I know some of you hold on to it because you don't know. Therefore, the onus is on you as a leader to get the facts, and the facts is at kiwanis.org. Type it in, look there, you'll see that's your library for the next 12 months. Start as a matter of fact, starting today. That is your best friend. And for those of you who are currently in leadership position, refresher is a good thing. That's why we have professional certification. And this is the way it goes. You would have heard from our presenter, guest speaker yesterday at DCM. I think I've gone about 5. Professional certification. Yeah, you're doing a PhD, but that's not enough. You want more. That's the way to go, Johan. Yeah, that's the way to go. That's all right to have a PhD, but you need certification, change management, project management. You need to have them. Because for me, if I didn't know project management, I don't know how I'd manage in Kiwanis. And if I didn't certify change management, I didn't know how I'd manage Kiwanis with personality and people. But here I am. So certification helps you grow in leadership. And so you need to get the resources to help you grow, right? I will now stop here and I'll invite my LG to break my chattering, to come and do some fun with you at this moment. I know you're very engaged. I know when I lost you and I don't want to lose it so early. So LG is going to take you into icebreaker. Welcome. I saw them make the LG welcome. Come on, do a little better than that. Yes, Char. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I see our lecturer has us going. How has it been going so far? Looking exciting to a brand new year coming up. All right, let me see the hands of the membership chair. Yes. Let me see the incoming president. Yes. I hope we're having seamless changeover. I know it's important that you're working closely with the president that's in now. So we have a seamless transition, so that it's easier and it's more fun. I must tell you. I mean, working with Stefan is a dream. You know, you feel the transition, you feel like it's seamless. So it's important that you're feeling the same thing at your level. Do you agree? All right. Boy, handing over to yourself is It's another thing. You have to just make it fun and have some intrinsic motivation. Seamless. No, you get nothing more seamless than that. You know? So we're going to be doing an icebreaker and it's in your folders. And we're going to be doing one of the icebreakers because I know we started late and I got here late. My apologies. Trying to come in a little earlier. Had an out of town assignment, but I think I did pretty well. So we're going to do one of the bingos. And it's going to be fun, fun, fun. And you know how me say, me love prize, the prize thing, right? So we're going to have some bragging rights, but we're going to have a few things. So let's do the bingo. And let me tell you, although I know you have the instructions, I'm going to read it before DP Susan tells me time. So we're going to do the bingo card and we're going to choose. Wonder which one I should choose. Well, let's choose the first one. I think the first one might be a little harder, so let's choose that one. Right. And this is how it is played. So it's called a bingo card. Everybody seen this in the folders? Right. The instructions. So first, everybody has a bingo card. Each player tell you at what point will go around the room in different groups, and you're going to be interviewing each other because we know a little about each other, but the idea is to match your box with somebody that is in the bingo card. And you're going to write that name. Make sure you saw it going up because you see, when I ask Melissa to do the salsa, and Melissa can't show the salsa, don't make sure just steady she can do it, right? So that's what we're going to be doing it. And as soon as you have completed all the boxes, then you can say bingo. You know bingo play, right? Right. So it's the same thing. So you have this box, you're going to walk around the room, find somebody to match what is in the box. Yes, somebody who drives a, should we change this car? You know somebody in here who drives that car? Somebody in here drive that car, don't want anything that's not achievable. Make we change that car to a BMW. That's too easy. All right, but I should change that, Erica. Come. No, man, Toyota too easy. I mean drive Toyota. A Pro Box, yes. A Pro Box. A Pro Box. You don't have to drive it come today, but you know you must have a picture in your phone with you drive your Pro Box. Right? The others look doable. All right, take out Mount Everest and put in Blue Mountain. Yes. And take out country dance and put in dancehall. Yeah, dancehall. Remember, but I ask you know, so tell you which song. Yeah. All right. So that's it. I think everything else doable, right? Erica? Yeah, I'm a backup, you know. Everything has flown a plane. You and you think that likely? Has flown a plane? What I should change that to? What? No, man, not type. Simulator. Yeah, simulator. Yeah, simulator. Yes, has gone on a simulator. All right. So, are we ready? Everybody got the changes? I see a hand there. You want? Boy, I can't hear and see at the same time, so you have to talk loud. What you say, babe? Repeat of names. No. Whole heap of people in the room. No repeat of names. Whole heap of people in the room. Okay, we are going. Any more questions? The changes. Help me with the changes. Drives a Pro Box. Right? Blue Mountain. And has been on a simulator instead of have flown a plane. And instead of country dance, dancer. Can do dancer. Yeah? Yes, man, you move around physically. Wait, me not start yet. Hold on, man. I just want to make sure everybody get the rules. That's a green shirt hand. What you say, Karian? We're just doing one side. We might not have enough time to do two sides. So let's do the first one. Write the name of the person so that we know who it is that you spoke to. Can't hear.
Mommy, give Lisa you check out.
Come here. Quickly, come let me hear what you say. It's not any line bingo. Now man, you work hard for this. The whole page, I want bingo. Whole page. You see the bingo people about any line bingo. All right, we're ready. After 3, 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Yeah. That's it? Yeah. Trees. Go for your water. Where? Where you come from?
You're good? You're good?
4365.
Online, just to tell you that total chaos going on here. So just stand by.
House bingo, full house bingo. Remember, full house bingo. You need one pack of francs, do man have on the paper. You know, pack of francs. Oh. So now go buy the bread. One big brown bread. Ouch. All right. Let me check her out. No. All right. I don't know why the people have You know, so everybody was saying go by the so them now go. No, sir, this can't real. Here, 2,670. See egg there. You're on here. Pull the next bag. Look on the something and check the price.
Hello, how are you, LGE? All right, so our LGE for 2023-2024 is here. Let us put our hands and welcome LGE. Sandra Bailey, put your hands together. LGE Sandra Bailey, good. All right, LG Caroline, we have 3 minutes to wrap it up now.
No, Sammy, stay away the people left. No, this not normal at all. Eh? 4 pack? 480. 120 a pack. More of an Irish Spring soap. I know some people them fly out and them come back. I want my Irish Spring soap. Here. Make them go on like them to know and them me attack. And I look around and I look around and I look all about the place. Go on like them to know. So them fly out and come back. And I look around and I look around.
Nobody is an only child. Nobody.
Why are you calling me?
All right, so you can change it to has one child. Has one child. If nobody is an only child, has one child.
560.
Attention. I think everybody knows I have a dog. Attention. Hello. Attention. My brother Johan is not my twin, so they can't put that one. He's not my twin, not.
Okay, we're going to close in 2 minutes. If nobody bingos. Yeah.
Ten.
Floor.
Oh.
Much floor.
10 cards. No floor. Don't make some kind of. Hello.
Very nice. What's on you? Like this, I think I want to chocolate. Oh, my God. Oh,
All right, participants, or online persons, you are missing the fun, but we are trying to settle back the in-person space so we can continue. Okay, we need everybody to settle down now. Now that we have known so much about each other. All right, everybody. Okay, let's settle down now. I hear there's no pro box. There has to be a pro box or a Prius. Pro box or a Prius. I know at least one person in the room that drive a Prius, you know. I know at least one person. President designate Erica drive a Prius. But anyway, we have to. Let's settle down. All the bingo people, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bingo. All right. Yeah. All right, then sit down, but many people them sit down. Take a note.
All right, okay. All the persons who are have gotten your bingo spelled out on your card, we will be taking you in a very organized fashion. At this time, I'm asking you please to get back into your position in terms of sitting at the table that you are assigned. And that LG finished the icebreaker. Boy, Kiwanis put something fiery in the training this year. They designed this bingo so you could have it as an icebreaker, and I must send our feedback. It's really a game.
Yeah. But thank you guys for playing the bingo. We had 5 people who eventually bingoed, but we have prizes for the first. It was supposed to be 2, but I'll find the 4 prizes. But thank you. I'm sure we learned a little more about each other. Like I know today what Erica drive. I know who have 1 child. So we knew a little more about each other. Do we agree? All right, so clap yourselves, clap yourselves. And I hand back over to DP Suzette.
All right, so before you go today, you will get your little token for the 5 persons who have bingo. All right. Yes, 5. Can you imagine that? Yeah, man, 5. All right, so it's now time for us to get back to the center. We want to go speedily, but at the same time, having you understanding. My online participant, we have not forgotten you, but the whole mantra of Kiwanis International to do this training and that is that you're supposed to be in person. So I do apologize that you are not in the space to actually be a part of the face-to-face camaraderie and the fellowship and getting to know the persons who you'll be working with next year. But you will be here soon. All right, so let us get back to why we're here. And we need to find the center. The center. Thank you so very much. And the persons at the back who you are getting some tea, I'm going to ask you to do it very quietly, all right? Thank you. I can understand you getting something to eat, and which is why we're not locking off the coffee station, because we want you to, get the thing to get you going. And we're not going to give you the starch too early, because getting the starch is going to send a bad vibration on the eyes. And and the sugar is going to, we know all of that. So take your time, get some tea, no sugar, please, because we want to have you for the remaining of the training. Now, timeline. We have some timeline today that we need to adhere to as per so timing for today's session. A good investment of time, 3 hours, 3-hour morning session with a break, lunch. This is from Keano, not from Auntie Bev or myself, right, DLG Bev? 3 hours, and then you have a 2-hour afternoon session with a break. It's intense, I know. I would not do that to any learner, but KI is saying you can manage. You have to start the relay a little heavy. Your investment and participation in today's training session will save you hours of your valuable time during the upcoming administrative year. We are saying that the 5 hours with the break involved that you invest today, come the 1st of October, when you go into office, you shouldn't be buck shuffling, and president shouldn't be disorganized, and the board don't know what their roles and responsibilities are. And I mean, it's just total chaos. So we are investing today to see our return on investment when? 2023, 2024. You have 12 months to do that. May I have the other slide, please, LGD Stefan? Now there is a time steps to managing time. Kiwanis develop leaders. And if you are a leader already, we improve your leadership competencies. And so timing is everything in Kiwanis, which is why you have 4 quarters to work with. And within that 4 quarters, let me stop to introduce Lieutenant Governor-elect Ronette, who is coming in. She's here to support our guests, right? Division 23 West. And that's sitting LG, current LG Pauline Samuels, right? Great. It's a pleasure having you sharing with us. All right, so our timing is everything. And today we're saying you need to manage your time. I know some of us are very last minute. We plan our programs last minute, and which is why we can't get our membership involvement, because people have other things outside of Kiwanis to do. You best bet believe it. I love my family and I love to have games night and I love to watch TV, and I am very active in my church. Today I'm here. I have to prepare things at church from yesterday. So I'm not missing in action. I'm not doing my duties. So you must prepare yourself for what is to come. Understand how much time you have. You only get 12 months to prove yourself and to learn all that you can as a leader effectively. Put a value on your time. How do you value your time? That's how you value others. Prioritize. What's first? What's second? What is third? What can I put off until the last quarter? It's not important now. Make reasonable to-do list. Some of us are poor organizers. Kiwanis is saying, no, you can't do that. And I know for all of us, we want to wear the banner patch that said, I'm a distinguished president. My club is distinguished. And I want to apply for the awards. But guess what? If you don't do it properly, you can't reap that success. Be decisive. Stay focused. Embrace time management. Recognize stress. Stress comes with leadership, but how you manage it, it's how you deal with it. So if you're stressed and you're to have a meeting, I would advise you to put it off, because you're going to go into the meeting and you're going to make everybody's life a living hell. Because you think your stress must be for everybody. And I'm saying your unhappiness is not mine. I'm very sorry. As a leader, you have to know how to deal with you first. And when you deal with you first, then you can deal with people and understand personalities, because that's what you're working with. So you must recognize when you are stressed. And some of you become stressed because you don't practice proper time management. Grab your notebook. For some of you, you have the leadership guide. It's a workbook. Write in it. Take it with you. Use it whenever you have your spare time. When it gets to the time for planning, plan accordingly. And I tell you why. Plan with the calendar. Kiwanis International has a calendar. Eastern Canada and the Caribbean has a calendar. Your division will have a calendar. Secretary, this is for you. Your club will have a calendar. But how you roster the stuff, how you plan them, how you schedule them can make you feel overwhelmed, and it can cause your members to just say, listen, this will take up too much of my time, and I'm not doing this. Because they now start to get very stressed. I'm saying plan wisely, manage your time. It's all about project management and time management. You only get 12 months to do this, starting October 1st, but you must plan ahead. Take breaks. Your membership just go have fun, man. Every day I come in a meeting, I talk. And I get the chattering because I'm on some monotonous and boring. Or not engaging talking. Go out and have fun as a leader. In my office, they know me for fun. If it's not Pizza Friday, it's going to be KFC Friday. because I work for the government full-time and I lecture part-time in university and do other things. But let me tell you something, I love to have fun because I want to live forever 21. And let me tell you, if you're going to stress me, it's not going to work because I'm just going to laugh after you. You must do what you're doing and have fun. Feel it, love it, live it, like it, share it. So you are doing this thing and you must have fun. Take your members out for evening. Not everybody will come because some of us join Kiwanis and we are so into our shells. We don't want to socialize because we don't like the people. So why you join the people? Oh, come out to the people, please. Children, you are working with kids and kids are fun. So you join Kiwanis to have fun. But how can you have fun when you don't want to go to the projects because you don't like the people? Get over yourself. Do a self-introspection, because if I am to have fun and I am to finish good and I am to take breaks and to go out with you and have a patty or a cocoa bread and have Devon House ice cream, I want to see all my 30 or 45 members with me, except for those who can't come. You think a president wants to know when I'm through a line, them only see 5% turn up? It is so discouraging. It is so not nice. And so the rest of you stay, you criticize. Come on, give the president the support. You could have voted her out, voted him out. But the mere fact the president is in there, it means that you would have sanctioned it. So get over yourself. We are here to serve the children of the world, and you can't serve children with the heart not stay right, some partner right. So we are going to fix that. And how you fix it is fixing it today. Because you all need now a Super 5 to plan for the big year to come. So we are going to take breaks, we're going to have fun, and we are going to finish on time. So you see, when this president say, when this secretary say report must go in by the 10th on Kiwani's dashboard, I said to LGD Stefan, if him really want me to be divisional secretary, because if it's the 10th, it can't be the 11th. And if you are to submit by the 9th, it can't be the 10th. Time. So as you start writing down. The dashboard is so designed that you can populate and save as you go along. So it shouldn't be an excuse where a secretary is going to call me to say, I could not submit because I don't understand. And I'm saying, but you have me, so why you don't get it right? You have me in the university to deal with. Tell them about me. My student, them love me, but I am just who I am. All right, so some of my students are sitting here, so they are dead in with laughing themselves. Never mind. All right, so let us talk. Finish on time, and it's no joke. Right now, I can tell you, LG Carlin, you're having a warm time for them to finish on time. So membership chair, you're to do your membership analysis and check how many persons to come off the roster. And here when you want to do it, September, or not crazy. You should be doing your analysis from the first quarter and said, who are those who we don't want anymore? We are going to write them. We're going to go through the formalities. We're going to recruit and we are going to get rid of. Kiwanis is not a status code. It's about serving the children of the world. It's not about paying just dues. We want to see you involved. I am tired of hearing presidents complaining and we're not speaking out. We need to know, just say what it is. We welcome everybody into the movement, but we have a mandate. Hashtag kids need Kiwanis. Are you willing to get on board? Because we go out and we get dirty in terms of doing work. So if you're stush and you only want to pay your money, we don't want you. We'll put on fundraiser and make the money to do the project. And we'll write to corporate Jamaica. But if you're going to be a part of any club within this division and outside the division, you must come with something that calls skill set to help. And so with that skill set, we are going to finish on time. Let us go. We have some parking lot. The next voice you'll hear for the next 15, 20 minutes based on how the program is organized is that of DLG Bev.
who will walk you through Kiwanis 101 and what you need to know. But before you go, you will have some parking lots here. Not all the questions we can answer today. And because of the time, I know some questions are very controversial. It's your opinion versus Kiwanis International versus Eastern Canada and the Caribbean. And we're not going to stay here all day and discuss all of that because we don't write the policies. We don't do any of that. We just vote suggestions. Yeah? But what we can do, we can take those questions, we can write them, we can put them here. Myself and Trainer Bev will go through and we will send it to everyone that is here today, the responses. So we will develop a sheet called questions, responses from the club leadership education training. We will show you what the questions others ask because you can be benefited from the question and the responses. And we will send you that sheet with all the answers after we have done our research. Now it's time to turn over, but you'll put these, there are markers, there are post-its, and you have what to work with. You'll see me sometime around coming back to you, but now it's back to DLG Bev to continue.
Okay, fine, fine. Okay, so our trainer, Susie, did a fantastic job there in the first part, you would say, right? And I hope you have all listened and taken in what she was saying. And so before I put anything on the screen, I would like somebody to tell me the mission of Kiwanis. What's the mission? What's the mission? One person, just let me hear. What is the mission?
Building communities one child at a time.
Please give her. Who else would like to try? Global organization, I want you starting out like that. This is something that we all need to know. The defining statement. The defining statement. A global organization of volunteers dedicated to improving the world. All right, so I have a few of these to hand out. All right, so, and what is our motto? What is our motto? So if you turn to page 4 in your, if you have your leadership guide, you will see where that page tells you about the kids need Kiwanis. We heard that all morning. Serving the children of the world is our motto. So if anybody should meet you and ask you, it should just roll off your tongue. Serving the children of the world. And we just went through the defining statement. And what's the vision statement? Does anybody know that vision statement without even looking in your book? Nobody? All right, somebody put up their hand. All right, so the vision statement, Kiwanis will be a positive influence in communities worldwide, so that one day, you know, all the children in the communities, we will nurture them and provide the support that we can give them to the best of our ability. So the objects of Kiwanis, the object, you know, deliberately we're not putting it there. I know most of us, the objects rolls off our tongue, right? And if anybody can just stand and roll it off for me, I have something to give them. Come on, stand and just tell me, rolling off your tongue, the objects of Kiwanis International. It's very important that we know these objects, and because can I tell you that sometimes you need a startup, right? To give, and then it rolls off. But if we take it real seriously, we will take each one of them and put it to a meaning. We're not going to go through that today, but we want you to understand.
Those online can hear you.
Those online are not hearing?
No, someone stood up, so I tell her she needs to stand again.
Okay, okay. All right, so who's gonna do that? Quickly, quickly, quickly.
President designate of pioneers, young pioneers.
Young pioneers, go ahead.
All right, so to give primacy to the human and spiritual rather than the material, but okay, so to give primacy to the human and spiritual rather than the material values of life, to encourage daily living of the golden rule in all human relationships, to promote the adoption and the application in higher social, business, and professional standards, to develop by precept and example, a more intelligent, aggressive, and serviceable citizenship, to provide through Kiwanis Club a practical means to form enduring friendships, render altruistic service, and to build better communities, to cooperate in creating and maintaining that sound public opinion and high idealism, which makes possible the increased righteousness, patriotism, justice, patriotism, and goodwill.
Give her a big hand. Oh. Nice, 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 nice. All right, so that was fantastic. And what I said before, we need to take each one of them and just, break it down, make it become very personal. All right, so you promise that you will do that. Let's go now into the leadership structure. And a lot of us know about this leadership structure, but do we really understand? Can I tell you before, when I just joined Kiwanis International was at the top, but they saw it fit to change it to clubs, because you don't have clubs with members. Will there be any Kiwanis? There can't be any Kiwanis. So leadership structure, we have the club at the club level, and you see the persons there at your club level. You have the club president, president-elect, secretary, treasurer, and of course, the club board of directors. Very, very, very important body, because they're the ones that's guiding the club and making sure that things are going good, and they need support. Now, after the club, we have our division. And who is our lieutenant governor now in our division? And how many? Bonus sounds are polling. All right. And how many divisions do we have? How many divisions? All right, so we have 5 divisions. Can anybody name the 5 divisions? These are things that we really need to know.
Kiwanis 101.
All right, so we have 23 East, 23 Central, 24 West, 24, 23, 25, and 24, right? Did I get all 5? All right, sometimes it gets a bit mixed up with it, but it's 5 divisions, okay? And each division is headed by a lieutenant governor. I won't ask you who are they, but we know who is it. Who is Central, by the way? Who is the lieutenant governor in Central? Lieutenant Governor Hugh. Now, the district, we have at the district, and we just came back from district convention. Everybody is afraid with the district? District? Everybody? Yeah? I see some people nodding and they're not so sure. But the district is there. And of course, we have the district governor, we have our district secretary, and we have the district treasurer. Right now, I think it's the district secretary. It's DST Jim Steele. He's both district secretary and treasurer. Okay? And the governor, district governor, Anthony Hiley, right? That's the current one. And incoming is our Governor John Shavy. Is it Shavy or Shave? Right. So these are things that we really should know. If anybody should ask you, you would certainly know. Then at Kiwanis International, Now, before I jump to that, what's the latest news we just had on Kiwanis International, at the Kiwanis International level? Something positive. Our own, okay, I hope, has been endorsed to go forward as a vice president. And isn't that wonderful? Lord, I can't wait. I can't wait. Okay, so we have the president, we have president-elect, we have vice president, and of course, the immediate past president is there, and the trustees. Now, there's lots to learn about at this level, Kiwanis International, because sometimes you need to also know how many trustees there are, what is their purpose, but we're not going to do that today. But it's interesting that you should go online and read up, because I always hear DLGE Sharon saying we need to read. And with Kiwanis, as our trainer said, it's a university. And so you're constantly learning. And if we don't read, we cannot know the bylaws. You're not going to regurgitate them, but at least you have an idea so nobody will turn into a fool when you say something. You need to know what we're talking about. So this is the leadership structure, and we come from the club, division, district, Kiwanis International. All right. So let's go to, Somebody wants to ask a question? No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. The regional trustee? What is the question? Or the regional trustee? The regional trustee would fall. It's the regional trustee would fall on the Kiwanis International. No? District? ECNC district. Okay, see, we're learning. So the regional trustee would fall under the ECNC district. And you know that we're on the Eastern Canada and the Caribbean. Okay? Sure.
All right. So on the, hear me? Yeah. Okay. On the district board, you have, hear me now? Okay. You have the district trustees that represent 2 to 3 districts, right? And they're on the district board and responsible for policy, separate and apart from what we are doing here under the lieutenant governor, which is essentially operationalizing the clubs. Okay, so we are doing the operationalizing, but the district trustees are part of that policy framework that fall under the district board. I hope that makes it a little clearer. Yeah. Right. So what you would find is that our district trustees tend to be past lieutenant governors, very, very experienced. And what would happen is that some of the issues that we have, because of the policy side of it, we take it to the district trustee for them to bring that forward to the district board. So they report to the DCMs. So you'll see the trustees at the DCMs, but so they're that connectivity on policy. So for example, the dues part of it, our district trustee is handling that at the policy level. Yeah. Okay, so right. So for those online, the question was, is the district trustee a conduit for the communication between the district and the clubs. And I want to say not really, because there are two streams. On one side, on a policy point of view, yes, that is the stream to go. But in terms of the operational issues of the club, you know, membership, dues, that sort of thing, bring that to the divisional team here, and we are carrying that straight to the governor and the DST, the district secretary treasurer. So they are related, but not necessarily everything goes through the trustee. The policy issues go through the trustee. All right. We'll get it a little more settled as we go. All right. Well, before LG says something, let me just explain something briefly. An apology. I actually have to go, and I'll be back in about an hour. There was a personal incident that involving there's an accident, and I have to go to the police and do all the reporting and all of that. Tried to do it yesterday, but I think the police tried to abuse the situation and incarcerate members of my family. So I have to go and deal with that now. Attorney, etc. I'll be back. Apologies, but what I would like to say is that because you would have seen me missing this morning up till very late, and it is because of all the work that was done before that, you know, and the entire team here that allowed us to continue a little late, but fairly smoothly. So I just want to thank the team for assisting me today with that. But I'll be back. Yes, so I think we just have to modify the agenda until I'm back. LG, you want to go? Back.
Okay, so at this point, we're going to ask our trainer or other trainer, Susie, to continue until we get it sorted out with LG. He has a thing to say to us, but until he gets back.
All right, so we're going to continue based on what is happening with our LGD. We'll just continue. So we have a reminder here for you, and I want to go through it. We're not going to skip anything today. Failing that, we keep some important things. There's a timely reminder that all incoming club officers should attend a CLE training, and by now you would have known the acronym they represent or the abbreviation, Club Leadership Education Training Workshop in their divisions, to prepare themselves for their upcoming roles and responsibilities. Just to stop here, you would have gotten a questionnaire to ask your needs and expectation before you came into the room today, because we want to know where to meet you as the learner. So when we got those responses, we look at them, and sufficing to say that 90% was roles and responsibilities. What do I need to do? Your secular job gives you a job description, so the greater part, for the most part. But when it gets to Kiwanis International, people think we don't have a JD. That's not true. We have a job description for every position in Kiwanis. What might not happen is that the president, when you get to your president's conference, would not have placed that into the folder of the officers. And as a matter of fact, you should have gotten those before your annual general meeting. So when you're going to call people and say, I want you to come in as president and I want you to come in as secretary, and I wonder, what is this? I don't know what I'm going to do. You can't nominate me. No, sir, I don't have. You should have done something like what I would have done for my home club. Send to the secretary, send to my secretary in my primary and secondary, as some know. So I'm in 2 clubs. So what I do,
I sent out as the membership chair and as the advisor for one to say, hey, you can't call people until they know what they're doing. So from in March, early March or February there, the end of February, thank you, they would have gotten every single job description that I sat down someplace and put them together in my year as president. I went on Kiwanis and I pulled down every book for membership chair, for treasurer, for what, and I just put them 1 pager, 2 pager. This is what is expected of you. Are you willing to serve? You can't ask people to serve and they don't know what you're going to do. And which is why some of you know get people jump off the rail right now and said, hey, I don't want to be membership chair anymore. I don't want to be president-elect anymore because no, when I see this book, I can't take on this right now. This is the truth. And we have to say it for what it's worth. So people need to know their roles and responsibilities. In addition, there will also be a 2-part separate trainings hosted by Kiwanis International. So you're getting it at the division level and you're getting it as well at the international level, more knowledge. And that training, you will be grouped according to your elected position. So there will be one specifically designed for presidents, one designed for directors, one designed for treasurers, one for membership chair. And that will all right across the world. You'll go on Zoom and you will see other persons from other places who are in the same position that you're in. And that training is specifically designed to meet your needs. And this is an online training, as you see, and you'll get this somewhere between August and September this year before you start the new year. I want to say to you today, ensure that your information on Kiwanis site, go back at the conversation with your sitting secretary and president, and I'm asking the president-designate to do this. Those persons online, I have not forgotten you. I'm still watching the chat and I'm still looking at the participants, and I've increased number from 14 to 21. Welcome. Now, you would have, sure. You're going to get the agendas now to see how the remaining of the program. We do apologize for the delay in putting it into your folder. We will move on now. As you could see, this is the point where our governor should have given you his goals and so on, but he had to run. So we did a suspension of the standing orders to facilitate. And again, we're going to do that now because we have an issue with our LGD, but we'll move on. I know some of you love this, but hear what? You're going to be so disciplined. It says 5 minutes. Online, you get a 5 minutes time to go look at the plant, go get some water, grab yourself a snack, and you're going to come back in 5 minutes and you will be timed, okay? Online, it's 5 minutes for you to get your legs stretched. It's not good to be sitting like this in no classroom, no training, and just get time. DLG Sharon is saying they don't need no time, but I have to. She know I can't call up her name. They don't need no time. Anyways, the program is designed. I know she wants to get all of it before she has to run. But I will not be the bad facilitator of this training. I will give you 5 minutes. Quickly make use of it, starting now and your time, okay?
Somebody praise him in here. Come on, open your mouth and give him some praise. If the Lord is worthy, just sing to him.
Hello, everyone. We are back to the center, please. It's time for us to resume. It's some minutes to 12, and we will not be taking a break anytime soon. So let's get back with the training program. And please be mindful, everybody talking. Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure. It's such a beauty. I'm an early childhood trained teacher, because adults behave like children. All right. DP Kwame, you're going to take the last photo and let us resume. Persons at the tea station, you have a minute to get yourself some tea and get back to your seats. Thank you so very much. So at this time, we're going to do a very important activity. So I'm going to ask you to get your leadership guide, President. You will be driving this activity with your members. Kiwanis, it's all about members, like how we're all about children, right? And so we work together for the common good. And the common good is to ensure that one day children can get up in a beautiful world where no harm is done, yeah? And they're all healthy. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Online, are you okay? Can somebody online open your mic? I have 20 persons. Can you open your mic? Eastern Canada and the Caribbean, that was the answer earlier on. I feel left out online. Oh no. My online participants are crying, which is why Kiwani said you ought to be in person. But I do understand the constraint. Yeah, I've not been in person. Oh no, we are so sorry about that. Okay. So online, it is now time for you to get your ebook. You can go to kiwanis.org or you can type in your search engine, Kiwanis Leadership Guide, and there you will find a landing page that takes you to several books, training books. You're going to go to the bottom of that landing page and you will see your book in the language that you speak. Yeah, they have French, they have Spanish, and they have English. So download it in the language you're best comfortable with. I will not tell you the language, you know it's not patois. Dialect is not used at the international level. All right, so today we're going to look at a very important activity. And this activity has to do with how we go about goals. For some of you, you would have done this in strategic management. For some of you would have done it in principles of business or some other business context. Yes, it is still applicable to the Kiwanis life. And so you would have been very familiar with the acronym SMART, right? Your goals have to be SMART. I like to use things that you can, what you call this now, you can bring back to memory or work with. So I'll go to the favorite one for all clubs, your distinguished program. We have our issues with it, but guess what? That's how it is. We have to work with it. Every organization have their policies and procedures. We just have to work with it. So when you are getting ready to go into office, you need to have some goals. Now, when you look at the later on, we're going to look at how to write a strategic plan or how to review the one you have currently. What you like to change, what you like to enhance, what if you don't have one, that's no shame. We'll teach you how to get it done. But you must have a plan to work with, because without a plan, you will not know where you're going. So our goals are to be specific, measurable. My friends online, have you found the book? And are you with me? Open your mics and talk to me. And so if you're not talking to me, I'm going to call you out.
You keep getting left out, so me stop talking.
DP Tadma, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Very good. Do you have the book with you?
It's in my head.
Ava Marie? Carlene?
Present. Ava Maria is here. I have a printed copy at home.
Thank you very much. Dave Michael? And as we go through, you're going to be called out because you're also a part of the training and we're not leaving you behind. All right? Okay, so we are talking about specific, measurable, action-oriented, realistic, time-bound. Now, because you have 12 months to do what you're doing, we say start planning now, right? There's an example that Kiwanis would have placed there, and it is coming from the pillars, strategic pillars of Kiwanis plan. There are about 5 of them, and one is membership. The other one is community impact. The other one is what? Tell me them. Financial viability. What else? Image and branding, yes. Leadership and engagement. Very good. For some of you, you might be wondering what French is going on in the room because you're new to all of this. But for persons who it's not your first time, you would have been familiar with the document that is called your distinguished program document. Now, one of the things there, the first one has to do with membership in that program. And it is saying that increase the net membership of your club by a minimum of 2 by September 30, 2024. The Kiwanis here, it's time bound. It starts the 1st of October and it ends by the 30th of September 2024. Now, one of the reasons why we ask you to do you remember the question earlier on? A teacher, don't forget question. You ask a question, how are you going to measure? Yes. Right? Yes. Now, you see where we're going? Great. Now, how do you measure is important. So your membership roster as of the 10th of October last year would have been that you started your club with 35 members. And if you are to grow by net 2, how much must you end this year with? 37. What if you take 5 from that roster that you started with? Can you still grow by that 2? No. Listen, you see, if you said no, you'll have to give me the rationale behind your no. And if you said yes, you'll have to give me the rationale because I need to know where you're at and how you're thinking. Because oftentimes you do things and it impacts the club membership, wider membership, which a few persons who call themselves board members did not discuss with the wider membership, and it cost the club. So I'm hearing yes and I'm hearing no. So it depends on the year. Hold on. So my online participant, I'm getting a mic because this is a very important conversation for us to continue in terms of the activity that they will have to do for 5 minutes.
What's the question, DP Suzette?
The question is, you start your club with 35 members as of the 10th of October 2022. Think. You are to grow by net 2 by 2023. And I'm using the current administration. You have removed 5 persons from the club roster. Can you still grow and by 2? And what's the strategy to do that growth?
You'll have to add 7 members.
So I'm thinking.
I'm coming online. Hold on a minute. Online, the question was just said, and I'm coming to my online participant because I need to hear what you have to say. It is important. So I'm taking 2 from the floor in person, and then I'm taking 2 from online. So get ready to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, so President-designate Melanie here from Kiwanis St. Andrew. I'm thinking to do a deep assessment before I drop any members, because here it is that yes, or they dropped already, fine. So here it is that I'm not looking at my minimum 2 there. I'm looking at increasing by far, at least by 5 or 7 to make up for my membership that.
Hold on. No fuss in the room. We are learning from each other. And I know there's an error in your response, but guess what? This is what is going to happen in your boardroom, and you can't jump at anybody. Allow the point to be made And after the point is made, what you're going to do, you're going to respectfully rebut because we are agreeing to disagree. I'm teaching you something here today, your leaders. So we don't often agree with everybody in the boardroom, but guess what? Allow them to make their point. They have a say in this thing called Kiwani. It's a members club. So, Madam President Designate, you are on the floor and allow them to wait. When you're through, they raise their hand and we will correct what you are saying. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm still learning.
Yes, my dear.
So I'm starting over. So we're starting afresh on the first month, on the 10th, right? So we've dropped already and we need to maintain a certain number of members, correct?
Yes.
Right. So if I've dropped 5 and my club is now short 5 and I have to grow by a minimum of 2, I'm looking at least recruiting 10 members to cover that deficit. Am I correct?
Tell me why you would want to go 10 to cover the deficit. I want to see where you're at.
Well,
I'm helping you to think. Don't mind me. Just tell me. Go ahead. I don't tell adult learners that they're wrong. Not even student, not even baby.
For me, even in my job, I'm measured by targets and I always try to go above what I'm given. So in case somebody drops out, I must have, a replacement, right?
Very good. That's her justification. You can't beat her for it because she justified her reason, right? May I have another response from the floor? There is a question and a question. We're taking the question after the second response. I question. So all the questions, write them down. We're coming to 1, 2, 3, because I must go on the line to find out what is happening because there might be more questions after the responses. So come with me. We're taking all the responses first, and then we're going for questions and answers. Any more from the floor?
If you have an attrition of 5 and you want, I can't keep out the door.
Online needs to hear you, sir, and I have to be true to them. We said we will facilitate them.
Hear them from them house now.
Yes, that's all right.
If you have an attrition of 5 members and you need growth by 2, then you need to really bring on 7 members at a minimum to make that goal. As I said, at a minimum. That is the mathematics of it. The answer of 10, no problems, is more than 7, but 7 at a minimum to make the goal is where our head is at.
All right. Coming from an engineer, they know figures, but you see, we don't tell adult learners that they're wrong. We agree to disagree. And I'm teaching you something to go back in your boardroom with. Question online. I am so sorry. My online participant, you ready for me? Anything else to say? Open your mics.
Good evening.
It's but it's
Afternoon, sorry about that. I agree with the first speaker because at the end of the year, you must ensure that you are not at a deficit. So to ensure that you increase by more than the 7 will be making you be at a better stance at the end of the year, because anybody can fall out by death, sickness, or decide to just leave.
And I love that. You know why? You must make provisions for the what you can't see, the unforeseen. Did you know that an LG missed getting the distinguished criteria by 1 member? Yes. Because a member died and someone went on the dashboard and removed the member. And that's the truth. Sound in the room quiet, very quiet. So the LG could do the unethical, by saying keeping it and meeting and then we take him off after the club, right? But that's not what we do as leaders. We do the right thing. It's called integrity, even when nobody's watching. Yeah, it's called integrity, but it cost him. So it means that you should be watching the numbers of your club membership chair. This is important for you to understand. It is not all about just calling people sign them all right, which is a very good thing, and ensure that they get a basket when they're unwell or when they celebrate. But you also need to do the club analysis. So you move, you replace. So you remove, you replace. Make sense, eh? So if you are going to remove, what is your strategy to recruit? I don't know. What's your goal? You have to measure. Let us go quickly here. Does that answer the question? So we go 7 or more, but prefer more. Persons who had questions for me online, thank you for that response. Person who have question for me, does that answer your question? Parking lot is there, remember? We take all the parking lot question at lunch break and get your answers. You can speak with me outside of this forum. All right, let us go. So before you get started, you want to make sure you have your strategic plan. I'm going to ask you to open your books now, and we're going to work through that plan in your group. We won't be able to complete it today, but at least you'll start. You can complete it at some other time before you get to your president conference. It is important that you don't go to your president conference working on it. You meet before, work on it, so when you go, you have a discussion around it. All right, so you want to maximize time, you know. Remember we said Kiwanis is all about time. So when you go to a conference, you want to have everything ready. You don't want to be going and doing a working conference. So we want you to consider these factors when you are doing your strategic plan. You want to look at the needs of the community. You want to look at how you're going to engage your members. You want to look at the viability in terms of the community that you have to serve. And so before you do your strategic plan, you might want to do what is called a community assessment. Who know that tool? Or a community analysis. Have you ever heard of it? It is online. You need the incoming board need to speak with the outgoing board to see if they had done one and what is it that they would have covered out of that, and what if you're going to continue along the same path, what is it that was not covered? But you need to find a community. Remember, we serve children and community, right? And so if you do that, you need to go into a community. So you want to do a playground, but you don't know nothing about the community, and you're gone into the community, want to set up a playground. How you know that is the need at this point in time? It just might be that they need a literacy center. It just might mean that they need a computer center and homework center. It just might mean that's not the need at this point in time. An internet cafe. It just might mean there's a basic school in there that needs some desks and chairs. So it is important that you know beforehand what is it that you are going into your presidential reign and what is it you need to do. It is important. Then when you would have formulate your goals, you need to take it to the board of directors and committee chairs to get them involved, and then to your club members before the year begins. So we work parallel, and how we work parallel in Kiwanis is that the sitting president work 1 more year. So I call every sitting president 1 more year as of October 1st. So your name is 1 more year. So when I yell in you, I say 1 more year. You don't get a break. It's not honeymoon. You must work with the sitting board to ensure that they fulfill the mandate that they set out to fulfill. And not because your year is rough, you're not going to give the support. Don't do that. Some president, because them get a beaten, they just give up and them lock off after the 1 year. But you don't want your successors to have the same challenges, and we're all learning. So you give the support. Without goals, your board and members will have no direction. And I said that earlier on. Review your approved goals a minimum of every other month at board meetings to determine if the club is on target to achieve success.
There's not a question or anything, but this table would like just one example. So just another example that you could plug into table.
Okay, so they need an example and we're going to work it through right now. All right, so let us open our books. You see, some people want to go ahead of the class, you know, and I have no problem with that. I take you where your needs are supposed to be. So we are at the part where you're supposed to be now, that is in your book. And it is called Kiwanis International Strategic Plan, page 5. We are starting at page 5 first. And page 5 is saying something like membership and engagement and all of that. You say build, retain, and support a growth Kiwanis Kiwanis membership network. Then you say leadership and education, develop competence, confidence, and caring leaders across Kiwanis family. That will take in your SLPs. And community impact, you will see perform meaningful service with a service to children as our priority. And you can understand, based on the mission statement in Kiwanis 101, you know that children is at the forefront of what we do. Financial viability, ensure financial viability and responsibility stewardship. Branding and responsible stewardship. Branding and image, enhance the Kiwanis image and brand worldwide. Now it's time to work. Someone needs an assignment and they're asking for it. So let us get to where we are supposed to get to. You're going to turn around and you're going to work now. So now that we know some of the things that we're to discuss under the first pillar, membership and engagement, we are going to do assignments. Build, retain, and support a growing Kiwanis membership network. But I want you to do this. Build, retain, support a Kiwanis membership network in your club. So everything you're doing now has to do with your club. I would like you to write a goal. When you write your goal, think of the acronym specific. SMART. SMART. Very good. SMART. When you write your goal, think of SMART. Right? I'm going to go back there in a little while. Now, I would love for you to give me 3 goals under membership and engagement. How you're going to recruit, I need a goal on that. How you're going to retain, I need a goal on that. And how you're going to engage, I need a goal on that. Please start working now. A goal, yeah? Not a question, a goal is not a question. Yeah, man, but make them go on. And I don't want it. Online, I see I've gone up to 26 online. Can you please get together and work for me? You have 5 minutes to do this exercise and we are pressed for time, so we are sticking to the clock. You have 5 minutes to develop your goals on the membership, and you're going to tell me how you're going to measure these goals, how you're going to achieve them, or you measure or you achieve based on that acronym. Let me go back to the acronym for you. Someone was asking for an example. No. Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Go. 2 more minutes to go, please. 2 more minutes to go. Right, we are ready. Online, we are back to the center online. We are wrapping that up. Remember, we have up until about 3:30, and we want to make as much use of the time. We have some new clubs, and we want to hear from the new clubs as well as the more mature clubs. So at this time, we want to all participation. Don't think you're going to escape this very important activity. It is for all of us to do, and I want to hear your feedback. Is there another mic like this? You have another one? Just one? All right, how many persons are ready? Okay, so we will start with DLG Barry. Let me tell you, we are going to start with the young clubs first. Yes, all right. We're going to start with the young clubs first, and then we're going to go to the more mature clubs. So I'm going to go with Pioneers. Then I'm going to go with 23 East Jamaica Online. Then I'm going to go with EPSA. Then I'm going to go with Southern Professional St. Andrew Online. I know all the newbies now. So we're going to come to the more mature ones because they would have been doing this for years and they would have been getting it right the first time. How they're bright. So let us hear from our guests, and we're going to hear from our online person. Guests not ready? No, what are you saying to me? Okay, so are you ready online here? Yeah, we're doing membership and engagement. The membership chair is going to answer and then come to the parents. So we're going to do Pioneers, and then we're going to ask the sponsoring club for Pioneers to respond to the thing, which is downtown. So we're doing it in that order until we get everybody. All right. So quickly, tell us what your goal is for membership and engagement, and how you're going to achieve it, and how you plan to measure it, and all of that. Quickly, in less than a minute.
Okay, so good afternoon.
Hello, please. Listen to me now. You know why someone have board meeting until 1 o'clock in the morning and 10 o'clock in the night? Because you don't listen to each other. So let us come right back to the center of the training. Very much. May I have some sound on the mic? Great.
Microphone check.
Checking for sound. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Eden from Kiwanis Young Pioneers Jamaica Online. I have to ensure that I'm saying that correctly. And the membership chair. So for engagement and for our membership and engagement, to engage our members, definitely we'll be hosting different club socials in different ways. Of course, we can pick ideas from different parts. I have a minute. In recruitment, we plan to set up a recruitment drive for outgoing Circle K so them can transition to Kiwanis. Retention, of course, with the people that we already have. We'll do surveys and different questionnaires to see if we're serving them, how the club is helping, and how we can better our club.
How are you going to measure that? So you give me some goals going to measure, and in what timeline are you planning on doing all of this activity?
Based on the responses that we would have gotten from our surveys and questionnaires, then
in what timeline would you plan to measure, administer the survey? I'm being very specific.
Close to the end of, quarterly, it's fine.
What's his name?
Thank you so much for that.
Why are you helping her? Don't help her.
Because they
Don't
sponsor us.
Her.
Because they're our sponsor club.
No, you must not help her. No, listen, you're not going to be in our boardroom to help her. Listen to me. Order in the training, please. So she would have given me membership chair would have given me a slew of goals. So I'm asking my incoming membership chair to tell me, you have 12 months, which have 4 quarters in the 12 months. You are going to do a survey. You're going to do recruitment. You want to do engagement. And these are some of the things we're going to our board room with, some very blanket things. We want to do. Is it possible? Is it specific? Is it measurable? Is it action oriented? Is it realistic? Is it time bound? How are you going to do it? So I'm going to help her quickly. So one of her things is to do recruitment, and recruitment could be done in the first quarter, right?
And then in the first quarter, she would do a recruitment. She wants her target market is Circle K. That's all right. How are you going to administer these questionnaires? Is it a physical paper-based or via email or WhatsApp or whatever? How you plan on doing it? Google Forms. What is the amount of members you need to attract in your club within that first quarter? Based on what you have now, what you think you would want to add to your club roster? Existing membership. It no matter because you see we are all learning. And so I want you to give me numbers, quantifiable. Let me hear from, thank you very much for your participation. We're going around the room. Listen, in Kiwanis, we cheer people along, you know, we're coming to you.
Okay, the goal of the membership.
Talking to us and we don't remember her name. Tell us
My
who
name
you
is
are.
Angela Blackwood Baker.
All right, great, Angelo. Good, go ahead.
All right.
Which club are you from? They're pushing me to push you. Which club are you?
Southern Professional Online, St. Andrew.
All right, great.
Okay, the goal for the membership, growth and education, would be to build, retain, and support our club membership network. To ensure that this is done, we would we would make it transparent, and also to make sure that the communication is clear on a timely manner, so that we will get our members involved and motivated and interested. Our objectives is to grow the existing membership with at least 12 additional members.
What's the current membership of the club? The question was
Our
asked.
current membership is 43. All right, to provide and engage strategies to strengthen our recruitment growth, and also to retain and develop
into
our
downtown.
members. Our another objective is to strengthen the club's experience, and also to educate and involve members in fellowship and service.
Okay.
Anything else?
All right, that's all right. Put your hands together for her. So she has an hang of it. So you see, because we're going to the New Kingston, you're next. So set up on the self, we're coming to you all. Yes, we want to hear from downtown, which is a more mature club, to see how they're going to do it. And we want to take the time out to welcome Lieutenant Governor, sir. Introduce yourself to the training audience, please.
Hold on, let me get in the mic.
Government, that's
Lieutenant Governor from Designate from Division 25. Happy to be here to learn.
your name, sir.
Oh, Francois Lawrence.
Francois, thank you for coming. Great.
Great.
Tell us about your goals, sir. And we are running speedily ahead.
All right,
before
well,
lunch
for the
break.
first thing, there's a beautiful document that we got in our package, not icebreaker bingo, but it said, Eastern Canada and the Caribbean Distinguished Program 23-24. So for membership and engagement, it gives you a goal, which is a growth of net 2 members certified by October 24th, 10th of October 2024. So there's a goal there. For my aging club, and I say that with the most of respect, Kiwanis Club of Downtown Kingston is a fairly old club. It's the third oldest club in Jamaica.
You only have 1 minute, please.
Right. Our strategy, what we discussed, was actually looking at giving some of our members honorarium status, which means doing that analysis now, not in September, October, because what we need to know is how many members do we actually need to add later on. We have members that are 95 years old. 99. Right? So the fact of the matter is that we have to do that type of analysis, determine what our real number is to get net growth by 2 and then move forward.
Timeline.
We start with the analysis now.
Okay.
When we decide what the numbers are, we can add a little to make sure that we cover if there's any unfortunate incidents. And then what we do is we start recruitment at day 1 and we finish by day 364. Right?
And on a point of interest, please bear in mind that in August, we all will be celebrating for the first time in Jamaica a centenarian, because DLG, DP Norman will be 100 years old and kicking. When we say kicking, we mean walking around just strong and vibrant, right? In August this year, 100 years old.
That's a party downtown Kingston will be having. And so we are at New Kingston now, who has been around the block for a long time ago. And of course, their membership chair is DLGE Sharon.
All right, good afternoon and thank you, DP Susie. All right, so the first one, increase the percentage of members actively involved in monthly projects and club meetings to 50% by September 30, 2024. How we're gonna measure using our attendance records, because we do have that. To attain it, we're going to send direct invitations to our members to participate in activities. We're going to provide recognition based on engagement. And we do surveys, so we're going to review the feedback from the last survey and implement at least 2 suggestions. Number 2, increase the number of members by a minimum of 2 by September 30, 2024. How we're going to measure using a dashboard, a roster. How we're going to implement activities to encourage members to invite prospects. So we can tie that with executing the 2 for 2 initiative and send personal invite to members to participate. We're going to post our projects on social media because that will get persons interested in joining. We're going to recognize members who invite prospects, and we're going to use the club newsletter for our members to share positive experiences about being in Kiwanis. And then third, we're going to host a minimum of 1 membership focused activity per quarter. How are we gonna measure that? The club calendar updated and shared. How we're gonna attain it? Membership chair to engage committee and club members for their ideas. We're gonna schedule activities and assign leads. And we're gonna track and report in our membership and board meetings. That's it for us, thank you.
Okay, put your hands together. So, I do not say when one is wrong or right. But you notice the structure of what is going on at the big mature club. They are giving you, as they go along the way, what is it they're going to do. You will have more time, so I can go around the room for another activity. Don't worry about it. Online, I see you're talking. Who will be the person speaking to us here? Open your mic and go ahead online. Shari Gay Douglas, are you going to be the speaker? We're not hearing you online. DP Tadmar? Why online participant? I'll mark you absent.
Yeah, I'm at work.
Because it would mean you're logging and you're going about your business.
I'm listening, but I'm at work.
Talk to me online. You need to report before I move on.
You're not hearing me, DP Susan?
You're very soft-spoken, sir. Can you raise that voice of yours? Thank you.
Literally shouting in here.
Wow.
But I'm saying that I'm at work, so I can only listen at the moment.
Oh, you're at work and you shouldn't tell me that because you're not paying not attention in the
I
training.
am, I
So how
know,
we going to
I
grade
am very
you?
much paying attention. I can tell you everything DLG Sharon just said a while ago.
How am I to grade you?
You're not hearing me either.
Should I put work beside the name and send it off to Kiwanis International?
That is fine, DP Suzette.
All right, who is the person online though? Seriously, who's going to, because I see you all typing and making some suggestions here. And I'm not going to read it because you need to be a part of the training. So you need to tell me what is going on. Who will be the speaker? Time is going.
DP Suzette, one of the first things that we need to do is to look at our membership roster and to decide whether or not all the members who are there are members that we want to retain or are members that who are likely to be on the roster going forward. So we need to look at our roster. Two, we have to ensure that our recruitment drive is unplanned. And as you rightly said, we cannot start September. We have to start from now in order to get that net goal that we want at the end of the year. And we are going to be targeting persons who can make meaningful contributions to our clubs. And when I said meaningful contributions, we want persons who are service oriented and so forth. That's my contribution.
Thank you so very much. All right, so you will realize that on the screen here, you have those pillars and you have some little notation under there. Your strategic plan should be formulated using these major headings and sub-headings. Now, what I need you to do for me, President, pay attention. You are the captain of your ship. And if you're in the space, whether here or online, you need to get it right. There is no room for error now. It's no time to cement information. Ensure that you get it right. So you have some assignment to do starting this evening, and you're going to give yourself a time when you're going to complete the assignment. But you need to now start looking at these 5 pillars, major pillars with the notation under them. And you need to start putting some flesh to what is there. You're going to use the acronym SMART. You're going to tell yourself we have 4 quarters, we have 12 months starting October 1st coming, but you can't wait until that time to start. What you need to do now, you need to have this ready by month end. It needs to go through the process of you doing it, then reviewing it with your current board before you get to your president's conference, which should start in July. So your president conference really needs to start in July for the new administration, which means you. You must meet with all the persons, the stakeholders involved, your chairs and so. You need to meet and you need to go through, you need to talk through all that you have planned. DLG Bev is going to work that through with you in a minute. While we wait for lunch to come, we are saying here that specific, does it target a specific area for improvement? Measurable? No, I can't do that. Kiwanis is not saying I'm to do that. I'll be breaching, and you have all the information there in that book and you get extra information in your folders. So I'm impressing upon you to use what you have. Some of you are coming back the second time. You would have gotten a book last year. The content has not changed. And so we ask you to go back for that book. I know some of you from it put it down last year, you don't look back at it. It is someplace probably want to dust off. You're going to dust it off now and use it again. So we are saying that if you don't plan, you will fail. But if you plan, you will succeed. And so it is important as I take my seat and ask DLG Bev to come, and she's going to do a service leadership program with you and signature project, which is a very important part of the distinguished program that some of you still can't understand and still can't get it right. Some of you, your elements need to be reviewed, and this administration will have to be the administration to do the reviewing of it. because it's not impactful, it is not targeting children, it is not targeting community, it not have no taste. And so you have to fix it. Don't start here with something that is not right. You speak to the member of a dialogue with the current board and membership to say, we are thinking as the new board to change the program. You don't get up and change it on your own some self. Kiwanis is a members club online, and we all to remember that when we make a decision, it needs to go back to the member so they can agree on the decision. My mic is off. All right, so guess what? You will have time to go through that strategic plan before we leave, because there are some elements of it that will come back later on in the training, because looking at service, what are some of the projects that you're going to do with your service leadership program? Auntie Bev is coming to tell us about that as well. And when we get to image, it has to do with your signature project and your branding and the visibility in terms of the community that you're served. When you do your project, do you put your template on it, or you just leave it like that? You don't see okay. One of the things I envy my other counterparts, and I say it without no malice, it's Rotary. When they do a project, they brand it. You see the big service above self, and you see the four-way test and all of that. When we do project as Kiwanians, what do Kiwanis members or Kiwanis club, what do? We just walk away. And we leave the project. So you see a lovely park. Who did build that again? Yeah. So we're going to walk you through that. And where is my co-trainer? DLG Bev, you ready? Lunch is on its way, so don't worry, don't leave your lunch. It's pretty close. I know some persons have asked for an early exit, and they will pick up at part 2. So we do make some contingency for that. Trainer Bev is going to walk you through the other parts of it. Service leadership program and signature project.
Okay, so we're on to the reason why we're really here, right? And that's to serve the children. And so we serve the children in many, many ways. And one of them, the most encouraging and the way that makes you feel real good is doing service leadership, going through the service leadership program, because you're working in the schools. And from experience, I know that these little children from there right up makes you feel good. When you go and you see what they're doing and how they're improving and how they do their clubs, and you see them as little as 4 or 5, they're becoming presidents and so on, it gives you a good feeling. How many of you here have service leadership programs in your schools? In your clubs, sorry. Okay, and the aim is to really make sure everybody, all the clubs would have, because if you notice the criteria for last year, one of the criteria was that if you had a service leadership program already in your school, you wouldn't get the points for starting a new one. So the reason behind that was the clubs that do not have, they would be more now inclined to start a service leadership program. Also, please remember that we say it out. We don't say SLP much anymore. We spell it out, service leadership program. Okay, so we have been sponsoring clubs over the years. I mean, the service leadership program is one of the longest serving program within Kiwanis. And who can tell me the names of some of the programs that we have? Who can tell us? Yes, I heard some. I'm glad somebody started with Action Club, because you know, the Action Club, sometimes we forget them, you know. And we really want to say that the Action Club started in 1987, and it's really providing adults with disabilities. Now in Jamaica, you know who adults are, but it's from age 17 onwards. All right, so if there's a school that has kids under 17 and they want to start an Action Club, we sometimes kind of vacillate to do it, but we can go ahead and start the Service Leadership Action Club there with that school. Anybody has Action Club at their schools, at their clubs? We do, yes. All right, but we can look at starting more action clubs. What about the next one? Circle K. Circle K. Now, Circle K is the persons that are at the tertiary institution. And I know online we have the guru of Circle K, who is Tadmar. He's one of our longtime Circle Kers, the CKIs. We don't say Circle Kers anymore, but we say CKI. All right. And it's a very important club that we need to encourage, and we need to foster them, and we need to work with them, because they are the adults that are stepping out. And I think we're also now trying to get those CKIs to join adult clubs. Okay, and that is a little struggle with us, because they're not coming forward into the adult clubs, and we need to wonder why they're not. Oh, okay. Somebody said something. You can say why, please. Let me hear why. It's very important. And I wish our DA was here to listen to what you're saying. You need a mic? Can somebody get her a mic for me? Hold on. We need to hear what you're saying. Oh, sorry. Check. It's not on? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm President Designate Lamoy from Mona St. Andrew. As a past,
Former CKI?
yes,
Wonderful.
as a past president and LG, a lot of times Circle Kers don't immediately transition because we consider Kiwanis boring. That's one of the main reasons. I left CKI in 2011, and I've only been in Kiwanis now for the past 2 years. The younger, or rather, because everybody goes to college, you have fun in college, you fellowship more, it's a bit easier. When you're in CKI and we go to the sponsor clubs or we interclub, the meetings sometimes are a bit boring. So we consider the entire organization to be boring. There's not many activities to engage Circle K, well, CKIs. There are really not many. For some clubs, for me personally, and my club and my division, we mostly went to New Kingston, NSA, and downtown. The other clubs, not so much, even when they invited us, it's really difficult. Also, sometimes CKIs look at Kiwanis more of a status. So they don't come to Kiwanis until they've achieved status maybe in their professional lives. And it is very difficult sometimes to balance, especially under 30, where you may have a child. Work is overwhelming. It's not easy, or Kiwanians don't make it easy for us to join.
Oh my. I'm glad we have heard. LG, you heard all of that? You heard, yeah, it's.
We have a past governor who would like to share as well.
Johan would like, oh, sorry, a past governor is also here. And listen, guys, it's good to spend a little time hearing this, because this is our bloodline, right? Serving the children is our bloodline, and we want to get it right. Go ahead, past governor.
All right, so good afternoon again. As a past governor, I was exposed to the issues of Circle K's transitioning into Kiwanis. So some of what I'll be saying is definitely answers that we've gotten from Circle K's. She mentioned a few. I think the number one reason is the money. Kiwanis is expensive. it's probably not expensive, but that's the perception that is out there. Everything costs money in Kiwanis. And as a young person just leaving university, you just start your job. I know that Kiwanis allow you to, I think, for 2 years to go without paying dues.
Yes.
But there are other things. You have to go to events and it costs money to go. Your club wants to buy something. So that's the major issue for Circle K's. Another thing, and to be honest, during my year as governor, I tried very hard to get the Kiwanis Club more involved, not so much financially, but the support and mentorship that the younger persons need. I am definitely going to always acknowledge Downtown Kingston for their support, and that's one reason.
Yes, yes. And thank you so much.
That's one reason I am a part of a club that they sponsored. They didn't just support us financially. I received mentorship and guidance and
Yes,
without
yeah.
money
Big
too.
up, big up downtown. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I really appreciate what you're saying because I feel the same way that some of our clubs are not putting, and the bylaws tell you financially, we need to support our service leadership programs.
Yes.
And so it's good hearing from you. That's one of.
Yeah.
the
So
reasons why.
as I said, we tried during my year and it was, I'm like not sure how it is now, but during my year as governor, we did get some support and we could see. All right, so I can show you. Morgan is a Kiwanian. She's a past president. He's a past vice president. She's a past president, and they were all during my year Circle K's. So, and during that year, we had Tadmar too. We had DLGE
Tadmar.
Sharon. So,
GE Sharon, yeah.
and we had DP Suzette, we had LG Caroline. So we did get support during my year, and you're seeing more Circle Kers now coming from that time. So I believe if that continues, and again, not just money, they need guidance,
and
they
the
need
time.
mentorship,
Yes, mentorship.
especially in leadership.
So my fellow Kiwanians, you hear that now, right? As leaders, new leaders, this is where you should focus. Not saying that's all, but please try to focus. You heard it straight. from
And with the
horse's
interest
mouth.
of time, I won't dive into anymore, but those are 2 points that I really need to
Thank you
let
so
be
much.
known.
Very important point. Okay, so yes, LG was saying it's important we spend a little time hearing some more. If you have any more, so we'll know what areas to improve on. Any more comments on CKIs? Johan, you wanted to say?
Really be more engaged, because you guys are saying that it took you basically 12 years, 10 years to get from Circle K to Kiwanis. And I mean, if DLGE Sharon was there, it never took her too long, but you know.
Online persons, you can also be involved in the
All right,
conversation.
It didn't take me that long because I had the right support. So it was easy. So, yeah, so it was easy for me because it didn't take me long. So I'm saying if you keep that up, build that rapport, that relationship, I can list members of Downtown Kingston who are like fathers and uncles, and that's the kind, it's almost like I owe them to be a part of Kiwanis, you know what I mean?
Yes, that's
Well,
good.
that's the point I wanted to bring across, that it is that mentorship where the Kiwanians, because we were having that conversation, that very same conversation about how to engage the CKIs. And the way to engage them is not to bring them to a Kiwanis meeting and them say it boring. It's to go to their meeting. And that should be the conversation that we should have. And that will bring about the mentorship, because they would have people to look up to and support.
All right.
Lloyd Davis, he was my advisor. He came to almost every, yes, sorry. He came to almost DA, past DA, PDA
Oh,
Lloyd.
yeah, right.
He came to almost every club meeting. He was at every club board meeting that he could make himself available. Any advice that we needed, he was there to guide. If we're having an election, he was there. If we invite them to come to our meetings, they would come. We were having a can drive for our signature project, and we gave Lloyd Davis a can, and he brought it back to the club, and they contributed, and he also brought it to work, and he brought it around, and he got donation. They also came to the project on the day, check what else we needed. Stefan, LGD Stefan, on the day of the project, they showed up, a bunch of them, and they asked, what else you guys need? And he jumped in his van, brought me down to the hardware, got some stuff and the project. So that's the kind of, yeah.
Wow, I'm so happy for this.
Love it.
And we're listening, and we're all listening. I know DLG Sharon feel the same way.
And you may ask why we don't have a lot more IUC circle cares in Kiwanis, regardless of the support that we've gotten from them, money.
Okay.
Not persons not working and stuff like that. But like, for example, in Young Pioneers, we have Garfield, me, the current president, the VP, the secretary. We're all a part of IUC Circle K, most of us, sponsored by Downtown Kingston.
Okay. Before you take the mic, is there anyone online who would like to make a comment? Anyone online?
I think President.
Can somebody monitor that chat for me if you see?
Nobody's hearing me?
Oh yes, we're hearing you now, Tad.
Hi. Just to reiterate what President-elect Karian has said, along with the other, I don't know the other person's name, but transitioning from Circle K to Kiwanis is not one of the easiest transitions in the past, and that's because of the lack of support that Kiwanis had then provided to CKI, even other aspects of the Kiwanis family line. One of the things I can tell you that I encountered working with them, trying to shed a positive light on the Kiwanis side of things in order to get them to join actual Kiwanis club, was to be present as President-designate Johan said. You have to be present at their functions. You have to be a mentor there for them. You have to have something to say to them, even if whatever you're saying doesn't make sense. It's just the fact that you're there, you're able to motivate them to get stuff done. That's basically what they're looking for.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Lisa McDonald, membership chair from the Papine Club. I just want to reiterate some of what has been said before and to give you a different perspective. I am going all the way back in 1992, 93. At that time, it was Circle K at the University Hospital of the West Indies, School of Nursing. And well, there has been a huge gap year for me, so forgive me. But Stan, is there anyone in the room who remember Stan? Stan was always there. And just as what some of the persons before me they have said, it's your presence. It's about the presence. I know we are into social platforms, etc. So it doesn't have to be face-to-face, but it's about the support. And Stan, and there was another gentleman, but I remember Stan, he stood out. He was always there guiding us. And I do believe one year we got for distinguished secretary or something like that. Forgive me, I'm coming from way back in the 1990s. But when you have the support, you can move mountains. And so I believe in transitioning from what we know called CKI, in my days, it was Circle K. If we have these persons kind of following up, doing a follow-up, you have left a university, you have left a school of nursing, etc. but you're not left alone during that period when you're transitioning from student to a professional. Still have someone following up and mentoring, you know? And so when you keep track of these persons, I do believe, you know, it will help them to transition.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we really welcome those points, you know, so we can know what we're going to do, how we're going to do better. So the remainder of the service leadership program, you have your Builders Club, we have K Kids, we have the, well, these are other initiatives now, Terrific Kids and the BUG program, bringing up grades. But remember that the age limit, the age group for the K Kids and the Builders differ a bit from overseas than what we have here in Jamaica, but we're still working with the program, and you heard straight from these guys what it is that they're expecting from us as sponsoring club, which leads me into the role of the sponsoring club. And of course, I'm just going to take out a few of them. Initiates organization of the sponsored service leadership club, obtains approval of school officials for the establishment. Remember too, when you're establishing one of these service leadership programs, make sure you have a buy-in from the principal, from the school. The buy-in must be there, because if there's a buy-in from both at the principal level, and you have your faculty advisor and so on, and parents, you have a better sponsored youth program in that school. So try and see if you can make it from the top. You schedule the meetings. And sometimes we tend to say that, you know, you start a sponsored youth program and you leave them alone, but they need to be followed through. Are they meeting? Try to initiate online meetings with them. You know, we're in the age of computer technology now, so we can go ahead and have online meetings with these schools. For chartering, you file the petition for the charter, the plans, and of course, you are going to financially get these schools in and help them. Remember too that when you have your service leadership programs, you have to follow through on them doing their reports. It's not just leaving them alone. They must do reports. Reports are due at certain times, because this is the way they will get different awards, which would make them feel very good about the program. So it's a lot that you really would have to do, but we're asking clubs, please, to make sure that that is done. Okay, so we spoke about the obligations and the role of the sponsoring club, and I want you to go online and read up more about this and plan to engage clubs if you have not, because I think this criteria, or LG will read that for you, the new criteria for 23-24. I'm sure there is something there pertaining to formation of new service leadership programs. Any questions there? Trying to move this thing. Any more questions? Suzette, I don't know why this. All right, it's okay. It's okay. All right. So, yes, there's a question. I'm sorry. All right. So, all right. So when it comes to that, no, I need some guidance here, because let me see if I can start. No, she asked how does YCPO, Young Children Priority 1, falls in it? Remember, Young Children Priority 1 is from 0 to 5. 0 to 5.
And that's a different thing.
Right. Now the K Kids now, we have K Kids as young as 4+ in basic schools. And so if a club has both a Young Children Priority 1 committee and you have a K Kids, there are so many opportunities there for joint projects, because the Young Children Priority 1 can join with service leadership to do joint projects with both the K Kids and that committee. Okay, no, don't look at the US. You're looking at the age group. As I said before, it's different, but we are trying to get some things cleared on that. You have something to say on that?
You, what you went through earlier on is known as a part of the Kiwanis family. So your Circle K, your Builders Club, your K Kids, your Action Club, those are the family of Kiwanis. These are programs that enhance the experience of being a part of the family in the tertiary colleges, tertiary, secondary, and primary education, or within a community. Because remember, these service leadership programs doesn't have to be in a school. They can be in a community that needs that program or that family. So because we are so taken on to schools, the institution of learning, we think they have to be in a school. But if you have Kiwanis members living in a geographical space, and you see the need for one of this family to be there for children, you can come together, get the permission, get the background check of the Kiwanis members who want to do it, and you can have the program within that community. You can have them meet at the community center with permission given, of course, from members of parliament and whomever is in charge, maybe at church, wherever you want to meet. But always think community and not necessarily an institution of learning.
Right. So you're talking of the bring up grades.
No.
And the terrific kids.
No, I'm talking about the family anti-babe. No, with the program, the same is true for the program. The programs are programs to enhance. So you can have a terrific kid in a community. You can set up a bring up grade, which we call the bugs for short, in a community. You can do read around the world in a community with children. You can do this too in an institution of learning. So don't condition your mind and limit your club to just institution of learning. We don't reach the person who needs to be reached because we limit our scope. All right? Sometimes by having these in the community, that's where you get your reach, because you start to reach parents. You start to understand the dynamic of what is going on with our children. And it's surprising to know how much more reach you can get from it go into a community than just the school.
And so as you do that, you have to also make sure that your plans are properly effected. So you're going to do proper planning. Because when you take these programs into a community, at a community center, it has to be monitored, and you have to know that dues have to be paid for this program. And so you need proper planning to have it be effective.
And LG is here in support, to give support to her incoming. So she wants to see.
I think one of the questions that
it's not.
Oh, turn it. Right.
The questions that we're looking at is where they start and where they stop, because sometimes there's an overlap. So when we started with Builders Club, and we didn't have K Kids yet. And therefore some clubs, some of the older clubs, for example, New Kingston, Eastern St. Andrew, would have had Builders Club in our prep and primary schools where we now have K Kids. So you find that we're having K Kids and Builders Club almost overlapping, and we didn't discontinue, nor did we rename them. So DP Rosie, you'll find that overlap, and it's a little confusing, but that's because that's how we started with Builders Club. We continued with Builders Club, and then when we started to form K Kids, we did it in the same prep and primary school. So that's a challenge. We have not changed it, but we have continued. But to answer her question, which is what she is asking, where does K Kids start? What age does K Kids start?
That's 4 plus 5.
4 plus, right. 4 plus for in Jamaica, 4 plus up to like 6, 7 into
grade
before they transition into the primary or elementary school.
And then we have the Builders Club.
And the Builders come
grade
on.
3. So that would be grade 9 to 12.
Up to 12. And then you have the key clubs.
In the high school. So at Arden Prep, for instance, where, well, I'm not there anymore. But for Arden Prep, where I used to be, we have both a K Kids and a Builders Club there. So you can have both in one school.
Absolutely. Yeah. You can have both in one school. All right. Any more questions there? No? All right, so let's jump to signature project. I know the
And then
lunch
we're
is
going
here.
to go for lunch after
Right.
signature project, which will be 20 minutes for lunch. And then we have to kind of crunch things because we need to get out of the space by 3:15, 4 o'clock at most.
Yeah.
And we have to go through the president, the secretary, the treasurer, membership chair, and the vice president and PE.
And those will be short presentations.
Right? And
Trust
those
me.
are short presentations. So
Johan, you had your hand up? Oh, okay. All right, so signature project, which is the buzzword now, signature project. And so we have to take it very seriously, okay? It's the annual signature project contest that we are doing now. Now, for the signature project, if your club has one already, how many clubs have signature projects? Great, that's good. That's good. All right, so your signature project, can range from a little thing to a big thing, but what it has to do is to have the community must be involved, all right? So from playgrounds and parks to festival fundraisers, the signature project is a hallmark of what your club is known for. So somebody in New Kingston, we're known for our Little B competition. That is our signature project. And we are recognized, okay, but we have to get creative in doing this. I know that there are some clubs who have a signature project that is the same year in, year out. And you wonder how come I'm not winning anything. It's just stagnant. But you can go in and make your signature project really great. So you started out small, but you can go in and make it great each year. But remember, deadlines, and I'm jumping to all of this because I'm not looking on that, but deadlines, January 27th, is it? The deadline for submitting your signature project for this year. So let's put it in perspective. We're now in 2023. You are required to send in your signature project application, not application, but for by January 27th. Everybody understand that? There's some clubs that miss it. I think there was a club that missed it because they started late and they didn't get to this, and they missed their distinguished status. So you have to follow through on your submission, okay? So my recommendation, and I think we all could agree, that for your signature project, if you have one now and you want to upgrade, you may do so, but make sure that the community will be involved and a lot of stakeholders, because when they're marking this signature project, they take into consideration grammar, believe it or not. And I have been told personally that the grammar, they have seen some signature projects coming in with the English is just so bad, so bad. And it's here I'm square, it's all over the place. The pictures are not done properly. You have to make sure it's a signature project. So you have to make sure that it is done properly. And the criteria, member focus. Okay, make sure your members participate. Recurring, a minimum of annually. You can't have a signature project that recurs every 2 years. You have to make sure that it recurs annually. Brand enhancing, you know what that means. The Kiwanis brand must be all over your signature project. And it must be high impact on the community. So it's a project that the community will benefit, and you have a lot of stakeholders, partners with this. Sorry, question? Yes, go ahead. A mural, to put a stencil. You would. Yes. You know, no, we don't. And probably we would need to get permission. Or from School of Ednaman, School of Art, they may be able to, but I'm sure you have to get permission to do that. No? On the wall of the school?
They could get a graphics person to do, it can be done like on a metal thing or
Oh,
a board. And then you said sponsored by, project sponsored by the Kiwanis Club of Downtown or Kiwanis of New Kingstown.
Yes.
It's just your unique brand.
Right.
The big K and the name of your club sponsoring the project.
Oh, exactly. All your projects should have that kind of branding. Right.
Back to the center. Let us listen to each other. That's how we're going to learn. So you soon get something to eat.
Yeah, you're finished. Just go ahead. Continue. You should have it branded. Yeah. Right. Thank you so much. I like the idea of branding on a wall in terms of getting it stenciled on the wall. And you can get, well, you can get a plaque too, the plaque, but make sure you have your project branded. That next person will know with this, yeah.
Oh, sorry, the person's online not hearing us, so we'll have to speak in the mic, using the mic. And because signature project is such a pressing part before we get to this, the fabulous 5, to tell you roles and responsibility, which is the next part after lunch, quickly. We want to go through it because they need to get it right the first time. I think it is 25 points.
Yes, because it's a real high, 25 points.
Turn it up.
I just, because I had the same question that she, and I still didn't hear the question and answer, so that is what I want to ask. If Kiwanis, if we have a stencil, Kiwani.
We don't have a stencil. You need to get the K printed offline, get a graphics person to look on it, unless downtown have someone who can do it for your club, have someone who has done it before, because you have some big club in the house who have get it done already.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I have to butt in here because I know that Adrian, who is in that business, he had his hand up. You want to jump in here?
Hold on, let her finish her point, please.
All right, so if I partner with Mona, 23 East Online and Downtown Kingston, all 3 of us will need to get a stencil. But if Kiwanis has a stencil, we could just use that one stencil.
But you see, oh, all right, hold on, LG.
Hello. All right, let me just interject real quick. How many have been on the website? You know that there's a website, a divisional website? Raise your hand. All right, on the 2 line, because on the website, there's a part called resources. You agree with that? Yeah. All right, under resources, there should be something about where KI, where you can request your club logo. And they will do the professional club logo for you and send it to you in JPEG, PNG.
So
we're asking.
To clarify, let's take it from a business perspective.
Yeah.
What she is really asking, if we have a,
I am
not
on now.
specifically for the
The
signature
call is
project.
loading. I'm hotspotting with my phone, so it's taking.
Oh, it's okay. Go ahead.
So maybe LGD, your answer would be for specifically the signature project. For her question.
That's for the club.
Right. So what she's asking, If it is, it's a joint project with 2 or more clubs, right? Which is why I asked about the stencil, really. If
Okay.
you have 2 or more clubs, you wouldn't want to put Mona, St. Andrew, Papi, and all of that. So if it's one project, 2 or more clubs, the Kiwani's international logo itself, on paper, obviously, when we're reporting, it would show that it's a joint project. But the actual logo itself would be better for the division to have, or if it's something that we don't have at all, we could invest in one to have it in this sense. So whenever a club is putting on a project, then they have that outline. So whether it's a spray paint or to just have someone physically do it, it would be much easier for the club and branding strategy going forward.
And then we have both Brian and Adrian.
All right, very good points. What I will add is that all these logos are available with the Kiwanis brand guide. So if you go online and get resources, they are there. The difference will be how it is that you plan to lay it out. What I do for my club is we set up a Canva account. So we have all the different templates that we'd want and just add the guides there. So it makes it easier. Canva is free. Just go on.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, hello. It's
No,
on the
what- no, what
website,
happens-
under resources,
And
canva.com.
other thing that I will state is that if you want to have your club's name, if you email KI, they'll actually do the logo with your club name below. So that's what we actually do with ours and get the PNG logo that we can create our items. However, if you need any help, contact Cyber. We'll be there to assist.
All right. 1 second, Morgan.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm sure that everybody's hungry, but here's it. Giving you an example. For 23 East, we did a big project at Bustamante Children's Hospital, right? And that was all of the clubs, right? Would you put up all of the club logo, 23 East, Trafalgar, downtown Kingston? We want one general thing that represents Kiwanis. So they're asking if we have something,
Okay.
a stencil,
Well, let me answer that.
that would do that.
Well, let me answer that. If you
Okay,
look, 1 second, guys. If you look in your, on the printed documents, you would see a logo I had done in advance. Now, I'm not the best at Canva, and my graphic artist has since murdered me. But, in order to get things started, if you look in there, you will see printed on the document, you will see a logo for Division 23 East. You see in that? All right, let me show you something further. Can you see the screen? Wait.
Yes.
Don't mind the nail. All right, so that's the pins that are going to be available, because you know already that our sitting LG is a lady of several different resources and magic, right? All right, so I'm not as big a magician, but what I'm trying to do is we have to bring up the hustle, right? So we have to get these out. So and encourage our members to buy it so that we can get some divisional funds, right? So that's part of it. What's that? Right. So these will be available. They are $17.50, and they'll be what we're trying to do. One of the things, the initiatives that we are doing is it will go through the divisional account. So I'll put it on the website, and then it will become available. All right. I can pass it around if you want to see it. Okay.
Are those the only pins that will be on LG? You're gonna have LGD? You're gonna have more pins for sale?
Yeah, well, all right. So the idea really is to make the division more sustainable, because the truth is it takes, I mean, if you understood what happened at the divisional rally the other day, anybody at the divisional rally the other day or seeing what was happening? Amazing, right? Lots of resources brought in from, I don't even know where. So, but one of the things we need to do is try and be sustainable for ourselves. So, the same logo and stuff we'll put on a divisional shirt. And one of the things I want to do, especially for the smaller clubs, is that we print some blank shirts. What I mean is we have the Kiwanis logo, we have the divisional logo, and it's blank. So if you're a smaller club, for a reasonable price, you can buy that and add your name to it. So that's one of the things that we want to be able to do. All right. Yes.
Good evening, afternoon. I just wanted to comment on the branding. I Secretary St. Andrew, Suzanne Webb. I'm a graphic designer too. I wouldn't suggest painting on the wall because people repaint wall. I would suggest a plaque, be it plate, engraved, or even a sign, something that if you repaint in the wall, right, if you repaint in the wall, it is still there, it is noticeable.
Okay, thank you so much for that participation. So let me reiterate. Oh, yes, go ahead.
So the deadline for submission is January 27th.
27th, yeah.
Does that mean one of the criterion on this is the club signature project? You have to enter it at the district, but a date was not set. The January 27th is what,
It's the date
execution
that
of the
you-
project or just the
The date that
proposal?
you have to, no, all right, so if you're just starting your project, so you started the project in October or for the first quarter there, and you're now going to submit, or you had the project before and you're gonna enter for 2023.
So it's a
That's-
proposal that is going to be submitted by January?
Whatever you, yes, you
Okay.
have to submit that proposal. Okay, got it? And remember to make sure your criteria, all these criteria here, membership focus, recurring, brand enhancing, high impact. Not that you cannot change. So you started out with little b. Not that you cannot change that, but the components have to be almost the same, but you're stepping it up a bit. So you've been doing little b for last so many years. So we want now to make it a little bigger and a little better. So you put some more components in it, but it is still the little b. Little, you can add to it, you can go island wide with it, you can get more partners in, etc. Or you have an opportunity to change if you don't want that same project to be done. You can change to a higher impact project. Yes, DLGE.
DLG, babe, just wanting to clarify that the actual date of the execution of the project, right? How relevant is that in terms of the Kiwanis year? Because the project is required to be reported on January. The Kiwanis year ends in October.
Yeah.
Right. Some projects are done in August and in whatever month there is, right? And that's the project for if you look at it, then that would be the Kiwanis year.
Because
of
it's in the past, it's 1 year behind.
Right. So
Usually.
therefore, just want to make sure that there's an understanding that the actual execution date doesn't have to fall within the Kiwanis year, but it is to be reported on January.
Yep,
That's
right, that's the deadline for reporting.
Thank you.
Okay, so don't come in March and say that, boy, you miss it if you could report it at this time. That would be too late. So make sure you make the deadline, which
Yes.
is
At least I understand there was a kind of a misunderstanding
with one, yes.
that the signature project had to be in the year of the incoming president, of
Oh,
the
no, I
president
know
at
about
this
that
January.
subject. I know
So
about
you
that.
just want to clarify
Right,
that
no.
it is a club project and it really spans,
So what it
the
simply means
administrative
to is
year.
that both the outgoing and the incoming will have to talk about that project, discuss it, and sit down and enter it. But when it's being judged in June, like what's coming up now soon at international, there are about 10 projects that went over to international to be judged for the signature project. I think Jamaica has 2 of them, two entries there. So, I mean, comes June of the later down at international, we'll hear if Jamaica won anything through that. But this is for projects that were submitted in January for the year before. Okay, it's just like your marketing project and your bulletin that you send in the following year, but it's for the past year. All right. So I think we have any more questions on signature project? Signature projects is a way forward for Kiwanis now. All right. So make sure you have solid signature projects and, you know, make sure that it is done properly, written properly. If you even have to pay somebody to write it up for you properly, you know, you get all the components in and make sure you have pictures, proper pictures that you're going to submit with the projects. All right. Okay, so I think where is my better half of this training here? Come. All right, so I think
I don't know about the better half, Auntie Bev, but we are at the point where we're going to have some starch and protein with some vegetable, right? And so, yes, I think you would have asked all the questions, if not all. Remember, we have parking lots and we're here to assist as much as we possibly can. I know the signature project is a very important part of Kiwani's distinguished program, and it is the only item on the image and branding. So it is a must do, and it will continue for next year into your year. So you need to get it right the first time. And there are so many clubs planning right now to enhance or to discontinue. But there's a way to discontinue your signature project. You need to write. You change it on the dashboard. Remember, everything you do in Kiwanis, you must do this with your members in the plan. So if you're planning on changing your signature project, this needs to go through a process. The process is the new board, write the scope, say what you have, your intentions are, then you discuss it at the board level. Then you take it to the members so you get their input. When you write it out, you're not going to just put it on them without one and say, this is the new signature project. No. When you think you know it all, you know it not. So sometimes they will see elements that you have not placed in the scope. Remember, there are 4 elements to the signature project, and sometimes you do it and you do 3 and you leave out 1. And so you need to take it back to the membership for ventilation, talk about it, deliberation, get their input. When you get their input now and you're all in agreement, everything is timeline. So say to them, listen, we don't have all time for this, all day for this. It needs to go on the dashboard by October 31st. And so we don't have all the time in the world. This is the proposal. This is the timeline. We must execute the signature project between November and December. If you are planning on changing,
so you can report for January.
You can report it in January. Come with me now. It is important to get it right the first time. If you are planning on changing your signature project, listen carefully. I'm going one step at a time. And it is important to listen effectively, which is why you're here today. You don't want to make the mistake that others have made in the past. So the signature project have a lot of flaws in it, or it has just outlived its useful life. At first, you never understood, so you just put something up on your dashboard. Your signature project is to impact children, because the mission of the organization which you're a part of is about children. That's the core. Whatever you do, it must impact children. Very good. It must have all your members' input in there. It must be something that is recurring. So it means you're just not going to do it this year, next year you change it, and next year you change it. No. It must be something that when you look at it, it is so good you're going to do it next year. You do it the other year and the other year. But guess what? After 4 years, you would have noticed that we live in an ever-changing world and things are changing. So you need to spice it up. So if it's, for example, if I love the one, the spelling something that I'm just loving it. I love the little b. Now, what New Kingston could do with that little b is to get books with the little b age group and let them do a book report and come and tell you about the book. And you know, let them write a little something in their language that you can understand and get some, because them just coming and spelling each year. But we want to spice it up now. We want to get them to do a little bit more reading. Or you could do a book club to it. Yeah? So you're enhancing that project. I'm coming to your question. Learning is taking place, and I know when learning is taking place, everybody's looking one direction. Now, what happened when you are finished with that particular project? You wrote it up. The members said we're going to change it. It's an agreement, consensus. We're changing. You put it on your dashboard. The secretary must put it on the dashboard, but you must also write to Eastern Canada and the Caribbean, ECNC, to tell them that you're changing the signature project, because this Jim Steele going to look with the others on your distinguished criteria, something, you know. So you need to say, we have decided to change our signature project for the administrative year 2023-2024, starting November 2023 or October, November 2023. Listen carefully, because some people don't listen. Effective listening. So you send that off in October to Eastern Canada and the Caribbean via a dashboard and via an email to Jim Steele. He pushed that to signature project person. Now, what is going to happen? You have a close window to the new project in order to report it. Come with me now. Timing is everything in Kiwanis, right? These dates are set. So you must execute this project in November, December. Take your pictures, get your member involved into it. Do all the things that the signature project say you must have. Your must-haves, your tenets of a signature project must be done. Come with me now. November, December. When January comes, you are writing to submit by midnight 27th. I said to people, as soon as it opens, submit. Don't wait. Last minute, the light can go on, internet not working, everybody get panic. Murphy's Law. What can happen will happen. That's why we start so late this morning. November and December in particular. Isn't that due for submission by the following administration, January? You would have changed it. Don't you wrote to them and told them to change it? Which year you wrote to them and tell them to changing it? Remember, I put that time in there. You can execute the project there in that same year, because guess what happened now? You're reporting on the project in that year, which is 23, 24. And then I like to write. I want to show you something. You have your little b in May, and you're reporting your little b in the coming next year. January. But you want to enhance little b, not true. So when you made your when you're making your final submission in May, stop talking. In January. So don't use the example of enhanced learning. Just a regular project.
Okay. In May. Your project is executed in May.
All right. So let me give you the one in May, a real life scenario. Right. Their project is in May, right? And they are reporting it comes next year, January 2024. Timing is everything. What is your question now, Madam Erica?
Right. So you were saying if there was a change, if you're reporting a change to your signature project. So for example, we don't want to report little b anymore. We're doing something else. That
you have to report the change right there. No, not in October. You have to report the change in January. When you finish that final submission, at the end of that final submission write-up, at the end of it, you put a notation that the Kiwanis Club of New Kingston will be changing its signature project. And it must be noted, and I get that from the signature project chair, Merdina. At the end of the write-up, you must put that you are planning on enhancing or changing the project for the following year.
Which would be the different, another administration.
Which is other administration.
But the execution of the signature project, must happen within this current administration.
Right.
And then reported by January
Right.
of the following
But that is for a seasoned club like New Kingston. Let us look at a club like Pioneers, Online, all the newbies. Come with me. The newbies would have started, for example, in this quarter. They are chartered in this quarter, right? They have a new administration coming in October 1st. They would have settled down and put a signature project on their dashboard sometime in October. In order for them to be distinguished, they must execute that project before January 27th of 2024.
So what you're saying, in essence, we have up until January to execute and report the signature project?
For a new club.
Only for new clubs?
I remember you give me your scenario and I work with your scenario and I said, it is okay, Erica.
Yes,
so you do
if
it.
the timelines are set, then they're standard for everybody.
No,
Like
it's not. No. And which is why some clubs missed their distinguished program in last year, because their coaches did not coach them well, because understanding was lacking. If you are a new club start in this current administration, the last quarter, you can be distinguished if you execute your signature project and upload it to the dashboard with the relevant proof and everything in the contest by the 27th of January next year. And it is possible for everybody. Everybody, but I'm saying no, is it for everybody, Erica? But I'm just showing a new club because enough new clubs said they didn't know.
She's saying the project that they did was executed May.
She's all right to report it next year.
And new administration will be coming in.
It no matter.
But that means that new administration will not be able to submit a separate project.
No, hold on. It's a project in the back.
So that means two projects.
No. Right here in the back. Come with me. Come with me. I see the confusion. Everybody look this way, please. Can we have one training? Because all of us inside here seems to have some little shade of gray in our head. And we're going to clear it today because I know all the nuances that you're not doing right. Come. So New Kingston, NK, Little B, right? Executing May 2023. Your submission of contest just relax. We have got this. It's not beyond us. It just take a little bit more critical thinking. January 27th, 2023, submission, 24, sorry, 24, my bad. Teachers make mistake, never mind. 24 is submission day, right? You are going to submit this project. You never change it, you never do nothing to it. And even if you change it, you're still going to submit it anyways this day with the report. And the report is an electronic format, which you should have been given a guide to go online and look at it, what it is, because a number of persons don't know what it is. Now with me, this is New Kingston, mature club, right? Mature club, you have your project going on for years, eh? Let us look now at a new baby.
Sorry, DP Sue. We're hungry. I'm going to
yeah, you
issue.
Can
we're going to bring the
food to them. Yes, man, sure. Okay. And then they can stop at a point and have it. That's okay.
All right, we're going to do the
so
chicken
new club.
first. So just be patient.
New
Chicken
clubs,
first. Chicken and fish.
they will come to your table and tell you what you need. And that is given what you had ordered too. All right? Pay attention. Stop the chattering. Let's look. Because someone will have to stand and repeat all of what is going on here. Because they need to get it. Can I see it? I'd soon carry it down there where you all can see it, okay? All right, so let me turn it just to right. New clubs, you're forming? No, not true, because we have one to form now, right? So the new club is Trailblazer. KC, Trailblazer Kingston Online. They are forming in this administration the last quarter, which we call the fourth, eh? Say June 30th, yeah? June 30th, 2023. Now we are saying that these are new babies coming into Kiwanis. There's a mantra out there that people are selling that new clubs cannot be distinguished. New clubs can be distinguished if they get the right guidance. Let me tell you what you don't do, why you don't get it. So you're coming into the last quarter, and I learned the hard way with my club I charted in my presidency, Sharon. My president worked very hard, and he's just a past president because he was instructed incorrectly. Now, we form, we're doing thing, right? We go on our SH now. The SSD, and that is Secretary's dashboard, yeah? We write up our project. Our project is to provide 120 pairs of shoes to children who are in the state care, right? They need shoes. So we are on a shooting. We write up the scope, we do everything, and we write to our donors, and we get our members who are involved. So all the 40 members in the club brought in 2 and 3 and 4 pairs of shoes. So we get from corporate sponsors and so on. So we scope good. We're good. We have sponsorship. We're going to make a big thing about it. We're going to get CVM, TVJ. We're going to get RGR when we do the handing over. And it's a bag of things, right? Because we want to have image and pictures and excitement given what is to be done, eh? Now they put it on their secretary's dashboard. They execute, they give the shoes to the students. So they give them out in December. Christmas, you know, a new club, so Christmas you give out because Santa come and everybody feel love and care, and you give out these shoes. They are to report it in 2024. January 2024. 27th, yeah? Let us not forget that it executed in December 2023. So we are in an admin year, new club. It's starting this quarter, which is the quarter 2022, 2023. Dates are important. Pay attention. I'm coming back to some of you, you know. I am coming. So you notice the last quarter in this year. Perfect. They have time to do the execution, which they did. Now in January, everybody now wants to make sure this particular part of the program, this distinguished program, is done. So they're not going to tell a lie and putting things for them do it and they didn't do it. They are going to not make up no story either and go get some stock pictures to say them take the shoes. They are going to do things that is right. So they execute in December. Now, this is it now. In January 27, 2024, they now enter the signature project in the new administration year of 2023, 2024. Can they be distinguished? Who said no? I feel like I need a reading pen and I don't put X's in book because it's a demotivating factor to mark an X in a child's book. Now, who said yes? Raise your hand. Lord have mercy. Auntie Sharon, I want to go home. Like right now, training done. How many trainers in the room believe this club can get distinguished? And there is still a shade of gray because they are not convinced. Now, can somebody who understands what is taking place on this piece of paper give me the rationale why the club can be distinguished? My guest, please speak. Where is the mic? Please to tell them why you say
Good
yes.
afternoon. From my understanding,
Please to come back to the center. We're having one training and the only way a knife and fork speak is when you talk.
from what I understand, the club would have met the criteria for submission the 27th of January the following year. I understand the question that was being asked. Because the new admin year would have started October 2023, the outgone president, if not incumbent, if not coming in back, would have had to hand over, or whether she going, whatever the club dynamics is, they would still have to submit for the January 27th in the new admin year. But that is when the project is to be submitted, so you can't change that. Although the admin year would have started October of the previous year.
Very good. Put your hands together for her. Learning has taken place. Now, listen carefully for me, please. The challenge we are having, and it is happening to big clubs and young clubs, you don't understand, and nothing is wrong with that. But when you don't understand, I ask you to seek guidance from people who know. You see, knowing is a gift. And all of us can read, but not all of us can disseminate information very well. You still have a gray area, and I'm coming, Rosie, to your gray area. This admin actually reporting. So for this admin, the admin coming in, that's 14. All right. Thank you, DLGE Sharon. Let us look this way while you're eating. I know I'm not so pretty, but it's all right. Look this way anyhow. It's information we're sharing. So I'm coming to you, Madam President Designate. So this current administration is reporting to the next administration that you would do a project. So guess what? This club starts in LG Carolyn's administration. And so LG Carolyn starts this club, which is the new one here in June. Come, it's not hard, Rosie, look this way. It's all right. May pick up everything, you know. That's why every teacher has to do psychology. Come. So you would have started the club in this year, LG, right? But guess what? It's going to impact your year in the LG, but you have to report it in Stefan's year, which is Stefan, it will be the LG. It have nothing to do with Stefan year, Stefan year is 2025. But LG Carolyn here so is in trouble if you don't do it with your club. So is your problem this, you know? So you are reporting this in LGD Stefan's year, which is 2024. Timing is what is beating most of us in Kiwanis. We don't learn the time yet. How the administrative year falls. Just like how you have a fiscal year in a company, Kiwanis has a admin year, which is not a calendar year. It is kind of tricky where it falls and where it ends, but that's how it is. So come with me now. You all understand here I'm going to go a step further, but I want to make sure you understand principle 1. Go ahead with your question. And I'm not hearing you. You know, it's a reason why Kiwanis put this in the training.
All right, so I'm going to use my club as an example because I'm trying to understand something. If the project that my president or the current administration is doing, that's their signature project, right? If say the incoming administration would like to do a different project.
No, with this administration that is sitting.
So this administration will need to change it.
No, you communicate it now that you want to change it. The president would make a submission to district, write formally to say that you believe that your signature project needs to be redesigned or whatever, enhanced, whatever it is. And you send it off to the district office, telling them what is it you're going to do, outline it. And then the president now would go on the dashboard and change it in October. Now, when it is changed in October, make note of this, because come with me, listen carefully, and as to where you're going in, and I'm going right there with you. Remember, you're changing it, but you still have not submit what you have done this year yet. Am I right?
Yeah, I'm following now.
Yeah. So say you would have done your project in April of this year. Have you made a submission yet for April? When will you make that submission? January. So you are being proactive by writing to KI to say, I'm changing my signature project, or I'm enhancing my signature project. So come next year, January, you are reporting on what you are doing now. So in your year next year, you must execute the signature project to submit the new one when?
2025.
2025.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay.
We think we understand?
Yes. So when do we write to the division to say we want to change?
Division, to that on your dashboard. So you don't have to write to division.
Okay.
Divisions, LG can't see everything where you go on your dashboard. You don't have to write to her. She know when you not do no report. She know when your club not going well. She's seen it.
I just wanted to know if we can do a different project.
You can, but it's the timeline. The dashboard, yes, we have it. Yeah, we have it in the secretary's report. The secretary's presentation. Yeah, we are going to put it up. And we have some secretaries here. We are actually going to ask them to go in and type and let you get a person look on their dashboard. So we have that ready for you. We have a question here. Are you finished, Madam President Designate? I'm so sorry. And here goes another one, LGD Steph. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're next.
Go. Okay. So based on my understanding, if President Carlene executes, well, we executed the project in May, right? The signature project.
The other one.
She is expected to report on it in 2024, but that's not her admin year. So who is doing the reporting? She is doing the reporting, or the current president is doing the report?
Existing president and
Would
our
do the
team
submission.
that works one more year will help you to submit it.
Okay, so we're collaborating. Okay.
So you see, when president leave the seat and them not talking to each other and secretaries not talking to each other, that don't make no sense. It not work well because you still have to work together. Remember, you know, the report that is due October 10th, I don't read secretaries yet, and I don't want to preempt myself. There are some things that the outgoing secretary still will have to do in the new year. That final October 10th report, you must do it together with the incoming secretary. You understand? Because the incoming secretary would not know what took place in September, after the 10th of September. And you have a report due October 10th. So you must work together. The same is true for the president. You must work together with the secretary to ensure that that signature project is there on the dashboard and it is also entering into the contest. We think we're okay now? We're done signature project because that is one whole part of the Kiwani something. That alone, that 25% is killing us. And it's all because you don't understand the timing and how you can fix it.
Question.
Because some of you can really redo your signature project and get some beautiful write-up. A young club just entered the other day and Kiwanis International, the grant, wrote them and said they are to apply for grant. They can get up to what, 20 or 30% US dollar, you know, to help with their project. But you have to do a good write-up.
Question.
Go ahead, sir. Brian, okay.
So if my current administration starts to plan a signature project in August, September, and then the execution of it is in December
of this year.
That would so the planning was done in the previous administration, but the execution, right, and the execution is done in my year. So when I reported in January,
you're not reporting in January what you have done, you know. In January, you're supposed to reporting what the outgoing president would have done.
Sure.
What the IPP would have done. That's a mistake we all are making. You're trying to report what you are doing. What you are doing is not to be reported no. It is in the back. You're supposed to be reporting what your IPP would have done. So whether you like the project or not is the one that your IPP would have done that you need to report.
Fellow Kiwanians, we are looking at it from year to year, administrative year to administrative year, instead of looking at it as a club. If we think of it as a club, we won't have this problem.
Right. Patrick,
but we keep insisting on looking from president to president. And until we stop that, we are going to be in the same dilemma.
Very well. Well said. Well said. It's teamwork and it's a team online. It is teamwork. I still have 20 persons online. Stay with us. It is what it is. We have to go through it. So it is teamwork and we are online. If you need to go grab the rice and peas and the stewed chicken, you can do it now, or the burger, because it's lunchtime here. We're having a working training because of how we had started a bit late this morning. So don't deny yourself the privilege of getting something to eat. You can take a minute or two and go get something to eat and get right back. Would you want to do your section? I just sent online to go grab their food. Grab your food online. Give me 3 minutes, come back. Yes, please. Yes. So while you grab your food, LG is going to get started by saying his goals. And so we are working and eating at the same time. Thank you. Just sit there.
Where is the? Yeah.
You need to know your LG goals, because from that, you're also going to plan with that, with your distinguished criteria and so on. So while you eat, pay attention. And that's not for our guests, because our guests, their LG would have had another one, your PD, right?
All right. So we're having a working lunch. Everybody has food or can eat? Our current LG, she has to run off, but can we give her a round of applause? Thank her for being here with us, conducting an extremely wonderful icebreaker. I was wondering if we're ever going to get back to, training. All right. Really appreciate it, LG. Thank you. All right, so here's the story, guys. I wanted to think about the division in two ways, okay? And I don't want it to sound too bad. One way is the KI top down, okay? And then the other way is the clubs coming up. So I would, we have a structure, and essentially I am the representative of the governor. Lieutenant governor is in lieu of the governor. So, in the governor's absence, I am the governor's representative, right? So for the grouping of clubs, and by the way, we will be 20 clubs, right? So we are a packed house, as you can see. You guys are, the team that's going to make it happen. So the structure really calls for the 20 clubs to have the lieutenant governor as the head of that body. But I wanted to think of it really the other way, because the divisional team, we are here to serve you, right? All we want is for the clubs to shine, right? And we'll come into goals and all of that and form a club and all of that. But the point is, there is no club forming unless all of you are strong. There's no point unless everybody is strong, right? So what we want, all we're here to do is to serve you, right? So I'm going to go through the governor's goals, right? And I'll just discuss that for a few minutes. And then I'll go through some thoughts of mine on the divisional goals, all right? Okay, so let me give you the, and they should be related, but you probably have to make the connection on how they're related. Okay. So the governor's goals are very straightforward. That's it. You can see it. Oops. Yeah. Whoa.
Go ahead.
Okay. Big enough? I'm in the way. All right. To increase can see? Okay, I got it. Come on, it's okay. Bigger. Big enough? All right. One, to increase branding of Kiwanis in communities where Kiwanis serves. Now, this is very simple, right? Everybody should be able to do this. What it means is we get out there when we're doing our service projects with our shirts on, our divisional shirts, with our club shirts. All our material is KI branded. And I think it dealt with the branding before, so we're very comfortable with that, right? Okay. All right, to open 10 new clubs during the Kiwanis year. So this is the division, the district's goal for everybody. I would tell you that I'm on the LG's team with regards to forming a club in Guyana. Now, there's been some progress, but still some delay. If it's not formed this year, LG, we'll work on that for next year. But in terms of forming a new club, my focus is the strength of these clubs, and then we'll add the club in Guyana if possible. All right. By the way, I want to just mention that we have the best division in the district. We have the absolute best division in the district, right? With due respect, right? Some of it is our doing because we're always involved and so on, but some of it is not our own doing, and I'll tell you what I mean, okay? When I went to meet the other LGs when we had training, okay? Some LGs have 2 clubs in their country. Every other visit is a flight, right? Some of the other LGs in Jamaica, right? If they're situated in St. Anne, Western St. Anne, they have a club in Portland. So I want to say we are the best in what we do, but we are also lucky in what we do because we're right here beside each other, shoulder to shoulder. All right. Okay. to continue fostering the 2 for 2 KI initiative. Everybody knows the 2 for 2? Okay, I'm going to put it on the website and we're going to do 2 for 2. All right. And oh, it's okay, it's on the agenda. All right. To increase the participation in signature project to 90%. No, there's no reason, zero reason why this should not be 100% in this division. There is no reason. Anybody have a problem submitting a signature project? If you have a problem, we have all the resources in the division available for you. All. And when I say, you know, we have had clubs in this division, right, who have been in the top 10 in the world, And when the president asked me, Stefan, will you come to signature project for us to receive the prize? I said, Prez, you want me to come? I'm coming. No matter what, I'm coming. And we went to Las Vegas to receive that prize, right? So the resources and the ability, there's nobody in the world that has any more ability than we do to win prizes. And I'm not saying this for the prizes, right? But I will tell you that at the end of the day, they are reviewing impact. And in truth, boy, any one of those top 10 projects that you hear about, you would have absolutely no doubt that those top 10 projects made a real impact. All right. So just bear that in mind. I'm not asking you to win awards. I'm asking you to do great work and the awards will come. Fair enough? All right. All right. To encourage all club executive members to participate in the 2024 CLE training. So this training here, in part, is part of the goals of the sitting governor. So what we would have to do as well, or at the divisional level, is organize the same thing for the next, your successors. All right. To increase club involvement in SLPs across the district. I think that speaks for itself. How many clubs do not have an SLP for themselves? All right, so a few, right? And we're talking some of the younger clubs, right? But the point is your parents have SLPs, right? And your grandparents have SLPs, right? So you have no reason not to be involved, right? We don't have enough hands to help with SLPs. Last night was Relay for Life. We had 160 key clubbers, and I think we had about 10 adults. And you know, I had to leave them early because obviously I had to be here. But the point is, you know, at midday, some of them were just getting back to Westmoreland. So I say that to say that there is Key Club Convention, there is Builders Club Rally. There are so many ways to get involved. You do not have to have your own SLP clubs. And let me tell you something, right? Because maybe you know, maybe you don't know, right? But I was a key clubber, right? So you know, I personally go above and beyond, and people wonder where, you know, what is my why? And the truth is, I'm not looking at it as a lens of a Kiwanian. I am looking at it personally as a lens of somebody who has received the benefits, you see? So the point is, I can tell you that, you know, what we do is important to SLPs, and, you know, we want everybody to be involved with the SLPs, right? All my SLP people. Yeah, man. All, you know. So, and the point is what we do, and that's a whole other discussion, by the way, but you know, what we do is we imprint good values on people. And, you know, as we can see, I'm a Kiwanian now, and we have several SLP members who are now Kiwanians. It's actually the future of Kiwanians, if you ask me. All right. To encourage new SLP club formation by Kiwanis clubs that do not currently sponsor one. And I want to say this, I want to say, if you can, okay? The point is, sponsorship of a club is a big responsibility because you have to do it right. You can't form a club and abandon them. All right? You have to support them. It takes money. It takes time. It takes guidance. You know, even with wanting to do the right thing, they're going to do it their own way. And it takes patience as well. But I won't go into all of that. I'll just say, I understand the goal and I think you understand the goal, okay? To encourage every club to have at least one service project that improves the lives of children and family. Now, I must tell you, this must be for the district, because if there's any club who is not doing a service project, one service project that improves the lives of children and families, then why are you here? You know, we are here for the children, and I would say these are fairly straightforward, fairly simple. I think everybody gets it, right? All right. So that's the governor's goals, which I am supporting, and they're very straightforward. I'm going to go through quickly a couple things with you. Information overload today. Anybody information overloaded already? Anybody overwhelmed? Never mind. That's how it is, right? All right. So the way I want you to look at this. Bye, LG. Thanks. All right. So let me just bring up this thing here, and there's our logo again. Hopefully we can get a graphic artist to do a better job next year. All right. So the goals are not defined in measurable terms right now, but I'm going to refine them to be measurable. So right now I'm going to give you my theme and how, you know, what each thing means under that theme. All right. All right. So we're going to start with leadership. All right. So, right. So you always say, you know, get a life, right? And get a Q1 is life. And what that life means is leadership, inspire SLPs, friendship, and empowerment. All right. So under leadership, you know, we want to get that training. We have rich training available in the division and the district. And this year, actually, one of the things I want to do is I want to focus on the bylaws. How many clubs here know their bylaws? Hands up if you know your bylaws. Hands up those who know where to find their bylaws. All right, some people. All right, so on the website, again, there is a link to the standard form of bylaws. I'm not even suggesting, you have to. Guys, let me tell you something. You are running the clubs, and it's something I'm going to say a little later, right? Because I tend to find that when you're in leadership right now, right? It's almost like you're under fire. It's like people waiting for you to trip up or make a mistake, right? So what I'm saying is arm yourself, know your information, know your bylaws. I want everybody to know the bylaws. So one of the focus for our education this year is the bylaws, all right? Okay. And how we want to measure that, clearly we want there's a succession part as well. We find too many clubs where the president was a member 2 years ago. How that? They don't, they need, I mean, they need to learn about the thing, and so I'm not saying that they wouldn't be an enthusiastic person, but the depth, you know, the depth and ways of Kiwanis take some getting used to, right? And you don't want to put people in a position where they are unsure of what they're doing and so on. So just bear that in mind in your succession planning. But you know, find the leadership, find the people who want to serve, and get them involved in the leadership. All right, put them in the succession line. All right, inspire SLPs. Now, I think I've said enough about SLPs, so I think you understand that goal. And it obviously it's a reflection of the governor's goals, right? So how are we going to measure this? How many joint SLP projects did your club undertake or participate in, right? And the other way is how many SLPs have joined your club? If you're doing such a great job, you know, especially for the older clubs, you know, those SLPs should be coming back to you. Well, all right, let me tell you something about that, right? You asked a question, right? But let me tell you something. I think generally we have been very unfair to our SLPs who form a new club, right? Because here, I believe our expectation is that they're going to act in the same way that the older clubs acted. And it's very, very difficult. Now, the other thing I would say is, and I'll say it multiple times throughout the year, right? In my first few years of Kiwanis, right? I didn't pay for anything.
Maker exit.
yes.
That's for those persons who would have participated in the icebreaker this morning.
Oh.
Yes, and you have bingo. Shane Watson. Oh. Come to the front quickly. Come quickly, persons, as they hear your name. Come.
And we only know you on WhatsApp. Come.
It's 5 persons.
Secretary?
Yeah.
Some male ones in there.
I am online. I'm online. Can you give it to my team, please?
We'll email it to you.
Okay, thank you.
While they're doing that, the point I was going to make, the point I was going to make is that I'm expecting that we are supporting our young members, right? Those who come in the club. When in my first 2 years, you know, whenever there was a Kiwanis event, you mic on. You know, a Kiwanian with one of the club members would come bring me a ticket, say, come, we're going this place, we're going this place. Because they know that, you know, as a young person out of school, I couldn't afford a lot of the things. They supported the issue. We have to also do that and support them. No, it won't affect anything. All we're doing is inspiring you to work with the SLPs. Absolutely. All right. Friendship. I don't need to get too deep into it, but the point is, having been locked up so long for COVID, we definitely need to get out. We are half a service club and half a social club, right? What you have to understand, especially, you know, people used to ask why, you know, how could you meet, you know, every week you meet, and then, you know, you start to think about it, right? In my club, you know, we have probably 30% of the club over 80 or 75, right? And the point is, it was really those senior members who came out. And if you thought about it, some of them, it was the only time for the week that they would put on, you know, a good shirt and get out. And then this is the place now at 86 where they're important. They're now retired and people forget about them and so on. And now they're coming back to Kiwanis Club. They're now a very important person. They, you know, they wait to tell that joke. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at the involvement with the SLPs to be a little more in-depth than just the one visit to the club meeting or the other activities that we traditionally do.
Yeah.
And I know you say it takes money and all of that, but let us approach it from a mentoring perspective, because here it is that these members are now in the time of their life where they need mentorship. And a lot of these young people don't have the mentorship that they need. we as club members, we come with our expertise from different careers. Now, so, right, the different career areas, we have different experience in different areas that these young people can benefit from. So let us not think of it costing us an arm and a leg, but at least assign mentors to these SLPs. That's what I'm thinking of. To kind of keep them involved, so that when it's time for them to come over to our clubs, it's not like we're begging them to come over. They want to because they have experienced the
I agree with that,
Yeah.
200%.
So a relationship would have been formed.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. All right. And then the last one is empowerment, right? We are here for the children, right? And you know, when we were at our training, somebody made the point that there are some board meetings they go to, and you know, they hear nothing about the children, you know, and that's just that just blows my mind. The point is we are here serving the children of the world. That's what we do. And we want to make that the focus of our projects and execute our projects in that way. All right, I think that's fair enough. Everybody's okay with that? All right. So now, I just want to show you one other slide here. Okay. All right, so you should have this in your package. Everybody have this sheet? Important dates? All right, so I'll give you a little clue as well. I won't go through it here, but look at the back of that sheet. Everybody looking at the back? All right, so on the front, you have what you call the important dates, right? Which just sets out essentially a Kiwanis calendar. Now, what I haven't put there are your individual projects and all the other things that you have to add to it, right? Now, remember, you have to activate a team because there's no way the president alone can do this. You have to have a team, all right? But what I'm providing you with there on the back is a kind of cheat sheet. So the point is you really want to start thinking about the club and the activities of the club in that way, because you want to think about who is going to execute it, what committee, right? When you want to do it. What else is on the sheet? If you're going to involve the SLPs or not. Some things are not SLP related. And then here it is. When are you going to get the clearance at your board? Because it's not everything that you bring to the board on November 5 that they're going to approve for November 6. Board, I can tell you, if you don't know it yet, your board don't work like that. On November 5, and you have that project for November 6, you're going to get point of clarification, and they want one bag of things clarified and all of that. Happens all the time. What I want you to do is to start getting boards to think about specifically what you want to do the month before. So we have something in that sheet called mention, right? So you kind of, you know you want to do it in January, you make sure that you mention it November and you ratify it December. That way, all the questions that you want answered, that people want answered, they would have been able to ask you to go and do that research in November, so that December you can get clearance on that. Is that reasonable? All right, I'm giving you sound advice, you know, because when you leave here and your senior members tell you it's not so it go and this and that, you really need to be prepared that a project that you had your heart set on, that, you know, the board hasn't approved, you cannot execute. You understand what I'm saying to you? Plan ahead. Fair enough? Okay, so turn back over now to the activities. I am not going to go through the activities list with you, but just to say that these are fairly standard. Plan for them, plan for somebody to be a part of them, right? And we'll have a great year. Some of these are related to division. We have some deadlines in there that you are to participate in. Okay, the dates will change slightly. I'll try again and put it on the website so that you can always refer there to the latest information. All right. Okay, and on top of that, there's a little note which is important, which is on top of this, the club's monthly report is due the 10th of each month. All right. Don't wait until the 10th either, because I mean, Murphy is at play. All right. So there's some other things I want to say to you briefly, because this is not my training, but I just have a few sentences to say. All right. The first thing is I'm here for you. All right. Feel free to call me, and I am here to support what you are doing. It's about the clubs, and I want to make sure that you're okay. Now, having said that, we have an amazing divisional team. All right. Right now, you met DP Suzette, you'll meet all the members of the team, right? You'll meet them in due course, right? But they're experienced and they're very, very committed to your success. All right. We have others here. DG Bev is always a part of the team. And DP Lorraine is always a part of the team. And DP Judy is always a part of the team, right? All right. I wanted to give them a hand for me because they're beautiful people, right? And by the way, they have all done their part. They're all distinguished, and so they are here just to make you shine, right? I feel like I want to say something about distinguished, right? Which again related to the awards. I want you to have a great year and a great and solid club, good succession and all of that, right? The term distinguished, in my opinion, is now overused, and who is not distinguished and who is distinguished and how it is. It is, to me, it is now just a legacy item. Now there's some value in it, but at the same time, right? I'll give you an example that just blows my mind. You have PLG Lou. I would call him PLG every day, right? Pass, and we don't know the time when he was lieutenant governor. You had to type report and send it off and mail it off to KI and registered letter and it get up there and all of that, right? And who signed it? And if the person don't like you, it don't get in there, and then that is how, if you look at some of the older senior members, how some of them are not distinguished and all of that, right? So to me, the distinguished in that way means nothing. What I want you to do is to execute solid projects with the right attitude for the right reasons, all right? All right, I'll also say, yeah, I come in. I'll also say my staff is here for you. So over time, you'll meet Chu, that's my secretary. And if you don't hear from me directly, Chu will be harassing you, because I know you like to get individual phone call, right? But just take it that when she's calling on my behalf to bad you up as I would have bad you up, right? So just realize that. There's also Derek, you'll see Derek as well. And whenever we need any heavy lifting done, he's there for us. We'll vote to eject you, Johan. All right. Also, all right, my office is available to you. And what does that mean? You will have to have your president's conference. I don't mind if you need to have a meeting of over 10, call me and we can arrange for that. All right. So you should have no reason not to meet as a group in your club. Plus 10. Under 10, 3, 5, go to Starbucks and go sit down and eat. You don't need to use my AC. But if you have a big meeting and you need to, it's available for you. Feel free. Not too free, but you understand what I mean. The other thing is you need to help each other. I can tell you that when I was a president, half of the support was another president calling me and say, Prez, we know we're going to do X, right? And some of them are in this room, right, Chanel? if we don't help each other, it's not going to work. All right. And you need to be a team player. Plan early. I think we made the point on planning early. Everybody got that point? And I'm going to say this, ask the hard questions now. And everybody got the succession questionnaire? Hands up those who know what they're talking about. Succession. Okay. So I had sent it through the divisional secretary to be sent to your current president. And that's a series of questions asking, what are the issues in the club that I need to know about? And you need to have those difficult questions. All of you need to have those questions with your predecessor, right? And the reason I gave you that calendar in terms of plan ahead is that you can see that you need a calendar and you need a budget. All right. Hello, we're good with that? All right. Now, I have another section here. I'm saying follow the money. None of this happens without money, right? And it doesn't happen also without cash flow, because technically you could get the money, but if you're getting it in the back end, it's not going to help you now. So you need to be able to plan your financial year and your cash flow from your financial year. I don't want you to end up, telling me, well, the president have to pay for it. Doesn't work like that. 2 more minutes, 1 more minute. Support additional activities and be flexible because of Murphy. And the last thing I would say very quickly is be kind to each other, right? We're all here doing great service and so on. And I think sometimes we don't even realize, as in a seminar one time, a business seminar, and then they had a guest presenter during the lunch. And the guest presenter said, how are you doing, right? And then it was there, the whole thing just melted down because people carrying one bag of baggage on their hand, and then the thing everybody is, oh, we're business this and this. And then when you start to hear, some people start to bawl, and the point is, you don't know what baggage people are carrying around, right? And they're here interacting with you. Be kind to each other. I'm out of time. Thanks.
To go, and I do understand, but if you miss some part of this training, I know some persons did ask to be excused. We are having the second round for persons who have missed today. I don't know if we'll be sharing a link. We might. So if whatever section you missed, you can come online and get that section, because we're going into the section now, and we have our supervisor online, so I'm going to lose the little free work today to train, because LG gone way over in time. Yes, we do get person supervisors, and one such person is online doing our supervision today to ensure that we are executing the training according to the when you're supposed to do 5, and that's not right. Anyways, it's now time for us to go into the roles and responsibility, which is the key area of focus for you as you gathered here this afternoon. So, yes, caller, we all do. She's going to walk you through roles of the president conference, and I want the president to pay close attention. Now you're going to open your book. This part is for you, while the others are following along because they will have to give you their support. Then we're going to move over into the secretary, which is keeping dates and important calendar and ensuring that we're having no clashes with the division. When division is having function, you don't plan, you support the division. When district is having something and they need our support, we support district and KI. That's how you do it. So you'll have to plan, and hence the reason why you get that nicely put out calendar. So we will be going through the secretary, we'll be going through the treasurer, the president-elect, the vice president, membership chair, and then we will wrap it all up with some important dates from Kiwanis International. Over to you, DLGE Bev.
Yes, thank you. I'm just trying to find the
Should you just stand for 1 minute, just for circulation purposes? Just stand and stretch. Stand and give yourself a stretch, please. Take some deep breaths from down in the tummy. Yes. And you're going to lift it and you're going to reach for the stars. Come on, let's do that together. All of you, except for my friend over there from South St. Andrew, is very pumpkin looking.
Go on stretching, stretch back. Deep breath.
Go.
Out. In.
Up. Will. Go up. Yeah, one more. All right, you may be seated now as we walk around and please to give all the trash to DP Judith and the persons who are collecting. We want to leave this environment very clean as Kiwanians and ensure that we can get back the space because we were so good today. Ready?
Okay, so we are now going to the meat of the matter while you're here, while we're all here, and you can turn to your page 16 in your, if you have your leadership guide, or I'll jump online and bring up your book. And let's just quickly go through the roles and expectations. All right, so we have the Super 5 here, right? Now, I'm going to start with the role of the president. And the role of the president is not the one that will just hug people around and talk to people anyway. You know, it's a leader who is organized and going to have everything in place. So the president, you were elected by the club, right? Am I right? So the club can take you down anytime if you're not performing. All right, and so we want you to understand that it's a key position. You lead by example. Okay, and as a president, you'll ensure that the club is functioning effectively. And trust me, being there as a president, it's lonely at the top. It's lonely at the top. So this is why you need to make sure that you have your core team there for you. No, you as a leader, you have to be prepared. Presidents cannot seem to be ruffled. Presidents cannot look as if they are not organized and shuffling around for things at board meetings. They don't know where to get this, where to get that, and they just don't have it covered. Everything is just looking not good because we're looking at you, presidents. We are looking at you. The members of the club, they're looking to you. All right, so we need you to carry yourself. And as I say that too, I'm not talking only mentally, physically, but how you look too. Presidents, you have to stand out because we are saying we're looking to you. So stand out, just that little edge, you know what I mean? To show that you're not going to be bossy or anything, but you are just a little bit above the rest in terms of leadership styles. And you have to set the example. Now, as a presiding officer of the club and board, you need to work closely with your board. You have to work closely with your board of directors. And you know who your board of directors are. And of course, you have to make sure your strategic plan is in place. You set goals. We learned all of that this morning, what you're supposed to do. We have some presidents here now that's coming in that were presidents before. And so they have the experience. But remember, it might not be the same because you'll have learned from that experience. So you want to now fix what you were not able to fix in the last administration, okay? The duties of the president, you lead the club's goal setting process. You organize leadership teams by appointing and training effective committee chairs. Remember, presidents, you appoint your chairman. Chairmen are not elected. You appoint your chairman. So ultimately, you are also responsible for the progress of these chairmen. ensure that the club continues to be relevant in the community. So you have to keep your ear on the ground. You have to be really there. I always tell incoming presidents that, you know, and I think I heard a presenter saying that this morning, have your little book that you can jot things down as you go along. I used to keep a book in the bathroom. I used to keep one in the kitchen so that when little ideas come to me, I just jot it down. All right, so make sure you can do that. You also have to facilitate fun. It can't be just a daddy club. You also have to try and make it fun. Okay, it's not just work all the time. Put some fun in there. You lead effective and efficient board meetings. Board meetings in itself is another topic, because we really should know how to conduct board meetings. I don't think we're going to have the time this evening to go through the board meetings, right? I don't think so. All right. All right, so your board meetings are to be well organized. And just a few pointers here. Remember, you and your secretary, you are inseparable. So both of you work closely together. Sometimes you may have to sleep at your president's house if you have something outstanding. And I say that to say, because I recall when I was secretary, I know I had to be there because we had deadlines. And I had to be there right by her side. But we have Zoom, right? So you see how good it has gotten? We have Zoom. All right. Your board meetings must be well planned. You must have an agenda. All right. You must have your reports. Directors and so on must give in the reports on time so you can have an effective board meeting. Always make sure that your minutes go out to the members, even a day before the board meeting. It is just so untidy when it happens, though, you know, because of work constraints. It happens where your board minutes might be late, but presidents, you must ensure that the minutes get out on time and that you also see these minutes before they actually go out. And secretaries, remember, minutes are documentation of what person said in a board meeting and decisions made. It can't be that the minutes were done and, you know, the president brings it to you or the secretary brings it to the president and they want to change up things. You don't change up things in your minutes like that. Okay, so make sure that the minutes are taken seriously, because this is what the club is going to have in their documents later down. Because if anybody were to come in and check your the books, we'd have to have properly constructive.
And may I help my co-trainer here? Some clubs are asking, and I just heard it, my hearers, that teacher hears of me. What kind of report director is expected to submit it? So you have committees within your clubs, membership, young children priority one, and don't call it YCPO, you hear? Kiwanis want us to call the entire name. Service leadership program, we know it as SLP, it is to be called out for what it is. And so when you meet, you must set a time, President. If your board meeting is the first Tuesday of each month, your committee needs to meet a week or two before to discuss what it is that they have planned for the next month based on the plan of activities that you would have. They need to say when they're going to execute, and then you would have done that already in your presidential thing based on what Auntie Bev is coming up with. But I'm saying to you, the report is when the committee, when you have that meeting, they come back to the board to say, what was the meeting about? What is it that you're planning to do in the quarter? Which one of the activity that you have in the budget that you're planning on pulling down on in that month? Because we might not have any money and we have to think of where we're going to get the money, although you should have been thinking way ahead before where you're going to get sponsorship. We do some untidy things because we don't work correctly. You make your life hard. So the report is coming from the committees. Now, a committee chair can come and make the report. However, for some clubs, they have directors that give oversight to some of these committees. So these committees, they have a oversight director based on your club structure. That director will take the report and table the report at the board meeting and go back to the committees to say, this is what we have signed off on. But oftentimes we don't do the right thing and we run into trouble. I think so we don't have any problems with the reporting. You cannot have a committee chairman or woman who you're not reporting. You can hire and fire as a president. So if you appoint someone as a chair and you're not getting the support, just look around and don't have no one committee, have no one person chairing it. Get a co-chair. And if the co-chair is doing better, say thank you very much, but I can't work with your program because you're slowing up my thing. And time is against me. I need to get someone to go ahead. This is business, you know. Q1 is his business.
So what we do for our board meeting, we have standard reports that directors use. So those are the kind of a standard report and run it. So that the directors themselves have to report on it. Don't have a year's worth of work either to do. It's a format that they know they're familiar with.
Thank you so very much, President Designate Yuan. So that is what the reporting about for persons who are asking the question. President, you give first time leniency, second time is strike out. So if you come to my meeting the second time without a report, I'm going to call you one away and I'm going to say, I'm going to do this myself and care. I did it in my year as president and I didn't care. I had my plans and I know what I was about and nobody was going to stop me, not even the chair. No, you respectfully ask the person you're going to have the conversation. And the conversation is this. I am not, what is going on? First start all the conversation like this, Auntie Bev. So, you know, Marcia, how are you doing? I think you really genuinely want to know if the person is having any challenge why they're not performing, you know. You need to remember emotional intelligence first. Find out how the person is doing, if they're okay, are there family challenges, is it workload, is it too much for them, do they need your help, what can you do? Find out first. But if they tell you everything is okay and they are logging behind, we have to just respectfully say, I think you are logging behind. This is the second meeting and I'm not feeling you. I'm not getting what I require to get to make the club move forward. I really want to thank you and buy them a token too. Buy them a branded Kiwanis cup. It's friend for life. But right now we have work to do and it must get done. Thank them, move on, find somebody. If you have to carry the weight, say to the board, I'll be carrying the weight of fundraising as the president until I can find someone. The business must go on.
Okay, you got that? All right. So let us look at some of the, what do I do as a club president? And we spoke briefly about some. You're going to set goals along with your team. You're going to delegate. You're going to hold meetings. You're going to recognize. Recognition is very important, presidents. Remember, to say thank you is something that members appreciate. Members also appreciate when presidents would just take up the telephone and call them one-on-one. They say, boy, president called me last night, you know. Wow, it's really important to some of our members. All right, and you are going to lead by example. You're going to lead, okay? Now, there is a thing called the club's president's planning conference. That's simply really the president's training. So you are getting training here. You are now going to go back to your club, set a date for your president's training. And that president's training is a properly planned event where you have your agenda, you get in speakers, and your club members know in terms of the chairman, the directors, all other persons can get a form of training. So you set aside a Saturday morning, you have lunch, you dine and feed them, and just have a good morning learning. Because then what you have learned, you will pass down. If you are not able to find speakers within your group, of course, the CLE trainers are always available, but you need to let us know. But you need to go back now and plan for your president's training, conference rather, because it's an opportunity to plan and develop goals with your leadership team before actually taking office. You take office in October, so you should be doing this between now and August, September, thereabout, right? So you're also, there are other things that you need to think about. What are the goals for your club? During your year, you're going to express all of that, okay? And you're going to talk to them about other conferences that you may want to have, other training conferences that you may want to have. All right, and you need to impress upon them the importance of attending this training. Something?
I'm sorry, I was just told that persons online were
not hearing?
No, they were hearing, but they were speaking about the training. They're enjoying it and all of that. So we just wanted to see what they were.
Okay. All right. Hi, guys online. Glad you're enjoying this. And so next time, you know, you will be here face to face with us and have share more of the fun that we're having here. Now, agendas to be included at your training conference. On the agenda, rather, items that are to be included on the agenda. It's like your strategic plan. You must go to that meeting telling your members what it is that you plan to do. You're going to review positions and committee chair duties. At that meeting, you also could have your committee chairman presenting their plans for the upcoming year. And also, I want to point out at this time that the directors are not, let's put it this way, directors are directors of the club and not of a committee. Many times, and I've seen this happening over the years, where you have a committee, Young Children Priority 1, and you have a director for that committee. And that director feels that that's the only committee that she or he is in charge of. But that's not so. The director is the director of the club. You make sure the club's business is going right, because you can be taken to task if things are going wrong. Okay, so we must remember that directors are directors of the club with special oversight for committees, which simply means that the chairman will liaise with the director and so on. Communication still happens there, but they have special oversight for these committees. Other things that need to be on the agenda, the revision of the executive position and committee chair's duties, review the district, division, and club goals. Presidents, what you have learned here today with your goals, you need to take back to your club with the goals of the division and of the district, along with your specific goals. That is to be on the agenda for that president's conference. And most importantly, coming into that meeting, the heads of the different committees should come with their plans for the upcoming year activities. So they must come with their plans, which includes a budget. Because remember, the budget is very, very important. Because once you have a budget at the beginning of your administrative year, that will guide you through to see if you will be able to manage what you say the committee say they want to do during the year. So you must have a budget, and that budget must be looked at intermittently to make sure it's going in the right direction. Okay, so fundraising and the administrative committees would also have their plans reviewed at that committee, at that president's conference. So it's a very important conference that you need to look into, to setting up. As soon as you leave here, you're going to go and meet with your incoming board and you try to set a date for that planning meeting. We're not going to go the role of the president-elect, whatever we spoke about for the president refers to the president-elect and also the vice president. But remember, president-elect and vice president, I hate to see when we have a team, something is wrong with the president can't manage, and you would think the president-elect or the vice president would be able to step in. But you get all kinds of excuses. Why no, some are not ready for that yet. President want me conduct the meeting, but me can't do it. You're in training. So you should be happy.
You're in training, man.
Yes, you're in training. Yes, go right ahead.
No, I want to point something out here quickly within this room. A club that has a vice president and a president-elect. If the president is absent, who runs the meeting? Let me see how bright you are. I need a man to answer me, a male. I have a token for the male. If the president, I need a male to answer and not a choir, just a male. I'm so sorry online. I can only send you an emoji if you type it in the chat. No. Very good. Excellent. So a club that, what is your name, sir? From which club, sir? Excellent. My TKI former member. Now, when you're a club, listen carefully. Listen.
Want the answer to be repeated.
Listen. Repeat your answer again. Is the vice president. Cool? Now I want you to understand something that I've seen happening in clubs that ought not to be happening. And as a CLE trainer, I can put X in the clubs that I go in your chat to say wrong, 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 unless the VP is not available. When you're a club that your bylaws have a president, president-elect, and a VP, first, second, third, whatever it is, whenever your president is not available to conduct a meeting, you liaise with your VP and say to your VP, I will not be available. Can you host my meeting for me? And you both discuss the agenda and whatever is to be done at the meeting. And the VP runs the meeting, not the president-elect. But the book is saying that the PE do it now. No, the book can't tell you that. Wait, what it says? Yeah, but I'm going to that. There are some clubs that doesn't have a vice president.
So
listening, active listening. Come now. I said, come on, I'm going to repeat it again, Auntie Beth, because I've seen it happening in enough clubs. A club that have a president, a president-elect, and a VP, whether you want to have 20,000 VP. It is stated that when your president cannot preside over a meeting, the VP does it even when the PE is there. The only way the PE will ask to do it is lest the VP is not available. If you don't have a VP, like some clubs that just have president and president-elect, listen, you are leaders. You have to do a lot of that this year coming. When your club does not have a vice president, you, the PE, steps up to the plate when your president is not available, which is why you will see the replica of the president role with the PE and the VP. There is one and up for question. Go ahead. And to whom am I referring to? Thank you. And I don't have a mic and everybody wants there, including online. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. President-elect. Kiwanis Club of Pepin. My name is Sharika Baddington. And the discussion we're having, at our table in reference to what is being discussed is in regards to page 22, from our understanding, is it that it is direction from the division perspective in regards to how clubs are, or but our president designate just shared the any difficulties with.
No, you're breaking up, and because of that, we're not hearing. Is something going on with the mic?
Do you want to share from the book, Simone?
No, tell us what you're understanding from what you're seeing, because the bylaws are referring, the bylaws, you have to know what is in your bylaws. What you have VP and PE? What do you have, Papine? You have both. And when you have both, what is your understanding?
Yeah, it's to be in your bylaws and your procedures. If whatever your bylaws
and procedures, if it is in your bylaw and procedures, what the book is saying. Read what the book is saying. No, but if the president is stepping down, that is different from not being able to host a meeting. If the president is stepping down, there has to be an election for the PE to go in, or the PE automatically going depending on your bylaws and what you have. Let us put things into context here. I was not referring to a stepping down of the president, nor the president being deceased or something. We are referring to hosting a meeting.
All right, so can we look at page 22 at the top? It says club president-elect / vice president.
Right.
Speaking to both.
Right.
And it says here, in the absence of the president, presides at club meetings and meetings of the board of directors in accordance with club policy. So you know where you find your club policies? It's in your club bylaws and procedures. So whatever you say in there is what would apply. Either or. Either or.
Exactly.
Because it's speaking to club president-elect or vice president. Yeah.
That's why I said depending on your bylaws. I did say that.
So we got that now?
Right. Exactly.
All right, so we got that one. Thank you, guys. And we definitely have to speed up now. All right, so you serve as an officer. The president-elect also serves as an officer on the board, also does the vice president. And they do the same things, attend meetings of the board of directors, perform duties as would be assigned to them from time to time. All right? Now remember, leadership begins before you take office, which is now, well, long before now. From you stepped in on the position of president-elect or vice president, it starts from then. So you take it seriously, okay? So you are going to discuss with your successor the challenges that you're faced, what you were faced, and you focus on the future and behavior matters. The role of the board of directors, we had quickly, I went through some of them already, but your role as a director, you preside over, presides over the board meetings, board of directors, right? Set the board meeting agenda in association with the president, but the president is a part of the board still, but you're going to do everything in tandem with the president, okay? And of course, you establish goals for the club in consultation with other directors. Why do we have a board of directors? Why? To ensure smooth club operations, lead club initiatives, and create and uphold the club's vision. So we really, and I want to tell you guys too, that the board of directors can be held liable for whatever it is that may go wrong, especially financially. Board of directors, you can be held liable. Please remind them that includes the president and all the other members of the board. Okay, so you have to make sure that things are going good within. Now, the structure of the board, You have your president. You have the president, and this might not apply to all clubs because you have different clubs do different things, all right? But basically you have the president, you have a president-elect. Then you know that the immediate past president is also a member of the board. So your work continues for at least another year. Vice president, the treasurer, secretary, then you have your directors. And what's the least amount of directors any club can have? 3, right? And then of course you have other positions that may be required from time to time. So you might have a finance group, different, another, committee that would form a part of the board. Any questions here? Any questions here? Yes. If the secretary has a vote, yes, definitely. You remember, the secretary is not elected. The secretary is appointed by the president. But she's represented on the board.
Well, I'm just looking at it because if the president is a given board member, then the president technically, as I just said, is an executive director. Technically, right? And normally you'd have a company secretary or a secretary that does the recording and so on.
Right.
Which should be somewhat neutral in the meeting, so to speak. So having a position in terms of a vote, a little bit contradicting for me.
Right.
And so because Kiwanis didn't do it that way, we comply.
Yeah, and a good book to have, it's Robert's
rules, yes, of conducting your meeting.
Right. Very, very good book to have. Okay, we have no more break time to get?
No, we're not going to do any more break time
I
today.
think you are just going to quickly do the secretary.
Right, I'm going to do this for the secretary and we wrap it all up. So we would have
On the secretary.
on the secretary.
On the age or this one?
I know, right?
Let me quickly.
I love the youthfulness. All right, so I'm going to go quickly through the role of the secretary. I'm also going to look quickly. You would have been reaching diminishing return now and want to leave, and I know that. But it is what it is. After today, you don't have to see this again unless you call us when you're having your conference, because remember, when you're having your conference, you have the right to invite your LGD to the conference, right? Don't forget that. It is very important. So you have to book your date and let him know the date ahead of time so he can call in date in his diary, because your LGD is a very important part of your conference, because he will see what you're doing not right and help you to fix it there at the conference before you start. So I just want to put that there. Now let us look at the secretary. The secretary is the most important part of the club. You can cause your club not to do well, and you can cause the club to do very well. The secretary carries the weight on the shoulder. You think it's the president? Check the secretary. All right, so let us quickly go through this. You're going to turn your book to the role of the secretary, and which is why the secretary gets a book. Now you can understand. So it's quite a bit, but I'm going to try to condense as much as I can. Online, you would have had the ebook, and I see where we are losing some persons online. But of course, for some persons, it's refresher online based on the audience that I'm seeing there. All right, so the secretary monitors all correspondence. The secretary keeps all club records. In the day now, when we're having everything on computer, some persons choose to put it on the cloud and so on and so forth. Because the club has a central email address and everything should be going through that email address, we advise our secretaries to keep folder where you can folderize things. The secretary will keep the club's banner thing. So we said to person who don't have a secretariat like Big Downtown and the other big ones and New Kingston and the other big ones, get yourself a nice portable crate where you can put all your stuff in there. So you have an inventory sheet in there where you sign from one administration to the next. It's called accountability. So this administration, you should be asking the board to buy a nice crate, one of them big size one, mark your club name on it, and you write all that you have, and you have an inventory sheet. So when you're bringing it over to President-designate Pancita, she's just signing that you received gavel, banner, the date you received them, and at the end of the day, when she's coming out of office, she needs to do the same for the person coming in. It is called accountability. You don't want to hear you lost the club things and you never get it. So we advise you to find yourself a portable thing where you can stockpile everything in and do an inventory sheet. You are the keeper of club record. You're also the person who will send out emails, get official correspondence from Kiwanis, the district, as well as the international body. You must disseminate these information. Your president is depending heavily on you. If you're a lazy person, you can't be a secretary. I lay my fears. Secretaries are the person, I think LG Stefan's supposed to regret now. Sam really asked me because I'm just joking him. And I know you don't mind it. You don't mind it. Because I have to have him on his toes. I have to say to him, we need to get this done. We need to get that done. I've done this already. No, I am not starting until October 1. But guess what? My work starts now because he has to plan his year as well. So my secretarial duties start now. The same is true with all of you secretaries. So submit official report required by Kiwanis International, the district, and the club. Secretary, if the report is late, it's not the members' fault. Don't tell me you don't get the report from the members. That's your problem. You should have fixed that. Your report can't due the 10th and you're giving the chair the 10th to send in report. Be a strategist. So if your report is due the 10th of each month, all report needs to get to your desk by the 5th. And you have to lay the template. You have to tell what is it your standard is. So you are going to submit report. Now, any other duties assigned by the president or the board. You are the club secretary. Some clubs have two, so secretaries, yeah? Secretary and assistant. Now, if a committee is meeting and they need someone to do some notes, you can't say you're not going. You nicely have to take up your thing and said, I am coming. How long will the meeting be? And you take the minutes and send it back to the chair. If you can't do that, you need to let the president aware of it so the president can find someone to give the support to the committee, because oftentimes chairmen don't take accurate notes. And so they can't report accurately. Fulfill all other duties recommended in the standard form for club bylaws. The secretary works with the treasurer and membership chair. Because when communication is to go out for persons who have been delinquent with dues, don't blame the treasurer that you didn't give me the letter to send out. You are to craft the letter with the president and the treasurer and make sure that it goes out to the member who is not in good standing. That's the duty of a secretary. And so, sure, when my LGDs are very active in the training.
Presidents, you are going to have to do this without favor to anybody. So you're going to agree, listen to me carefully, you are going to agree that once the bylaw time has passed for persons to pay their dues, right? That automatically your secretary is going to write them. You're not going to look at the list. It could be a friend, could be a brother, it could be anybody, right? You my dues always pay early, right? And what I'm saying to you is be blind about it. Okay? I can tell you there are some people who are daring you. Make him write me. Make she write me. What you think? And you're saying, I don't even know who it is, but the club has a rule, and we're just following the rule. We are not doing it from a point of friendship. You get me? Important. Automatic.
All right, Kiwanis is a business. Okay, secretary and treasurer, membership chair. And of course, if you can't pay your dues, you don't have a voice in the club. I don't want to take them out of the chat because they want all the benefits of Kiwanis and they don't pay their dues. You're on suspension out of the group chat. Be my guest. I'm a membership chair. Yeah, and so when you come face to face, I'm not going to say to you, today we are doing so and so for members, but it's for members who are in good standing according to the bylaws. We have to make persons understand the importance of paying dues. Makes plans to attend your Kiwanis convention. You would have heard that already. Secretaries and presidents, conventions are important for you, important part of your journey because you are next in line to go higher in the position. And so you want to make sure. Now, when you go to a meeting and you notice the timelines for these things, June, July, before your term of office, pay attention to timelines. I know some persons weren't watching that. So let me go back again. You're here, and then we're going into timelines. Okay, so what you need to do now? That's what you need to do now, according to timeline. Okay, now what I need you to say, I want to say here, if the club doesn't have an agenda, it's not the president's fault, it's the secretary's fault. Somebody, yeah, true. The secretary should be asking the president long ago. I know some presidents are last minute and you don't do things on time and so on. But when it comes to the matter of the business of the club, you need to say you can't manage and let us run an election. Simply put, but the business must go on. So you need to ensure that you have an agenda. Some clubs have standard agenda that they adopt and they're using, but you must make sure you know what is planned and you can execute. Schedule and organize organizational board meeting, budget planning session with the incoming board and committee chairs by no later than September. It is important that you know the affairs of the club before you go in. Look at the top, August, before your term, everything adds a timeline. It is important, and I like you sitting down. It tells me something about you learning today. It is important for you to understand that your success depends on past experiences as well as the information that you need to move forward. And as such, you must have the conversation, you must have the discussions, you must talk, not quarrel, but talk. Go out for a drink of water, go get some ice cream. Let us talk before we start to write. Let us have the conversation. We're now in September, and there are some things that you need to do. Review the Kiwanis International District and Division Award programs. So when it gets to next year, you should be looking at what it is that your club, the programs that we can go for. In my year, SSA won membership, interclubbing, and bulletin. SSA came back and they won this year for marketing. Papine won for secretary and interclubbing at district level. That's a big deal. But this can only happen when you report things accurately and when you apply. When the email goes out to the secretary and the secretary pays attention. Check your spam and your junk. Some of us, if we don't see it, oh, we don't get it, we don't get it. You must show some interest. It is coming. Unless the information you have on the dashboard is not correct, it will go sent elsewhere. but Kiwanis is sending it out. Now we're in October, December, and the job is now in swing. Finalize the updates for your club's annual membership roster online by October 10th. Let me pause there to give you a little word of advice. At your final board meeting in September, when the incoming board is meeting the outgoing board, there needs to be a sign off on the club roster as to how many persons remain there. We have heard a horror story of person going in on the dashboard to remove people. So for the record, at the board meeting, we need to have it in the minutes, minuted that we, as of this last board meeting, there are 37 persons on the roster at KI, and we will not be removing any unless death or death, the worst case scenario, yeah? But you should have known long before September who have interest from who don't have no interest. Kiwanis International and District is saying that we need to send you your invoice for dues in July for October, November. Therefore, your membership chair now needs to start reaching out to members, not this membership chair now, current membership chair. So incoming membership chair, you need to start having the conversation as well as the president going in with the sitting president. Start having that dialogue. What is our roster like? Do we need to recruit in your year and do clean sweep now? What is it? Because you see, if you don't understand the thing, you can take off people and you don't get distinguished. So you have to understand the numbers game. And so you need to have the conversation as of the 10th of October, how many persons you are going to have remaining on the roster. Okay, go ahead, sir. Do you have the mic? Let us all talk. Persons online, we're having the conversation. Please let us know, but you have to open your mic and talk to me. I can't monitor the reading all the time.
Based on what you just said, that the invoice would have sent out in July. So let's say KI sent an invoice for 40 persons. How did that person remove someone later than the invoicing date to cause the club not to attain distinguished?
So if you have membership now of 40, okay, and you send out, remember you're going to have the conversation with persons, whether they're staying, whether they're planning on going, and now is the right time to have that conversation. Because persons would have known that they have lost interest, they can't manage this anymore, their plate is all packed, they need to take a leave of absence, they need to do something, and they would just want to go. But because you don't have the conversation with them, you invoice them, and then come the time to pay, they say, but me not coming back. So that's what I'm saying now, your membership chair now needs to have the conversation now at this point. Your incoming and outgoing need to start to have the conversation about what our numbers are looking like. How are we going to fix the problem before we get to the 30th of September when the new year is going to start and we can't do nothing much. So I'm saying to you now, if you know who are going to stay and who are not going to stay, you can do proper invoicing. And then
treasurer and the membership chair or the secretary should work closely together, monitoring dues payments and voting. Treasurer and the membership chair must work closely. Yes, treasurer and the membership chair must work closely together to monitor the dues payments. Okay, it's not something that's just left up in the air. Monitor it, get a team together, persons who will collect, persons who will find out what's happening to those persons owing, what can we do, how can we help? Just don't leave it to chance, okay?
Okay. Are there any further questions? We're coming down nicely. Just a few more minutes to go and we're out of here. Okay. So we're in March now and there are some things that needs to get done and it's all about the secretaries now. Pay attention on screen. You notice between that is what we call the second quarter. You need to get things done now. So you will realize you have to do some finalized plans for your delegates, alternates, and other club members who are going to attend international and district, right? You need to conduct your quarter review of your club's membership roster within this timeline. So you're checking as you go along to ensure that everything is okay. Submit your newly elected incoming officers only by June 1st. So within this time, you know, we have election, right? Where we are now. So when it's election time, you do your election, you have from January to May 15th to do election, and we are saying you have up to June 1st to ensure that everybody's on your dashboard, and which is why we are now having the CLE training now, because by now you all would have been on the dashboard. Sure. Turn it on.
Also, I just want to remind the secretaries that you should meet with your president once every week. You meet with your president to go through little things with the president. All right? Just as I remember the things I will mention.
No, you can keep that one. All right, so for club meetings, we have some things online that Kiwanis is asking you to do. I noticed a pattern in clubs, and it's not a good pattern. Although you are online, you're still required to maintain a register. Yes, it is a must. There are some little recognition that you can get as members, but one of them has to do with punctuality and the amount of time you attend meetings. And you want to do your checks and balance. And sometimes too, for the secretaries, you can't remember from memory how many persons attend the meetings when you're doing the reporting on the dashboard. So we ask our secretaries, although you're online, still maintain that car book, the register, whatever you have, rule it up and mark your register. It is important. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if they're not so tech savvy like you, how they're going to do that? No. So some persons are not tech savvy, and my thing is when you don't have the technology brain, you go back to the good old writing, right? Online. For monthly board meeting, I will not go back through some of these things. You would have heard them already from the president. Role. Kiwanis online reporting. Here are some things that you must report. Submit information from computer. Send report to leaders automatically. So on the dashboard, I want someone to come with a computer who is a secretary, not anyone, a secretary who has his or her computer to come and quickly, can you set that person up to look at the dashboard for me, please? I did make the promise and I want to do that with you now before we move on. So while my tech support is doing that bit of information for the newbies who have asked, that was one of the questions we got when we asked, how can we help you today? Auntie, babe, you can have mine. Mute. Okay, so add, view, edit, save. So these are all that you can do on your dashboard. So look at it carefully. Which secretary is going to hotspot and do this for me quickly with their computer? You want to do it here? Come if you want to hotspot. I need a secretary
And while the secretary is doing that, I also want to remind
dashboard. We have a sitting secretary here now today who can go on the dashboard.
Sandra is coming.
Come, Sandra. Yes, ma'am.
And while Sandra comes up, I just want to also remind you that for the president's conference / training, you can always do a secretarial individualized training with the secretary. You can arrange for that to be done so that the secretary, because it's a big task that you're going to be taking on. So for the president's training, it should have a special section for training of the secretary.
One of these, yeah. All right, so we are using DivSet, distinguished. It's private, the login. Oh, you know, the password not going to show. Yeah, but the password is not going to show. No, man, she's kind of, she's all right, not going to show. So while we're going through that, let us move on. We're going to do the dashboard as soon as it comes up. Let us move to the secretary. We will be wrapping up this part of the secretary with the dashboard. And we speak about reporting and organizing. The bylaws is also on the dashboard. For some clubs, if you're going to do reviewing of your bylaws, the time is ideal to do it now with the outgoing board. So you can have the discussion with the members now, what changes you want to make to your bylaws. Because remember, come next March, you will have to submit these changes. There are timelines in Kiwanis for everything. So if you think you'd use this to a little bit of money and you want to change that, you need to, I'm speaking at the club levels, because some of you are paying some $5,000 and it can't work. But you will have to decide how you're going to do the rest. I'm just saying that if you want to change anything pertaining to the bylaws, the section that we can change, because there are some sections you can't change. It is standard. The part that we can change, if you want to do any modification to it and so on, it is required that you start meeting and have the discussion now about it. And if you need guidance, you can ask your LG to get any one of the district trustee to help you. LGD Stefan, you can speak with him to say, we want to do that, or you can speak with your sitting LG right now to say, we need some help, we need to go through our bylaws, we need to change some elements of it. The sections that can change, remember that. There are sections that we can't change. And that you'll find on the, okay, great. So the dashboard is here now. And secretary, you will find the dashboard on your login of KI come October 1st. Right? Else, and look for it. My mic is out. Online, you're hearing me? All right, good. So this is the dashboard. Okay, so I want to start from there. Oftentimes the question is, where do I find my dashboard? Each member, each one of us have a unique login to KI, right? And for some of you have never used that. Never. You don't even know what this lady is talking about. But you need to log there. When you log there, like what DP Sunday did, what you will see is you get to this landing page and you see that little icon now added come October 1st, name Secretary's dashboard. The president, you'll also see that. Okay? Change it and show them, right? Give her the mic, Auntie Beth, because she's going to do a little talking for me.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, you're seeing, this is the first page of the dashboard, and come October 1, when the secretary logs in, or the president, although it's only the secretary who will be able to change information on the dashboard. You'll see 2023, 2024, so that's the administrative year, which begins October 1st. And the first page will show you your incoming team that you have logged in, that the current secretary had put on the dashboard, which will show you your administrative team, your president, president-elect, secretary, and so forth. It always also will show you on this page if you have an SLP club, who is a QAnon advisor, and also to show you if you have your background check done, you'll have a check beside that school and the advisor. And it also on it, it gives you information such as if you have a website, and at the top, you heard them mention earlier about the signature project. Then on the right-hand side, is the club signature project. So come October, when you start, you put in there what your signature project is, the write-up, before you actually do the submission. So this must be a part of the thing done. Then you also can put your website information, your Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other social media that you may have. And also it gives you your meeting location, time, and date, right? And you have a link to show.
So let me just help you here. No, go back to the bottom, because I know for some persons who have never interfaced with it, you're wondering why we have that chat box at the bottom. Go to the right, support.
Yes.
Support is the questions that the president and the secretary is not clear on. If there's an issue with the spelling of a member name sent off to KI wrong or anything, you contact member service here, and they are very prompt. I wonder if these people sleep. You get a response in a jiffy. And so we want you to use it up, right? Secretaries and president, you're going to use up member service to ask your questions, get the facts. If you're not seeing your club bylaws, this is where you go and ask them that you're not seeing it and you have submitted for a review. When will it be ready? And they will respond to you in no time. Can you take me to some more icons at the top, please,
Sure.
Sanjay?
Okay. So at the top here, now, as I said, this is the dashboard that we're looking at. And the next is the administrative section. Right. The administrative section is the section where the secretary would go in and put in the various members. So you have you have all active members. So the list will show you all the members in your club.
Hold on a moment, go back. So you heard our Kiwanis president, Rampier, Yuan, spoke of agent club, and they're going to make some of them honorary members. This is where you go to get it done. You click on them and you get, you write to KI through member service and tell them what you're about. And then that will happen, because guess what? There are some things you can't even change there, You definitely have to write to KI to change something. So nobody can go and modify your information. Only Kiwanis International can do that. There are some things you can do and there are some things you can't do. Continue.
All right, as I said, there are various categories of membership. You have corporate, honorary, and satellite clubs. Those are satellite clubs, are clubs that have reached the number of required persons in order to form an official club. All right, and it also shows a list of your former members, all the members you have deleted over the years, and then you have life member. And if you want to include, when you put on your new members, you'll probably add information about their spouse, their anniversaries, and so forth. And then if you are, this will show you if you have members who are multiple clubs. I am the only multiple club member in JFP.
Right.
All right. Above that, you have an Excel directory. So that directory, you can download it, and that will allow you to add additional information for your records for secretary. And for clubs that don't have a club directory, this is awesome. You can do the printable directory, print this information, and it will give you all the information that you have already added to the dashboard, like the person's birthday, anniversary, and things like those. So you can develop one. New Kingston has one currently. So it make it easier for you instead of you have to go into the dashboard to get certain information. And it is very important that the secretary in the incoming year, that the secretary ensures that you print this and send it around to your club members so that they update their information, right? Such as their, persons might have changed their job, they have moved, their cell numbers changed, their email address. Because what KI wants is accurate information, because they do send information to members individually. So you as the secretary, that's your responsibility to ensure that you capture the correct information. Because what you don't want to hear members saying, I don't know about this, I didn't hear this, I didn't see this, and what have you, when it's normally sent out. And then this column is the new member.
Adding new members.
Adding new members. So what you will do is click on it. and it will give you, you put in the person's name, first name, and on the drop down, you can see where they tell you it's a new member, former Kiwanian, a current Kiwanian, transferring honorary corporate former SLP, right? And once you put in that information and submit it, what may happen, sometime it will just automatically upload. However, it might put up a list because you might have thousands of Sandra Davis from different clubs all over. So you have to ensure that the information that the Sandra Davis you're adding is not in that list. So if you see, it's a not found, and then it will click and it will automatically go. But if it's a former member who is joining, he or her information will already been on the dashboard in Kiwani's database. So you just have to double check so that you don't create a new person, and so that Kiwanis will give them back the same ID number that they had for previous. All right.
So in other words, the ID number that you had before you exit Kiwanis, when you come back, recharted, remembered, we call it remembered. When you come back as a remembered member, that's the number you're going to get back. So it's your member for life, your number for life. So you leave the movement, you decide to come back and join another club, that's the number you're going to get back. All right?
All right. The next is the monthly report.
This is it, Secretary. Monthly report, pay attention.
So as mentioned, the report is due on the 10th of the following month. So we are in June. So the report for June will be due on the 10th of July. And as DP Susan has says, let us not wait, because Murphy can play any game. So as you've done your club meeting, you go in the dashboard and put in the report. I'm going to go to June and you click on the go, right? Okay, so when this is the first part that you fill in. So it will ask you, you add your club meeting that you add, and it will ask you to show you, you put in the number of members who attended, the number of non-members. If it was a makeup, you check the box. A meeting program was held, you check that box, and you can also edit it. So as you said, don't wait till last minute to do the reports, because you have the opportunity to go back and edit. All right. So as you go along and do the different activities, it is recommended, especially when you do interclubs, because interclubs, suppose you do 30, 40 interclubs, it is a tedious task for secretaries to sit down trying to put in all of that interclub in one go. So it is recommended that every week the secretary tries to put in that information. It also has some generic questions that you may ask, is your club conduct service project, and so forth. So, you know, there are different questions that are asked. Sometime over the months, every month, it might have an additional question added to it. All right, so that was the first one with the engagement. And then you have the servicing, where you now will go in and say what projects you did, how many members were involved, how many persons benefit. And you can check, so you have a list of different projects here. And if none of your projects that you did is listed there, you can select others and type that in. But then you put the number of projects completed for the month, you do a description of each project, and you say the number of service hours done for that project, or the number of projects combined, and number of members involved, how many SLPs were involved, and non-members were involved, and so forth. And if you had assisted in participating in another SLP problem. So once you finish each column, you click the save, all right? Because it won't allow you to go to the next group unless you click save, all right? The image, which is just selecting whether you have recognized persons in any of these categories. And then you have the financial part to say whether you had a fundraiser and how much money did you contribute money to any of these persons. And then you put in how much money was raised and so forth. But then you can go down to the other monetary contribution section and you can put in, I donated, you can put in the company or the organization, whether it be a school or whatever you, and how much money was donated and for what reasons and everything like that. And once you have done all of that, you click submit. So as I said, go along, put in the information as the month progresses, and then you don't have to submit when you add when you complete. Just save and leave, and then you come back, and when you complete the entire report, now you click submit.
Save.
Save.
The save button is at the end of the
section.
At the end of each page, there's a save.
See there at the bottom, there's a save button at the end of each section.
So once you populate the cell, it highlights the blue.
Right.
And you click save. So now it's dark out because there's no information.
Go ahead. No, you just click save.
You have to do everything. And
And
hold
submit.
on, before we get to submit, secretaries, you do not submit unless your presidents review the report. Secretaries, do not submit unless your president review the report. I say that one more time. No secretary must go and complete the report and submit the report without the president. Get a free Zoom, go online and the two of you do it together. And then click the submit button. But you alone can't do the report and there's no checks and balance. And you click send. Sure, you go in and look at it and then you call the secretary and said, I have found an error here. We're going to change this because this is from what I remember my records, but you have something else. Because remember, you have to balance each other, you know. So, right. So the secretary can complete the report and save it and say, Prez, it's now time for you to go and review. The Prez will do the review and then say, Sec, you can go now and send off. Question.
So I was asking if the report has to be completed in one sitting, can you do a page save?
That's what she just went through.
I just explained that.
Yeah,
you don't
so
have
you
to-
do a save, you do a page, save, go back, save, edit, go back, save, edit. So you don't have to wait until the 10th. You see how we make we work harder? Because we have enough time. Just go in and put the things them in as we do them.
All right, let me go back to this page. Let me go back to the monthly report and show you something.
So we're doing a minute more on
All
this
right.
and then we're going to go to treasurer because the
All right,
treasurers are waiting.
Once you have, okay, you see at June, because I went in, it says in progress. So all you have to do when you come back now to add the additional information, you just click on the pencil, which is the edit, and go in and do your necessary edit. All right.
Thank you so much, Sec Designate. Give her a hand, man. Good job. Well done. All right, so we want to hear about the money, and the part is not a lot of part, you know. It's basically, let me get back to my slide. Where is my tech support? You're helping me here? Online? Just stop sharing. All right, so I know, yes. So I know treasurers are sitting patiently waiting, and we are not going to leave you out. Bring me back to the PowerPoint. It's on, no man, is it?
No, I wanted to.
And share picture. And go to the treasurer. All right, so the treasurer plays a very important role in the club's life. And because the treasurer is so important, we are coming to the point now of planning. And the treasurer needs to make sure that all the committee who have the fabulous ideas to execute next year can put these on paper. Committee chairs put them on paper. Then you're going to do what is called a narration of your budget. So if you said you're going to have a cake sale, you need to put how much cakes you're going to sell, how much plate you're going to need, if you're going to get sponsorship. You need to itemize your budget and put costing, because the treasurer would want to know how much is going to come, how much money she need to get for membership, how much for Young Children Priority 1, how much for a service leadership program, how much for membership administration. So the treasurer, you have an important part to play in collection of membership dues and invoicing. You need to ensure that those are ready to go out. You also need to understand the bank accounts. When administration changes, treasurer, you know the bank account information needs to be updated, right? So you don't want a situation where this outgoing administration has control of the account unless this is the, and remember too, when you're adding people to the club's account, it's something that has to go through the board and the members to see if they're comfortable with this person being a part of their accounts. You understand? You can't just willy-nilly get up and change people and the members don't know and people don't know who's signing on the account. And Kiwanis is a members club. So whatever you do online and in person, always remember the members. So you don't find the treasurer? Yeah, man. Finances, go down. So you want to make sure that you start to have the conversation at about August, September, about who will be going on the bank account now. It should be, unless there is some thing and the president said, the incoming president said no. For some banks, I know they need 2A, 2Bs. So one of the A have to sign and the next and the B have to sign. But you need to sort that out. You also need to have your budget ready. So remember now, by the 10th of October, your budget should be sent to your lieutenant governor. So he has an idea of what your costing for your club is going to be like. All right, because sometimes you need a little guidance. You have some fabulous idea on paper and you don't know where the money is coming from. So he will help you to guide you in terms of what it is that you are planning to do. So ensure that the budget is ready, treasurer. As a matter of fact, you should start to get a draft of it for the conference, the presidential conference coming up. So there's no honeymoon right now. It is time to start working. All right, the accounting system of the club. The clubs maintain 2 accounts. Some call it a charity, some call it service. That's the one that you do your project, your fundraising event, and you put the money into that account. And then you have the one for dues. Now, there are some things we can do and some things we can't do. Quickly, treasurer, tell me, thank you so very much. Quickly tell me, treasurer, what are some of the things we can do in our service account that we can't do in admin? Somebody explain commingling for me, please. Can mix up project and admin money and all of that, right? All right, if I need to buy a Get Well basket, can I go into the service account and take the money to buy the Get Well basket for the member? Why not? You can't do that. It is not allowed in Kiwanis and it's not the right thing to do. And so as treasurer, you need to understand your role. You are supposed to be an ethical steward of the club's finances. You must be able to clearly communicate to your members and to your board. And you should be an excellent organizer in terms of information. The job description of the treasurer, it's here, where each month you must report to the board of all the expenses and how the club is shaping up in terms of its finances. Mark the dates, monthly duties. Here are the duties. Some persons are taking pictures and I'll give you time to do that. It's in the book, but if you want to go take pictures, that's okay. For some clubs, you would have a charitable status. And so it's coming close to the time when you might, if you do your books early, where you get an independent auditor to come and check to see if you're doing according to best practices in accounts. It's time, you know, it's a pretty pricey sum to do, but of course, if you have a member who offer that service, it is pretty inexpensive. You know, they sometimes do it freely for you, but I can tell you, it's not easy to get someone to audit your books. Now, July to September, while you're in office, these are some of the things that you need to pay attention to. So you should start asking some questions of the person with whom you're taking over from. You need to start asking questions and you need to start having the conversation because you're learning, right? And you don't want to go into something fairly new where you're confused on the October 1st. So you go for lunch and you have a talk about the club's finances. You have the conversation where we are. Reminders, club dues, club dues, club dues, club dues. This is how your club dues are broken down. And currently these are fees that you pay when you pay. Remember now, dues are prorated. So if someone joins the club, you will charge, you from your division and from your club will charge a flat $12,000 or $15,000. But when they join the club, if they are to pay the care part, you will realize that care will send you the invoice based on the time when the person joins the club. So if they have 3 months in the year that is left, care is going to bill them for 3 months. Okay? So pay attention to that. Some of these things are information for you to note. Clubs account, we went through that and by now you all should know, but I want you to see it again, what you can get from administrative accounts, and these are coming straight out of Kiwanis International Shop. And so please be guided. Service account, this is what you can take from your service account. This is what you use service account money to do. I have a quick one now to keep the brain thinking for my treasurer. So my club is thinking of, and I'm using myself as an example. My club is not really planning on doing it really still, right? But I'm using myself in this scenario. My club is planning on hosting something to boost up its admin account. And it is planning a potluck party. Yeah, we love to party. And we need money for membership. Can I invite persons from the public to come? Why not? That is not the answer, kind of what I'm looking for. And I'm going to tell you why. Persons online, you might not hear the response, but they said that no, but the no is good, but the justification is not. So I'm disagreeing. Because it is membership, it has to be done with your 30 or 40 members to raise the fund for admin accounts. If you take it to the public, it becomes now a service because you are now seeking money for charity and no longer for admin. I know. So if you have 5 persons in your household and you want to get them to contribute, that's your family member in your household, that's different. In your space, in your club, 5 of you at home, they want to give you a little rice and a little flour to help with the potluck, that's different. But once you go over to another club, and from another club to an outer road bank, and from outer road bank to somewhere down in the world, You have now extended the fundraiser, and it's no longer admin. You have to take that money and put it into your service account. Itadi? Yeah, man. Which is why we say that in order to bump up your admin account, sometimes you have to find creative ways, and which is why we charge the members. Because sometimes it's through the surge, through whatever we can sell crazy socks, they're not wearing your pin. So we charge a little money to bump up admin because we need some money, right? Okay, so let us go. We're wrapping all up, coming down. I know, right? Spoke about the auditing, the incorporation for those who want charity status, club's grant, club foundation. And all of these are in your book. The budget process, that is also in your book. Club, you would have heard of the Kiwanis Foundations. These are online. We donate to the Children's Fund. If you donate to the Children's Fund, whether or not, once you're paying Kiwanis Club, you are entitled, as you would have heard from distinguished Governor Mel at the convention during his presentation, as well as he has been going around doing a number of presentations with clubs, because there's a notion out there that says if you don't contribute to the children's funds, you can't get money. That's not true. You are paying Kiwanian, your club is in good standing, you can't get pulled down from the children's fund for projects, but you have to know, go online, read how you can apply, what you need to do to get that funding. And we encourage clubs to really contribute to the fund because, of course, it is helping children across the world. Membership chair. We have some timelines before we go to membership chair that we need to pay attention to. What we do in August, monthly, right back to January, and so on. I know some people are going to say, why they didn't do this over 2 days? We have been begging them to do that. We're going into membership, and after membership, that's it, the Super 5. Membership is important to the growth, retention, and of course, support of your club. Oftentimes we complain we are not getting the support of our members because, of course, you being a president, you have so much carrying that you can't take the phone to call. No, if I'm unwell for 3 days at home and my manager don't check in on me, I just don't feel like I'm a valuable employee. So when I need my days, I'm going to take my days. I'm sorry. My patient will tell you. She's going to text and she's going to ask herself, are you okay? Once you know you're not well. Yes, it shows interest and it shows that you value people. You know that some persons call members about dues not knowing that the member is unwell. We have to be emotional intelligence. You don't hear the member, you don't see the member coming to meeting. Member dues is due now, and the membership chair is calling around. And I am unwell, I'm in the hospital. Huh? Are you not for that? So we are saying, hold down, the secretary needs to export the information from the Excel document, and you need to give it to the membership chair. And the information to make contact with the members. Back in the days, we used to send cards, like hard copy cards, birthday, anniversary, and all of that, mail it through the slow mail. These days, you can send an e-card or you can pull it into WhatsApp. But find some ways to keep that link with your members. It cannot be that only when you want them to buy the fish fry and the barbecue ticket, you're going to call them. It is not right and it is not nice. And any way you treat me, that's how I'm going to treat you. I'm sorry. So the trainer is saying to you that you must value people for just like how you would want to be valued. So if you're an introvert and you don't talk to people, don't take membership chair. It comes like some persons in HR, you know, they say they love HR, but they don't love people. So if HR have different functions, so if you're going to do occupational health and safety, you still have to talk to people, and it's coming from an HR practitioner too, you see? I've done it for 20-something years in my life. If you don't like people, you can't do HR, because HR is all about people. If you are not for people, you cannot be a membership chair. Membership is about Kiwanis, and Kiwanis is about membership. You must love people in order to be a membership chair, because you want to call people, you want to check in with them, you want to plan the social, you want to plan the beach trip, you want to plan the domino tournament, the cookout, the football, the cricket, and you want to make life nice for your people while you're doing service. And two clubs can join together to have a big social, you know, and have something just nice and going. But the truth is, you must have that thing going. Have membership. Membership, it is not easy to motivate people. Worse when they have some bad experiences in your club. When people have bad experiences, they are turned off and they don't want to be motivated. How are we going to do this, trainer Suzette? It's simple. Take your time and work your way in. It can happen, it can manage. Don't delete them. Yeah, don't do it. Oh, you have to do that. Yeah, the member is a paying member, but because you have a conflict, you delete the member. That's unkind. Yeah. We have to agree to disagree. You know, when I just joined Kiwanis, there was a training for personality in Kiwanis. You remember DP Andrea, we had to study personality? Yes, man. Kiwanis had an entire lesson on personality. Because we are people and we have to understand people, we need to know that what goes for me doesn't necessarily go for the others. So membership here, membership, I would say I call my members once per week. There are 42 persons in my club, and I call every one of them and send every one of them a text. And I know the ones them why I don't have to text, because I see them online and we email and we chat and all of that. But those who are very quiet, I'm going to call them. It's my credit, but I'm going to call them. I do it all sometime lunchtime. They will tell you, ask them. I call our people, other people, remember, I say, but I come to your meeting, I'm not see you 4 times. Wait, your backslide? Yeah, man, you have to check in. It is important to check in, you know. You see, check in. People have a whole mental thing and go on, check in. Yeah, check in, check in. Very important to check in. And then 2 for 2 is the newest thing on Kiwanis, and you would have heard it and you would have seen it. Membership chair, we are going to have further conversation about the 2 for 2 because persons are still not understanding. The 2 for 2 is where 2 members, you are dating, not literally dating, but you are engaging, let me change my word, engaging 2 prospects. So in total, that becomes 4 new prospects, right? Chris used to have something where you can send the information when you do it, and they put it in a raffle thing, and you come up and you get something out of the Kiwanis gift store. I haven't seen that in a long time. But we want it to be, the 2 for 2 is actually a part of this year distinguished criteria. So if you have not used it, it means you're in trouble. Because if you want to get to pinnacle, you have to, and I know some of us are overachievers, we don't settle for just the flat thing. We want to go beyond. So if you're not going for 10% growth, you have to be going for 2 for 2. It is now time for you to check out the 2 for 2. There is a booklet online about it. If you need further information, you can call me. At this time, I'm going to say thank you for being here today. Don't move yet, because your LG must come back and say thanks to you. Where is he? He has disappeared. DLG Bev, it is time to wrap it all up. Is DLG Eileen online? Mm-hmm. Oh. So I was told that you're to get some participation certificates and they're gone for them. So no, they're actually hard copy from Kiwanis. You don't want to miss those. You know what happened this morning with our LGD? He's on that little stress So, GD is asking us for 5 minutes. Can he get 5 more minutes of your time? Yeah, man, let us be kind to him. He had a real emergency this morning, and so I can understand. All right, so we are at the wrap-up point now where we are going to ask you the following questions, and then by then he will be here. So, dear G-Bev, you just want to go through the wrap-up, just to ask the question, participant expectation, and then we both will say thank you for being such a good trooper today. Right? I hope your expectation would have been met.
Your goals that you had are goals that you had indicated at the beginning. You want to look back at it quickly to see if they were met. Your goals, and maybe two persons. Maybe two persons could say, if just let us hear from you. Two persons. EKPR, somebody from EKPR. Your goals that you indicated on your book this morning. Have you met those goals for the anticipation of this meeting?
Get as much information to get myself from and enforcement. I have quite a bit of information now. That
Is a challenge. Are we? We're here to help. We're here to help. Let me hear from. Thank you so much, Patrick. Can we hear from someone else? Another club?
Downtown Kingston. Downtown, right. And then we're going to the new
Johan.
For me, as a young man, I am living with a lot of expectation. Everybody can hear me?
Online ones would like to hear you.
You want this online?
Yes, I have to remember them. They are part of us.
Specifically geared towards my club, as I said, an aging club that needs re-engagement, needs creative ways, and the discussion helps that way. Learning about the secretary's dashboard and the roles of the secretary and the president, how they have to work together specifically was also specifically interesting to me. The treasurer and the budgeting stuff, you know, I didn't worry about that. We've done that, been exposed to that properly. But the exposure and the opportunity to learn, I thought was very, very good. So yes, it did meet my expectations in a nutshell. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. I need to hear from somebody else, another club. Just jump up and tell us.
You want this Club of Trafalgar?
Yes, Open
President designate. The fabulous story. Yeah, without the fabulous, we're going to tremendous too now. Yes, and I came here with my expectations as I wrote on when I was registering that I need practical experiences to take back to my club, and all that really entails anything that will assist me in moving my club based on what the president before done. We're going to continue to work on that, and I see I surpass the expectations. That's why I'm here until 4 minutes past 5.
Oh, wonderful, great.
Yes,
great.
So the practical was really there, and I get a chance to see, and I love the parking lot. I've been to a training couple moons ago, many moons ago, and saw a parking lot. And when I saw it, I said, wow. So I really love that, because at least, and we got to express, and persons were not afraid to just express themselves, and questions were indeed answered. And for that, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And it took your time, even though it is up there and we have the book, still went through. And to go up there and just explain that. I can explain it now only if I'm going to get a prize.
All right. All right, let me hear from my home club, New Kingston. Let me hear from my home club, New Kingston.
And then we are going to move to the newbies, which
Yes.
is Southern Professional, Young Pioneers, Jamaica, 23 East Jamaica Online, and EPSA. That's Eastern St. Andrew Professional.
Where is it? Where's the next one? So
Southern and Pioneers, any of the two there.
So my expectation was met completely because what I wanted
Yeah,
was
we did.
detailed information.
Oh no, we need one training. Come on now, we are wrapping it all up. Okay, recess is coming.
Detailed information on the expectations from the secretary, and that was met. And I particularly appreciated the practical. So thank you, DP Sandra.
Okay, so for Young Pioneers, I consulted with the other members of the board here, and they all agree that their expectations coming into today were met. Yeah, so the membership chair said, even though she had a 4 o'clock exam, it was so good, she stayed so she can do her exam and still listen in. So yeah, there you go.
The certificate.
No, we have to email it to them.
Okay.
Oh.
Another newbie?
Yeah, they're going to. We're just wrapping it up.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. So definitely my expectations were indeed met. I was one of the persons who wanted to know my roles. I have experience in presidency in CKI, and trust me, after that secretary presentation, I did not know my secretary went through so much, and I am now more appreciative of what she had to do. But I've learned a lot. I took notes. I am very appreciative of the explanation that was given to us. Also, feedback from my team, we're very, 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 very appreciative of the materials. These are very good materials. So they will be going with us. The guidelines, they were listed very clearly, easy to understand. So definitely expectations were met and exceeded. Thank you.
Great. We're going to Southern Professional, then we're going to this table, then we're going to South St. Andrew, then we're coming in the middle. We're not missing anybody today. We are wrapping it all up, and that's how they want us to wrap it up.
All right, good afternoon.
We're not leaving, we need to hear from
All right,
you.
so for St. Andrew Southern Professionals, first of all, I just want to say that this was a good training session, long, but good and very informative. But I must say that I actually did not, well, we spoke, and we never really had any expectations because we came here with an open mind and just to learn what is to be taught to us. So it was a good session.
I said the DP Chanel, right? Okay, I can't say DP Chanel. She knows why. Okay, so our guests would like to leave us, and so I'm going to ask them to talk to us because we'll have to report to their trainer that they did what they are to do. Online, we're coming to you. Were met.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Candice, Young Professionals, St. Catherine. I wrote 3 goals down. The first was to understand clearer the role and functions of the secretary, treasurer of the club, secretary and treasurer of the club, to appreciate inputting correct information on the dashboard, and to appreciate the relevance of training for executive officers of the club. And I can say that all 3 of my goals were achieved. It was very informative, very interactive, and very practical.
Right.
And we appreciate that on behalf of my president and I.
Thank you. All right, so we're coming right along. You have said anything? No? We're coming to you next. Auntie Beba, going round the room for you.
Good evening, everyone. I am from EPSO, which is a very fairly young, extremely ambitious and insightful club. So I've been blessed with a lot of the prior information. Coming in, I just wanted more information on member retention and involvement. And I can happily say that thirst has been quenched. So that's pretty much it.
All right. So I'll come over here and then I'll go back here. Come on, talk to us.
All right, so our expectation were met in regards to the presentation, quite interactive and informative. Too much though, it's a lot. Oh my goodness, my folder is really heavy. And she's this incoming treasurer. She was a bit not so happy with the presentation for that part. She wanted more details to it, but the book has it, so we'll go through it. But overall, the presentation, the aesthetic, everything was all good and up to par. Even though we had those glitches, you fix it. Thank you very much.
Great. Treasurer, not to mind. We will have groups one-on-one with each person. So we're going to do the treasurer. We're going to do the board. We're going to do, it's personal. We have those personal PowerPoint to do with you. So just listen out for when we're going to get the chance to do a one-on-one with the individual groups as per Kiwani's instructions, okay? Oh. Never do it, yeah.
So in agreement with everybody here, the material, the seminar is good, and we applaud and appreciate the efforts of the presenters and LGD here. Special thanks, I must say, for this being a face-to-face occasion. We have had several training sessions, and I realized that my team here oftentimes do not listen. So today, being in the personal space, they hear it firsthand. And even though I am here and we've done this several times, I am hearing some of them hearing it for the very first time. Now, this is what technology does to us. We log on and we disappear. So I am grateful for this. One more very important thing that I am so ecstatic about is the calendar of events for the administrative year. I am happy and I'm sure that it will help everybody here. Kudos.
Okay, President Paul here, EKPR, President Designate. The consensus among our group was that all our expectations were met. And for me as a president who's responsible for the overall effectiveness of the club, I learned a lot here today. Whatever I did not get from here, I know where to go and find information to get it. So just want to say thank you again. Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Yes, who have we left out?
JFB and in the middle.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. The name is Kwesi Osborne, President-elect for JFB Kingston. I didn't really come here with much expectations. I just came here to learn. I'm very, very new to Kiwanis because I joined just last month. So I'm very, very new to it. So
that's a new.
So I came with an open mind to learn. What I really took from this session is that as a president-elect, I got a chance to learn about each and every position. And being a president or a president-elect, a president-designate, you want to know the roles and function of everyone so you can function properly and serve as best as possible. All right, thank you.
Great, that's wonderful. Wonderful. Next.
No, yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa McCarthy from ESA, Eastern St. Andrew. So I'm currently the treasurer, but I'm going in as VP and membership chair.
Oh my God.
And my expectation was, it's always to learn more about Kiwanis. and also how all the roles interrelate. Because I think sometimes we forget that we're working as a team. And I'm a president, I'm of this, and we work in isolation and not together. And therefore decisions are made and sometimes you hear of it afterwards. So I was very happy because I attended this training, Michael.
Oh, last year.
And I think I learned more in today than I did, and Suzette and Bev were the presenters. So we had the same presenters, but I think, I don't know what it was, but this presentation was very practical, as President-designate Pansita said. And it really just opened your eyes to how you're a part of a real great organization and how we all can work together to really make it better for our children. This is our incoming treasurer, and we have started talking, and we laughed because when she said you're supposed to start talking from now, we actually started talking and stuff because I really want her to succeed. And that's the most important thing I think that came out too, how the previous admin should also want the next admin to succeed just as much. So I appreciated this session.
And so the trick is what went on last year, why you're getting a different, teachers use different methodology after evaluation exercise. And which is why you have an evaluation to do, because we need to know whether to change the strategy, what to change, what not to change. It's a pity we can't change the date. I've been begging and lobbying that it's too much information. Let us do this 2 days. But we do it the Kiwanis way, right? So we're going to ask you later on, LGD Stefan will tell you about the evaluation, but let us take these 2 tables and then we are over to you, Auntie Bev and LGD.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Albert. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. All right, so I've been a part of Kiwanis for a little while now, a few years. So I'm from CyberConnect Jamaica as well. The past administrations have been very open, very transparent. So I know, the ins and outs of some of the offices, but today has been, it's good getting into the details and nitty-gritty of things. And I appreciate that. I came late today, by the way, but when they send online, the Zoom link online, I logged in on my computer, but then I'm like, I need to be here in person today to see and interact with persons. So even though I came late, I mean, I didn't miss anything, but I decided to come in person, and I'm really glad I did.
Wonderful. Somebody, or Legany?
Afternoon again, everyone. Didn't really come with any expectations because I've been in the movement for a while now. So I pretty much just came to just get some reinforced knowledge. And to be honest, I don't remember how many others have said it, but I've been to many trainings before, but this is actually the only one I've ever stayed until the absolute end because it was so engaging, so enforcing, so impactful. I mean, it was just so much knowledge, and I thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. I think that the back, there is a question online, and while we are passing the mic to the last group, the question is, does the divisional secretary reports on the dashboard? And that is no, right? LGD, Stefan, what we report? We checked, we do mostly checks and balances and send. I think there's a divisional secretary on the doing the training online, and the question is there. Somewhere there I saw it. And so I want to say to you, divisional secretary, we do checks and balance, and we work closely with the LG to make it there a successful year, as well as the clubs within our division. We monitor our secretaries and our president along our LG.
As a matter of fact, that's in the pipeline to be discussed at the district level in terms of the divisional secretaries and what credence can be given to them, because it's like absolutely nothing. They just work, not like a club secretary who is recognized, you have voting rights, all these things. The divisional secretary doesn't really, it's just a position.
Support.
And I'll give you an example. I have access to the full dashboard with everybody's information, right? And I asked the division, the district, if I have access, Suzette needs to have access, and I also need my analyst. DP Vernon has agreed to be my analyst, so he can process all the information so we can see what is happening generally. They said I must give them my login. That is the way that Suzette is going to get the information. She's going to use my login. So I'm glad that they're discussing it at district, because I don't think they understand that, you know, that this division takes a big team to run. And, you know, the support, it's not a one-man show. It is a massive team that makes it up.
CEO that we are not so all that important, although we're important. We don't get a login like you, secretaries and president. We have to work through our LG to get on the dashboard.
And I hope that will be changed soon.
All right, we have one more Auntie Bev, and then we get our LG to explain the evaluations, and then I'll go back with the attendance credit and contact information, and then we are through.
Good afternoon again. My name is PD Lamoy from Mona St. Andrew. We have President Nigel and VP Kimberly online. Their sentiments were that their expectations, were met. And VP Kimberly says that it was very informative and engaging, although she was online. For me, physically being here, not only for the information, I'm not only thankful for the information, but I'm also thankful that even if you don't remember everything, and unfortunately we can't get the presentation sent to us, direction was given where to find whatever information that you needed. As mentioned, a lot of persons don't realize the vast information that is on Kiwani's international website. Some of us, I'm sure, didn't even know that there was such an established website, maybe just for reporting and stuff. So I'm very appreciative of that. I'm appreciative for the fact that it's face-to-face. It's been a while that we've all interacted with each other. Very appreciative of that. Pardon me? We want a surfing ticket? We want a surfing ticket.
You're going to get them. They're coming. I was going to ask you to, the real ones. We'll print the real ones and give them out. But for now, we're going to email you the soft copy. But the real ones, you'll get them, because we have to meet individually with each group. We have to, LG, Stefan and myself, we have to meet with president privately. We have to meet with secretaries privately. So it's a whole heap of different conversations that is going to happen at different times. And you'll get them there.
Okay. Well, I would like to thank you on behalf of my club for the presentations. The presentations themselves as well. It's refreshing to see you guys enjoying the presentations that you're doing. It's not just reading off the monitor, or just reading or saying it because you've had years of experience. You clearly enjoy what you do, and these are the trainers that we appreciate and we love. And that is why maybe this training session, was much better than the last one you were at. Thank you.
All right, and so we thank you, but our LG is going to do the final vote of thanks after he explains the online evaluations to you.
All right, let me get through the evaluation real quickly. Where is it now? Ooh, okay, let me try and see if this will help us. All right, so anybody knows the website? Kiwani's division23east.org. All right, so for now, the website, it's on the website. You click CLE training and the evaluation comes up. All right. And you put it in and submit. All right. So that's how you do the evaluation. We leave it up for the week. How long are we allowed
to submit all of this by the second round of training that we will have for those who missed it? So they have to do it this week so we can start populating that template at Kiwanis International.
Okay. Yes.
We will try and send it to the super
Yeah,
five.
the evaluation. Yeah, because it's just a Google link. So I'll just put it in the Super 5 chat. And again, if you're not in the Super 5 chat, I'm sure somebody from your club is. We are here. Make sure that you're in the chat. It will help us to get things moving along. All right. Okay. So I want to say that
before you go to thank you, sir, you want me to just remind persons about what we have there and then you do the final talk?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. I mean,
Yes. So I want our LG to do the final talk while I take my seat. So online, he has spoken about the evaluation, the attendance register. We will have to scan those and send them into Kiwanis. So make sure you sign, please. Contact information, Kiwanis is reminding us to remind you to ensure that the sitting administration of all your information that is correct on the dashboard. If you're not using the email that you send on the dashboard after the election in whatever month you would have done your AGM, you need to fix that because you now need to start getting the material from Kiwanis. Membership chair, you're going to get a ton load of things from Chris about 2 for 2, about training, about other things. And I can tell you, because I'm a membership chair, I said, this gentleman don't sleep. Because he's just constantly coming at you each week with something new. Secretaries, you're going to get things coming at you from district and international. President, it is even worse for you. Sometimes you're going to want to file bankruptcy, email bankruptcy, because they are coming at you. And you can't say it's not because you don't get the information. What will be most of your problem is time management to read and send the information to your members. Okay? It's important. I want to say on behalf of DLG, Bev, and myself, a big thank you for being such a good trooper today. We really appreciate what we do. It is imparting knowledge to you so you can be better than the cohort before. And of course, it is always a pleasure giving service. Thank you.
thank you, DP Sue. All right, so the first thing I want to say is, you know, the week after the election, DLG Bev called me and said, when is your training date? So there was no break. We are ready. They're ready to hit the ground running right away. And when I say they have been working from that time, I really mean they have been working from that time, right? And it is difficult. I mean, I know, I hear the appreciation, but I can tell you, there are just so many details to try and get this done that it is amazing, right? It is, you know, detail upon detail. And so it's really hard to comprehend all the things that have to go into it. And, you know, for the most part, you guys have also been cooperative. So what we did is we had all of this preparation done. And Super 5 would know it because they saw some of the things going out in the chat and we're getting ready and all of that. And then on Friday, you know, this became my life. So everything for me kind of shut down because of that. And then I had to change over. So they know, you know, I just telling you that, you know, I had to deal with that even today. And, you know, for example, Brian is, he's here training as a president. He did not come to do this. But when I walked in the room, he was already playing music and stuff was already set up. Yes. I mean, DP, no, we have to put, yeah, they have to send them up. DP Lorraine says, Steph, I'm going to pass by. And that was at 8 o'clock this morning, she passing by and she's still here. DP Judy reported for duty and to judge and said, you know, tell me what you want me to do. Just give me my piece. And, you know, in the background, she just hit the ground running and did all that she had to do. I want to say that that LG gave away my tokens with her bingo. So I really apologize to everybody for the most part. No, I had to hide these two because these two are for my presenters. But I'm apologizing to the rest of my team here because you know we had worked out that thing and you know LG run with the thing. So I won't forget and I'll definitely sort that out. But let me take 2 minutes first. Brian, I do have more manly gifts than the others. No camera. Brian just came and just started working. So I'll say again, I really apologize to my other folks. The LG set me up. But I do have something for my presenters, and I'd really love to be able to give them right now. DP Sue. And let me tell you something. When you see the chat going off at 1 o'clock in the morning, and you know, don't forget this and don't forget that. Serious business, you know, right? So you know, it's always on, you know. Appreciate that. And can we give her a round of applause? Auntie Bev? Let me say, if there's nobody more invested in your success, when Auntie Bev is thinking of the agenda, she has already decided how this is going to benefit you. You know what I mean? And she really wants to see everybody have great success, including my success. And you know, I'm eternally grateful for their patience as well, because you know, when I had to disappear, you know, there was no complaining. Things just happened. I didn't even know how they happened. So Auntie Bev, I really want to thank you, and I'm sure everybody is grateful for your work here today.
Yeah. Fellow Kiwanians, let me tell you something. President Secretary is the Super Five, and I want you to get your members involved. This is going to be a super year. With this, I'm telling you, I feel it. We pray about it every time. And even though it started out with this little thing, you know, God works in a mysterious way. He's just testing to see how you deal with situation. This man doesn't get flustered. He's just so, yes, calm, and that's good for us. And so we will continue to be right there with you. And I know your presidents, your Super Five, and the members of your clubs, they are going to make sure that you have a super fantabulous year. Okay?
Thanks. Oops, thanks, Auntie Babe. All right. One other last bit of business, real quick. I asked you all to think about your installation if you want to be a part of a joint installation. Now, there is nothing wrong if your club has a tradition and you have to live up to that. But by a show of hands, how many clubs at this point believe that they are ready to be part of a joint? Yes, a mass installation at the changing of the guard same time. Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll get the committee formed on that basis. That's fine. Yeah, man. And I think it's about 10 so far. That's fine. We'll get that going, and we'll have a great time. Just to say as well that there are some other topics, folks. 1 more minute. There's some other topics that I would really love to discuss, not now, and these include keeping data storage, keeping your email and archive for your successor, all that type of administrative things. How is your club website? Do you have the keys to your NCB account or whatever account you have? All of that sort of administrative thing. You have to start thinking about those things. I'm not going to talk about it right now, but that is part and parcel. How data management and archive management is very important. All right. So we leave that for another time, but I really want to have that discussion with you so we can. There are some benefits. The reason I'm mentioning it is that there are some benefits that I learned about at convention. For example, Microsoft has a domain system for Kiwanis Jamaica that we can get access to with. Yeah, so NSA North St. Andrew has approached Microsoft, and there's a benefit. And then in that you also get Teams, and Teams is free. So a lot of clubs are paying. So I don't want to go into all of it right now, but there is, call it, some efficiency things that we need to get into, right? That will help now and help your club in the future. Right? Okay. All right. Well, with that, let me thank everybody for coming and being patient. I know we're way over time, and this meeting is terminated. Thank you.
There are ways to get there if you care enough for the living. Make a little space, make a better place. Heal the world.